Oder soll ich es einfach in die Hand nehmen?
Benötigen Sie mehr Mikrofone?
Wow, now it works. Amazing. Okay, good morning and welcome to the second day of the Geoeconomics conference. I hope that all of you slept well or at least had enough coffee to be fully awake for this first session now. My name is Paulina Kinzinger. I'm a junior researcher at the Kiel Institute and I'm very pleased for this session now. We'll start with Jesse Schreger, but we have a little change in the program because Luc Levin fell victim to Joe Biden's visit today, so he couldn't make it because of canceled trains, but we are very, very pleased and honored that Diana van Platten could join us so quickly and filling this spot. Unfortunately, there will be no discussant, but all of you can be the discussant, and hence I would ask you, especially the people in the back like Tim, to come to the front so we have a bit more of like a discussion atmosphere for Diana in the second paper. And with that, I'll give the floor to Jesse Schreger. You'll have, quick reminder of the rules. You have 20 minutes, and then a 10-minute discussion, followed by Alberto Martin, and 10 minutes Q&A. And my boss Moritz told me to be very annoyingly on time, like very German. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
So thank you so much. It's a real privilege to be here and have the chance to present this paper. This is joint work with Chris Clayton and Matteo Maggiore. And so the starting point for this paper, it takes less motivation than normal. It's a paper on geoeconomics. So what we're going to call geoeconomics is hegemonic countries' use of their economic strength from existing financial and trade relationships to achieve geopolitical and economic goals. And so as we saw yesterday during the ministerial session, there's been a huge emphasis on economic security and countries trying to essentially insulate themselves from geoeconomic pressure. But this is going to bring with it the risk of fragmentation. So the goal of this paper is going to be to address several key questions. First, how should countries protect themselves from hegemonic influence? What's the trade-off between economic security and the gains from trade? What does optimal anti-coercion policy look like? What's the role and scope of government intervention? And finally, how do we actually measure the nature of hegemonic coercive power? Which sectors are strategic? And so the framework I'm going to use today is going to have some key ingredients. First, there's going to be a collection of countries in a global production network. Coercion is going to take the form of threats from the hegemon to be excluded from hegemon control imports. So the hegemon is going to go to a firm and say, please take these actions, or you won't be able to use my inputs for your production. Anti-coercion, or economic security, is going to take the form of individual countries recognizing that the hegemonic powers are going to make these take-it-or-leave-it offers and doing ex-ante industrial policy to essentially insulate themselves from hegemonic threats. The key mechanism underlying our paper and kind of the source of tension between economic security and fragmentation is that increasing returns to scale and specialization are going to be both the source of the gains from trade as well as the sources of hegemonic power, essentially by making technologies poor substitutes for dominant ones. So the hegemon is essentially going to try to induce hyperglobalization on itself. The more reliant countries are on the inputs of the hegemon, the more the powerful countries can essentially ask for. And so seeing that this coercion is coming, individual countries are going to pursue economic security policies to insulate themselves, but that's essentially going to undo the gains from specialization and these returns to scale, and so you can end up in a doom loop. In the final part of the paper, we're going to try to quantify this and really highlight the role of finance as kind of a key tool of hegemonic coercion, kind of a key strategic industry. So here, let me just apologize to everybody in the room and say, and jump into the model. So we're going to have N countries, a set I of productive sectors, F of local factors. Each sector and firm are located in one country. So think that American steel and German steel are two different industries. Okay? IN is going to be a set of sectors in country N. FN is the set of local factors in country N. Think labor. There's going to be a unit mass of firms in sector I that are all going to produce a differentiated good using intermediate goods Xij. So Xij is how many units of the J good that I uses to produce. Local factors of production defined equivalently. And there's going to be a production function that depends on intermediates, labor, and potentially a vector of externalities. I'm going to start by making these general, but what I really want you to think is that there can be external economies of scale. The more people are using one country's source of finance, the more productive finance is for everybody to use. There's going to be a representative consumer of country N. You can think of this as representing the government's preferences, so utility over consumption and potentially other preferences for externalities that I'm going to shut down today. The consumer is going to own domestic sectors and factor endowments LF in their country. Budget constraint, amount spent has to be less than profits, factor incomes, and then later on potentially transfers. We can define a demand function in terms of the vector of prices and the income of the country. And so we're going to have an indirect utility function that just depends on these prices and income. And then we're going to have market clearing that for every good, the amount of the good used for consumption plus intermediate spending has to be the amount produced, and factor markets clear. All right, so here's the key timeline of the framework. Let me actually work backwards. At the end of the period, production and consumption are going to take place. Okay? Before production and consumption take place, the hegemonic government, I think the United States, is going to threaten foreign entities with the loss of access to inputs it controls. So think the United States approaches a firm and says, I need you to take these actions or you're cut off from the dollar payment system. Now, what can these costly actions be? First, it could be a transfer. It could literally say, take this action, you need to give me a certain amount of money or you're cut off. I think the more interesting one that we're actually going to focus on here is the other thing the hegemon is going to demand is revenue-neutral taxes, these tau mij. What are these revenue-neutral taxes? It's going to be our way to implement effectively quantity restrictions. The United States goes to a firm and says, if you would like to continue accessing the dollar payment system, you need to stop selling to Iran. What does that mean? That would be you need to put a tau on selling goods to Iran such that the amount you actually sell in equilibrium falls. Okay? And so the hegemon approaches a firm with this offer. You can keep access to my goods, but I need you to change your sourcing behavior. Every entity in the world is going to decide, do I want to take the hegemon's offer, or do I just want to say, no, I'm not going to have any wedges, but I can't access the hegemon's inputs? Okay? Now, the key part is in the first period now, even though we're in the middle period, we're giving the hegemon the power to make this take it or leave it offer. In the ex-ante period, every government of every country around the world is going to recognize that this threat is coming. And so they're going to think, well, the hegemon's going to make my firms this take it or leave it offer. What can I do to insulate myself? And so what we're going to allow them to do is essentially ex-ante industrial policy, where they set their own kind of distortionary wedges to subsidize or tax different forms of production. And so the key feature of this framework at the firm level is going to deliver a participation constraint. Okay? Firms are going to locally accept whether or not to maintain their relationship with the hegemon. And so firms have to prefer accepting the hegemon's set of taxes, changing your sourcing behavior in the way the hegemon asks. But this fancy JI is, but you continue being able to access all of the hegemon's goods. You have to prefer that to having no wedges from the hegemon, but not being able to access some subset of the goods. And so what is the firmized value if it takes the hegemon's contract? Well, it's just however it can maximize its production by choosing intermediates and labor, subject to these distortionary wedges. What's the value of rejecting the contract? Well, you still maximize your profits, but now the key is that you only face this tau nij. That's your own country's industrial policy. But you don't face the M's. You don't face the hegemon's wedges. But you get to source from a smaller set of suppliers. In particular, you don't have the hegemon firms. And so what is the hegemon's power here? It's going to be the power to demand costly actions to foreign entities by threatening the suspension of the economic relationship with the hegemon. So very quickly, the maximization. What's the hegemon going to do? It's going to offer feasible contracts to maximize consumer welfare. So essentially, it is saying how much can my households consume, where their income is going to be the profits, factor income, and any transfers they extract. Country M faces a very similar maximization problem, focusing on their own citizens, recognizing that they can choose their ex-ante industrial policy in a way that might affect the policies that the hegemon chooses ex post. So today, I'm going to simplify the environment. I'm going to assume consumers have linear utility, which is going to mean that they're marginal in every product market, and it's going to lead to constant prices. I'm also going to take kind of geopolitical preferences out of the utility. We do this more generally in the paper. So graphically, let me show you what the way in which this model is going to work. So with linear utility and constant prices in output market, what that's going to mean is for a single firm, you're going to have a constant marginal revenue function. Regardless of how much you sell, your price is going to be the same. So on every unit, you're going to have this flat marginal revenue curve. Now, we have decreasing returns to scale, so the firms are all going to have an increasing marginal cost function. They're going to produce at the point where marginal revenue equals marginal cost. Of course, the gap between the two is essentially the value of the inside option, the total area between marginal revenue and marginal cost. Now, what's the hegemon's power building motives? Okay. I had originally drawn the marginal cost curve, assuming that firm I had access to all of the hegemon's inputs. There's a second marginal cost curve if this firm tries to produce, but it can't access the hegemon's inputs. Say, think of the first marginal cost curve as your unit cost as a function of output if you have access to American semiconductors. The second one would be, here's your marginal cost curve if you don't have access to American semiconductors. It would increase more quickly. Now, if the hegemon can make a take it or leave it offer, what is it going to be able to extract? Well, if the firm rejects the hegemon's contract, it faces the interior marginal cost function. If it accepts the hegemon's contract, it takes the outer one. The surplus is the gap between the inside and outside option. When the hegemon makes a take it or leave it offer, that's precisely what it's going to be able to extract. So crucially, what's the hegemon going to care about? It's going to care about maximizing the gap between firms' inside and outside options, because that's where it can take the surplus. In the form of the paper, in the general framework of the paper, how is the hegemon going to set these optimal wedges? Well, it's going to set them to maximize their domestic profits, but kind of most crucially is this interior term, and I'll go through this in kind of a parametric example shortly. The key insight of the key optimal objective of the hegemon is essentially to choose these wedges such that it is increasing the gap between the firm's profits if it takes the deal and if it doesn't take the deal, because that's what's going to increase essentially the surplus that the hegemon can take. And so we call this the kind of building foreign power objective. Now, every country is going to know that this take it or leave it offer is coming. And so what are they going to do in the ex-ante period? Well, they can set their own industrial policy in such a way that they can actually affect the hegemon's optimal choice of wedges. And so what is, the key idea here is, what is the individual country going to do? They are still going to be setting their own wedges to maximize their own utility. But crucially, if you look at the profits that they are maximizing, it has that superscript O. The individual countries are maximizing their profits in the outside option. Because the hegemon will extract the surplus, what individual countries pursuing economic security policy care about is how well off will I be if I say no to the hegemon, because that's actually what I get to keep in equilibrium. So now, returning to the framework, suppose that we had a benevolent global planner with the powers of the hegemon. Well, they could set, this would be the total global planner surplus that would be available if we kind of optimally corrected all of the externalities. The hegemon has the ability to do this, and the hegemon could benefit from this. Why? At this level, I've drawn it so that there is still a big gap between the inside and outside option, and so even if the hegemon replicates optimal global production, it can still extract a large transfer while doing this. But crucially, this may not be the best that the hegemon can do. Why? Because what the hegemon cares about is this gap between inside and outside options. And so it could be the case that, in fact, the hegemon can make it so that the cost of withdrawing its input is higher to an individual firm. It may structure it in a way that actually reduces global output, but the crucial part for the hegemon is that if it's able to do this by increasing the gap between the inside and outside option, it can actually make itself strictly better off. So with that, let me kind of turn to what we think is kind of a leading example of this more general framework, which is the idea that finance actually plays kind of a crucial role as a tool of hegemonic coercion, playing the role of one of these strategic sectors. So why would we focus on finance? First, it's a system that has large strategic complementarities, and as Hélène kind of showed very clearly yesterday, this is a place where the US system is still incredibly dominant. Even though we've moved to kind of this multipolar world in trade, we still have this kind of single power in the world of finance, and that's going to play a major role in our theory. So finance is going to be one of the most used tools in sanctions and pressure by the US. And in practice, it's often a demand that a foreign entity stop or alter activities that are legal in its own jurisdiction. For instance, when President Trump pulled out of the Iranian nuclear deal, the US essentially compelled German banks to stop doing business with Iran through the power of finance. And so the US frequently offers this stark choice: stop the activity or lose your business with the United States. So here's kind of the structure of the application. We have a US hegemon providing financial services to countries around the world. So there's going to be a home financial intermediation sector in every country. What does that home financial intermediation sector do? It needs US financial services and home financial services. Home financial intermediation is going to be an input into domestic manufacturing. Crucially, the use of US financial services are going to have increasing returns to scale, network effects. It's going to be more productive the more everybody in the world uses it. You can also have increasing returns to scale on the home alternative financial services, but these externalities are going to be within the individual countries. And so in this framework, the model collapses to this kind of much simpler form. We're going to say that hegemon's production of financial services are linear in labor, same with the home alternative. Each foreign country's financial intermediation sector is just going to be a CES aggregate of the hegemon's financial services and its home financial services. And here you can see the kind of key source of global strategic complementarities. How productive is the hegemon's financial service in production? Well, it's increasing returns to scale in terms of how much every other entity in the world uses, say, the dollar. There could also be local strategic complementarity in the home alternative, but crucially here, we're essentially not allowing that form of financial services to be used across borders. So where does finance enter? Each country is going to have this manufacturing sector D using a local factor. To operate at scale, you basically have to prepay a fraction of your wage bill. Okay? That's where finance would come in. So you have to prepay a fraction gamma of your wage bill. What is this going to mean? Your profits are just, the value of your production minus your production costs, how much you pay on labor plus these financing costs. And crucially, what is this going to mean? That a fraction of your costs are going to be to financial services. It enters as kind of Cobb-Douglas. So in this world, what is the hegemon's optimal use of power? Well, crucially, what is it going to do? It's going to subsidize the use of its own financial services around the world. It is going to care that it is going to want other firms to use more of the hegemon's financial services than they otherwise use. Why? Increasing returns to scale. The more everybody uses it, the more productive it is around the world. Importantly, though, the hegemon would actually want to tax all of the home alternatives. Why? Well, first, there is a force where the hegemon would like to increase it. Why? To make it, make firms more productive. But crucially, what the hegemon would want is other firms underutilizing their own home financial alternative, their own payment system, because that's going to increase the gap between the inside and outside option. The less viable a home alternative is, the more the hegemon can extract by saying, I threaten to cut you off from the dollar. And so in this case, the hegemon would want the world to essentially get hooked on its inputs to make these withdrawals more costly. But of course, the individual countries, if they see that the hegemon is going to be using the power of the financial system for this coercion, what does economic security look like? It's saying, well, I know that all of this surplus is going to be extracted. I need to limit my firm's own dependence on the dollar and on finance in order to do this. And so what's the optimal anti-coercion policy of individual countries? In this stark example, the individual countries set their tax on using the dollar to infinity. It's kind of full fragmentation in this benchmark. And so essentially, if every country individually insulates itself, this is a force that fragments the entire world system. Why? Every individual country knows that reducing its reliance on the dollar will raise its private benefit. What do they not internalize? That every individual country decoupling is going to make the dollar less effective for everyone around the world. And this is all in response to the expectation that the hegemon will extract this surplus. And so this will induce full fragmentation. Now, in the final few minutes, I want to show you how we're taking steps to actually bringing this to the data and trying to understand what are the actual sources of American and Chinese geoeconomic power. So this kind of simple production function that I showed you here can actually be represented as a nested CES. In the paper, what we're working towards here is kind of a more general form of production. So the nature of the production function we're showing is that finance and manufacturing can essentially, aggregate production would just be that's bad, would be a CES of finance and manufacturing with some elasticity of substitution between the two, okay? And so if you have, thank you so much, some elasticity of substitution between the two. And so the upper nest is going to be CES between finance and manufacturing. Beneath that, you're going to have a CES aggregate of industries across countries around the world. Inside the CES of every single industry, you're going to combine, you're going to end up combining varieties of every single country. Thank you so much. Perfect. And so what you're going to have is a CES aggregate between every single country. Crucially, what you can also have is the potential that home and foreign goods are imperfectly substitutable. So, what's the loss from losing access to a hegemon's inputs? Okay? You can actually represent how much an individual country loses in terms of its aggregate output in terms of measurable shares. So first you would say, what's the share that you spend on a given sector? How much do you spend within that sector on Industry J? How much do you spend on that sector on foreign inputs? And most crucially, what's the share of foreign inputs within a given bundle that are controlled by the hegemon? And so this is actually where you would see that the power of US finance could still be most strong. Why? Even though the world of trade has gone multipolar, there are still a number of areas in financial services where the US is very, very close to dominant. So we're going to take, to calibrate this, we're going to take our elasticities for goods from the trade literature, the demand-based asset pricing literature for finance, and calibrate from the OECD for services. We're going to follow the baseline calibration we have in the paper, actually, with kind of the Cobb-Douglas case in most areas. But crucially here, the idea, before we even turn to the quantitative results, I want to show you where we're going to get these results from. This is going to say what share of cross-border exports are actually controlled by the US or China in finance versus manufacturing. In manufacturing, you can see the rise of China. In more industries, China actually has more power than more control than the United States. In finance, what we see is that the United States still has massive market share across countries. And this is really going to be the source of geoeconomic power. And so now when we actually take our kind of measure of the sources of financial fragmentation of geoeconomic power in the data, what we can see is where does the US get power over countries around the world? Well, it still has significant amounts of power coming from goods and services, but even though finance is a small share of expenditure, it's going to get a large source of its geoeconomic power from finance because it is so concentrated in its ability to kind of take that input away. We can contrast that with China, where we've aggregated Hong Kong. It's really only Singapore where China gets a large degree of its power from finance. In the paper, we show how you can kind of microfound a structural gravity regression to kind of assess fragmentation. Let me skip that and just say we are, in goods trades, while we're not seeing as much of a sign of kind of overall fragmentation, in American financial service exports, we are starting to see kind of sharp declines here. So this is the geography of financial service exports from the United States, where we can kind of clearly see the first signs of declines of exports to China and Russia. So let me conclude here. So many countries are pursuing these economic security policies. We've tried to come up with kind of a simple model to shape and assess these policies. There are mechanisms that lead to the gains from integration, can lead to interdependent global systems that become instruments of economic coercion. Hegemons are going to generate hyperglobalization in their favor, and we've tried to kind of highlight the role of finance as a crucial strategic industry. So thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to Alberto's comments.
Thank you, Jesse. Well, thanks to the organizers for inviting me to discuss this great paper. So the questions, Jesse laid them out very well. How does an hegemon exert power over the periphery? Where does this power come from? How can the periphery protect itself? These are basically the questions addressed by the paper, and the paper is very nice because it gives us both a conceptual framework to think about this, and there's also measurement about how to see in the data who has power over whom, essentially. Okay? So Jesse did a great job of explaining the model, but I cannot refrain myself from trying to do an even simpler version. So the mechanism in the paper is very, very simple. Imagine you have a world that lasts for 3 periods, and this world is composed of an hegemon and n, let's say, periphery countries, and this is a world where we all consume and produce at time 2. But the key is that when we are deciding in each country in the periphery how to produce, we can choose technology. And here I've done it very starkly. I could use the hegemon's technology. I need to use the input from the hegemon and embed that into a Cobb-Douglas production function, as you see there, the H. Or I can use my own domestic technology, I use my own domestic capital, and I embed it into another Cobb-Douglas production function, and I use technology I. The key here, of course, is that the hegemon's technology is better than my own, it's more productive, and let me do, as Jesse did in his presentation, the case where all prices are fixed, so we ignore that. Okay, so here you can very easily calculate, imagine I reach period 2 and I produce with technology J, what's my surplus if I live in this country I? Well, you see it here, it's proportional to the productivity of the technology that I'm using, okay? Now, what's the issue in this world? Well, the issue is that right before I get to produce, the hegemon comes to my door, he makes it a take it or leave it offer, and he has all the bargaining power. So the hegemon tells me, look, you want to buy my input, you want to use my technology, you pay me a transfer T. Okay? What will this transfer be? Well, it's very easy to work out. He has all the bargaining power, he's going to extract the entire surplus from me. The difference between what I would get using his technology and my outside option, which is using my own technology. That will be fully extracted by the hegemon. So that's proportional to the difference in productivities. So the more productive the technology of the hegemon, the more he will be able to reap from me. In the paper, there's also an issue of substitutability that I don't have here. The harder it is to substitute this factor of the hegemon, well, the more power the hegemon will have. Okay, so here I stole his own picture. You see this purple area here is the surplus if I'm in the periphery I would get by using my own technology. The sum of both areas is what I use using the hegemon's technology. The difference is what the hegemon takes, and it leaves me right at the, well, indifference point between using his technology or mine. Now, this is at time 1. Let's go to time 0, and let's ask ourselves, but where do these technologies come from, these A's? Up to now, they're exogenous. Well, imagine at time 0, we create them. We put effort, we have some convex cost, and we decide our A's. Okay? So what's going to happen here? Well, if I'm in the periphery, I'm going to think, okay, how much effort should I put into developing my technology? I'm going to maximize my welfare, and it's what you have there. I look forward and I say, look, at the end of the day, I'm going to use the hegemon's technology, but I'm going to have to pay the hegemon at transfers. That's the term in brackets. And I need to subtract the cost of putting effort to develop my technology. We know what the transfer will be. I just told you. So at the end of the day, my welfare will just be the difference between using my own technology and the cost of producing it. Okay? So now you see very clearly what's going on. I will invest at time 0 to develop my own technology. Here I do it directly by investing. In the paper, what I do is subsidize the use of my input, but since there's external economies, I'm effectively increasing my A. And you see that there's waste associated to this. In my example, it's pure waste, because in equilibrium, I will never use my technology. I'm only throwing resources at it so that I have a good outside option when the time comes to protect me. Okay? So graphically, what am I doing? Well, in the graph I showed you before, this was the marginal cost of using my own technology. I added this ugly red line because you didn't have it in the paper, but basically what I'm doing is shifting out the surplus of using my home option, and that increases my bargaining power. Okay? So that, in a nutshell, is the heart of the paper. There's an additional result, of course, which is, wait, the hegemon is also choosing its own technology at time 0. So what does the hegemon want to do? Well, in my world, if I could invest to reduce your AI, I would want to do that, because that would push back your outside option, that would increase my bargaining power. In the paper, it's more subtle. They have taxes, subsidies. I can discourage the use of my home input, and that will affect the productivity through these external economies. Okay, in terms of welfare, what's going on? Well, this is not good from a global perspective. Okay, in my simple example, the first best would be, let's set AI, the technology of the hegemon, to maximize the world's welfare. And guys, in the periphery, don't waste resources investing in these outside options. What do we have instead in equilibrium? Well, insufficient investment by the hegemon, because in the end, we will extract some of those rents, and excessive investment in the periphery. Okay? And by the way, here as in the paper, you have an externality. Everyone in the periphery, when we're deciding, should I invest a bit more in my technology? I don't internalize the fact that what I'm doing is discouraging also investment by the hegemon, and that's reducing the productivity in the world. Okay? So basically, each one in the periphery deciding on their own, we're doing too much fragmentation, and we're going to have too low surplus in the world. They have some cases in the paper that are very interesting, where this can lead to a fragmentation doom loop, as Jesse was just explaining, where we go full out fragmentation and we basically reduce global welfare a lot. Okay, and on top of this, then there's measure of geopolitical power in the paper. Okay, so that's basically what the paper does. It's a bit underselling the paper because there's a lot of stuff in it. So I just have 3 basic comments and 1 suggestion. Some of these I've discussed with Jesse already, but the first one is the fragmentation of the theory. You read the paper, and basically the message of the paper is, when will we see fragmentation? Well, when the hegemon is strongest, because that's when he can take a lot from us. One thing I kept thinking is, well, why do we see fragmentation now, or think we see fragmentation now, and not 20 years ago, when by many accounts, maybe the US was even more powerful than now, okay? And one thing that comes naturally to mind is the role of international institutions, international organizations, okay? This is a framework that very clearly underpins the need for international institutions that even the hegemon would like. So think of these institutions as a commitment technology. If the hegemon at time 0, we could create rules that I would abide by, actually that could make all of us better off, the periphery and the hegemon itself. So the hegemon would be the first interested in tying its hands. In the example I showed you, the hegemon is taking transfer T from each country in the periphery, but on top of that, the country is wasting resources developing its own technology. So any institution that tells, look, we'll allow the hegemon to extract something, but anything below T plus the cost that the periphery is wasting, actually will make periphery better off, will make the hegemon better off, and we'll have good technology, we'll all be happy. Okay? So why do we see this now? One perhaps counterintuitive, if you think it through the lesson of the model, if you use it to interpret the world, is that actually these institutions might be more valuable precisely in a unipolar world when the hegemon is very powerful, which is kind of contrary to maybe what you would think intuitively. No, we need rules when there's a lot of us. Okay, so I didn't work it through, but I conjecture, Jesse, that in a multipolar world, maybe this is less needed because ex post I have less bargaining power if there's another power to rival me vis-a-vis the periphery. Okay, so I wonder whether this can account for a recent waning or support for this rules-based order, starting with the US itself, which seems to have lost respect for these institutions, which in principle it helped create in the first place. So that, I think, is an interesting insight of the theory. Okay, the second is about the measurement. Jesse went over this very quickly. I'll go over it even quicker, okay? But the idea here is very simple. When do I have a lot of power over you? Well, if I sell you stuff that you cannot replace, essentially. So if you buy a lot from me, and there's a low elasticity of substitution. So they have these very interesting pictures, the US and China vis-a-vis various countries, what power they have and where it comes from. Here, when you see green, the power comes from trading goods. That means I sell you a lot of goods, elasticity of substitution is low. You see China has power, and that comes from trade. It's not important in finance, as Hélène explained yesterday. If you look at the US, it's mostly red. A lot of its power comes from selling what? Well, financial services, as Jesse was explaining. And here, you know, I discussed this with him already. The question is, how do we measure this elasticity? So for trade, we think at least we have some reasonable measures because we have a lot of trade data. But for financial services, it's very tricky. They acknowledge this. So right now what they're using is the elasticity of substitution that Bruno Pellegrino and others calculated for cross-country holdings of assets, substitutability of assets across countries. That's not exactly the same as financial system. So I understand that it's very hard to do, but maybe we couldn't reach the discussion. Do we think we're underestimating? In which direction do we think we're going? Okay, one final point. The origin of geopolitical power. In this paper and in others, like I have a paper with Fernando, Christoph Treves, and Josephine Meyer that does the same, the power comes on the seller side. I have power because I sell you stuff you cannot replace. In reality, sometimes we get the intuition or the impression that power comes from the buyer side. So here's an example that looks a lot like the paper, but different. This is Hawaii and the US. The US and the Kingdom of Hawaii in 76, they signed a treaty, and the US eliminated sugar tariffs on Hawaii. What did Hawaii do? They invested a lot on irrigation, projects, whatever, to produce a lot of sugar. They increased by tenfold their production of sugar in like 14 years. But this treaty had like a short lifespan. In 7 years, it expired. And when the time came to renew it, the US told Hawaii, I'll renew it, but you give me exclusive access to Pearl Harbor. That's where they gained access. Hawaii looked around, said, well, who am I going to sell the sugar to? There were really not viable alternatives, so they accepted. So it's exactly what happens in the paper, but on the opposite side. Basically, the US is telling you, I'm not going to sell you. It's telling you, I'm not going to buy you. Sometimes this is missing, and I wonder, you know, this will be relevant mostly for big countries. You see Trump all the time throwing around the threat of tariffs, for instance. So whether we could complement this measure of geopolitical power on the seller side, on the buyer side, that might be interesting. So let me finish here with two suggestions. One is the paper now starts with this very general framework and then goes to the application. This can be hard for the reader, so this is proposition one. in the paper with a long chain. So maybe my suggestion would be start with a simple application, make the points, and then show that everything can be done in full generality. And the other comment is that, there's a lot of stuff in the paper. This is very good, but maybe you can think about splitting it in two. We discussed this already. You can have a theory and kind of a back-of-the-envelope measurement of geopolitical power, but this measurement issue is kind of very, well, it requires, maybe you can do it in another paper, thorough measurement. Thank you.
First, let me just say thank you. That was a genuinely insightful discussion. I really appreciate it. I have essentially no quibbles on anything you said here. In terms of the question you kind of posed of why fragmentation now, I think that we think of international organizations in a very similar way to you. That kind of at risk of being too simplistic, it feels like economics tended to think of the kind of Bretton Woods institutions as the world order getting together and providing genuine public goods. In political science and kind of the economic statecraft literature, it was a bit more of a cynical perspective that maybe the open international order could be pushed by the United States because the United States preferences were actually, the selfish preferences were perfectly aligned with this kind of free trade. I think that our views are much more aligned with what you said, that actually maybe one way in which these international organizations can be most effective is when it is in the self-interest of the hegemon to constrain itself. And I think the point there that recognizing that, in fact, the hegemons gain more from actually being able to credibly tie their hands because these forces of economic security and anti-coercion can spark such a strong doom loop really does speak to the importance of kind of strengthening these international organizations. And for the why now, I think that really gets at it, that if the way in which the power of international organizations were working was essentially limiting the ability of great powers to extract, subject to a point where they were getting a surplus. If this kind of immediate payoff you can get from the deviation from the rule gets higher, say because the rise of China makes the temptation of the United States to deviate from free trade, as that grows stronger, it becomes harder and harder to stay kind of with your hands tied to these ex-ante rules. And in terms of financial service measurement, we agree. And so one of the things that we're actually thinking about now is the best way we can really measure it. In terms of measuring the elasticity of substitution of services, the direct measurements also tend to put financial services lower. It might not match the demand-based asset pricing literature exactly. But more generally, and one of the reasons, I apologize for not sending you kind of the more general version that we're really working on, it's very much in progress. There are other forms of amplification above a low elasticity of substitution that we think make finance more powerful. And that's actually why where we're really kind of emphasizing, we want to emphasize going forward, is this concentration of American power in finance, because that's a case in which even if the elasticity of substitution is not necessarily much smaller than goods, the fact that the United States controls so much of it is actually another important source of amplification. But bigger picture, I think that this understanding how hard it is to substitute away services is really at the core of measuring geoeconomic power.
Yeah, thanks, Jesse. Thanks for a fascinating paper, and Alberto also for this great discussion. It was like a firework of things that just happened in my brain. So one thing you answered was already like, yeah, of course, credibly committing to international organizations then also limits your power, so it doesn't get us around that question of how do you exert influence. I was also thinking like it would be really nice to tie this maybe with what Hélène's research is about, and this international role of the dollar extends in various dimensions in terms of financial cycles and making other people follow your monetary policies. So there's quite a lot there to do. And I think the last point, what Alberto said was incredibly important. And I don't think we understand the mechanism. It is indeed the case that in reality, a lot of that seems to be on the market access, we buy your product side. And I was wondering if you could speculate a little bit what this is about. Is this a political economy issue of just firms being so influential in settings, so they don't want to reconfigure or reconfigure resource use. So what's that? How do we get that sort of market access idea, power into these frameworks? I think that's a very important point.
Perfect. And so let me start with the question of finance. So more generally, the way in which I think of finance as a geoeconomic tool is you could almost split, the role of the dollar could be in three, okay? What would one thing the U.S. do? Well, you can't buy the world's safe asset, right? So that would be, think of seizing central bank reserves, losing access to treasuries. That could be, one angle. The other would be the United States is a massive source of capital. The U.S. is not allowed to invest in you. That would be a second. The third is essentially, the financial system as, the infrastructure, payments. And so I view the kind of power of the dollar and the power of finance as the combination of the three. Alberto was exactly right that where do we have measurement? We actually have measurement on the elasticity of substitution across assets coming from the demand-based asset pricing framework. But where it's hard, kind of the open question is how much do we think that type of challenge to substitute transfers to how substitutable the kind of plumbing aspects of financial services are. A full, I think the kind of ideal measure that we're hopefully working towards is a way in which you can not just combine that with goods trade, but to actually say which of those three components, are the big source of power, how do they complement each other? On the market access point, I agree completely. Right now, we have started with the loss of inputs because at least in our framework, that's really going to be the first order loss. Clearly in practice, the large market size, particularly for for smaller countries exporting goods where there's not a second best buyer, the loss of access to the US or Chinese market is going to have kind of an important complement. Right now, we haven't quantified that because there you're going to, you'd be taking a stand on that second best buyer. More generally, though, we tend to think that it's harder to substitute away from a critical input than a second infrastructure market, but the quantification of that is not something that we've approached yet.
Okay. I think we only have time for one question, or if you both collect your questions very quickly, then, and Jesse also answers quickly, then we can make it. I'll give the microphone here.
Okay, thank you very much. Bettina Rudloff, I'm located here in Berlin at the German Institute of International and Security Affairs, so I'm coming more from the, let's say, policy sphere. And linked to that, my question is, you referred very often to the term strategic, and finance is strategic. And in the political world, we have a lot of existing initiatives of definitions of strategic or critical or sensitive sectors and products, being food and water and even journalism and culture. So my question was whether you see a contribution to better define, let's say, these products even beyond or sectors beyond finance in the political fields. Thank you very much.
Okay, and my question, hi, Joanna Bryson. I do technology policy at the Hertie School here in Berlin. So there's two sectors besides finance that we see the US really investing heavily in trying to dominate. One is artificial intelligence, the other is consultancies. And these are both information sectors. So I'm wondering, this is naivety, I'm not an economist, how you're representing information transfers, basically espionage and security, as possible explanations. Secondly, if you look at the AI, that's my expertise anyway, if you look at the AI industry, really it's global talent, it's global data, it's global infrastructure. So with respect to the solution that was actually mentioned by Alberto towards the end about wanting to optimize actually having a single suite of best possible technologies, is there any kind of effort to start regulating these things more like a utility, and maybe even transnationally?
So thank you very much. So in terms of measuring strategic industries, we focus less on this paper, but it's kind of a core focus and contribution of the paper. We have two notions of it. What would make an industry micro-strategic? What is the term we use? It's how much of a surplus the individual firm loses if the hegemon cuts off access. Why is that a relevant measure? It's basically saying how much of a costly action you can ask a sector to take because of the surpluses there. The more the threat that the U.S. cutting off inputs hurts a firm, the more the U.S. can ask of that. That would be our micro idea. Crucially, though, we also have a concept of macro strategic sectors. What does that mean? A sector can be strategic because of the gap between the private cost of it taking an action and the general equilibrium effects on the world economy of the sector taking that action. And the hegemon is crucially going to play on the gap between this private and social incentives. So an example would be actually in the realm of technology transfer. Okay? Normally, if you contemplate, you have some intellectual property, let's say you've patented something in AI, and you have a foreign competitor saying, I would like to buy your technology. You're internalizing the loss of giving up that patent on the value of your future profits. What are you not internalizing? You don't care that you selling some of your intellectual property to a Chinese competitor may lower the profits of all other firms in your sector. Now, imagine you have intellectual property that's at the frontier, but let's say you have production difficulties, so your market share is going to zero. At that case, you don't care at all about the loss of your market sector, and you would be completely missing the kind of spillovers throughout the industry. And so that would be a case where what is a strategic sector? It would be exactly that point where individual firms don't have the incentive to actually act in a way that accords what we call the national interest or the interest of kind of the representative agent in our world. And in the context of the framework, one of the things you can do is essentially, the measurement we have here is that notion of micropower, that kind of propagation of macro power through the global input-output network, we think is kind of a big way to go. Very quickly here, because my time is up. When we were talking about the challenges of measuring financial services, I think the only thing that may be harder to quantify is the cost of cutting off intellectual property flows. And so in some sense, where right now we're relying on official data on financial services exports with kind of all the caveats, the flows of intellectual property through exports, I think, are so disconnected from that it's not, I believe it's a first order question. I think that those types of flows would actually need something beyond the kind of export-based measures we're using here, because clearly that would be kind of a direct productivity spillover, but I do think it's kind of a core issue in this type of framework. So thank you all very much, and thank you again to Alberto for a fantastic discussion.
Amazing. Thank you both so much, Jesse and Alberto. And after this intellectual stimulation to wake up, we're really extremely pleased that Diana van Patten can fill this spot from Luc Levin with her paper on cross-border adoption. It was a very long title. I didn't remember the whole title, but I'm sure in a second you'll see it on the screen. Yes, perfect. Cross-border product adoption. Thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
All right. So I was asked to present this paper yesterday at dinner, and I agreed right after trying the chocolate dessert, so I apologize. I'm going to be clicking through many slides because this deck was intended for a longer presentation. So yeah, this is a paper about cross-border product adoption. It is joint work with David Argente, who's a colleague at Yale, and Esteban Mendez from the Costa Rican Central Bank. As many of you might know, the global consumer landscape has undergone a remarkable transformation with the emergence of online shopping. Today, 1 in every 3 people is an online shopper, and far from like a momentary trend, the popularity of this kind of shopping has just been increasing over time. Now, what many of you might not know is that in developing countries, but also remote areas and small markets, a large share of online shopping is cross-border. But by that I mean that, for example, you're in Costa Rica. I'm going to be talking a lot about Costa Rica today. And then you go on the website of an online retailer that is located in the US or in China. And then you buy a product from that retailer, and the product is shipped all the way to your home in Costa Rica, and in the process it crosses a border. Okay, when I say that a large share of online shopping is today is cross-border, I mean very large. So just to give you some numbers, in Latin America, 53% of online shopping is cross-border, and in Costa Rica in particular, is not the exception, 49% of online shopping is cross-border. So this paper is not very well aligned with fragmentation, so I'm going to at least try to mention China here in the motivation so that it fits the session. So I'm talking here about developing countries, small remote areas, but cross-border online shopping is like hard to ignore because of its size today, even in the US. So almost 10% of all imports from China into the US today actually fall into this like small shipments category of people buying directly from sellers in China. And so, you know, like it's not just a phenomenon that is happening in the developing world. Beyond convenience, online shopping then is going to provide access to many goods and varieties that were not available before. And this comes with its own challenges, in particular, because these are goods that people maybe had never seen before. There's so many varieties to choose from. This is going to be a setting where knowledge spillovers might be key. So let me elaborate a little bit on this. If you're thinking of a consumer, you're purchasing something online, it's harder to assess the quality of the good, it's harder to know its characteristics, so there's going to be more risk than buying at a brick-and-mortar store. Also, imports from abroad are usually riskier to buy than buying stuff domestically. That's because returns are both hard and usually expensive to do. You have to pay usually to ship the good back all the way to the original retailer. It might take a long time. It can get lost on the international mail, etc. This is from the point of view of the consumer, but even from the point of view of a retailer that is trying to buy online, now I'm talking about firms, it might be both costly and risky for a retailer to just scan for goods online in order to import from far away. All right, so what is the idea that I'm going to explore in the paper? Is that first, when an individual imports a product, people around this person might learn about the product's quality or appeal from the person's experience. So say this is a person, and then we have this person's network. It could be their friends, their neighbors, coworkers, and so on. They might learn about the product characteristics if this peer already imported the product. But also, once a person in a location imports a product, others start importing it. This might, contain important information that retailers domestically can take advantage of in order to identify those good products that align with local taste to then import those products and sell them domestically. So we're going to be talking about like the role of demand externalities in the process of importing final goods, both for individuals, this direct externality my peers are learning from my experience, but also this indirect externality where retail firms domestically might be able to know like which products are like cool right now, or which products are the one that domestic consumers are liking from abroad to then start importing it themselves. So there are some challenges in identifying the externalities that I just talked about. Some of them, date back to the peer effects literature. Some of them are particular to this setting. First is that the data is scant. So ideally, you would need data on product-specific purchases, individuals' networks, firm behavior, and you would have to put this data together in order to, measure these forces. But even if you had the perfect data, there are identification challenges, in particular, the very traditional problems with the peer effects literature, common shocks, common preferences. So how is it that we're going to make progress in the paper? We're going to study the adoption of foreign goods by Costa Rican individuals and firms. Why Costa Rica? Well, this is a small open economy where many goods that are available to buy online from abroad are not available domestically. It's also a setting where we're going to have panel data both for firms and for consumers on what is it that they're buying from abroad and what are their networks domestically. And then the setting are the data are going to allow us to create a new instrument that is going to allow us to kind of go around this common identification challenge of disentangling the externalities from other types of shocks or common preferences. Now, before I tell you more about the new instrument, I'm going to just tell you an anecdote that is going to help me kind of walk you through the rest of the paper so that it's easier for you to follow. So I live in New Haven, Connecticut, and some time ago I went to the store and I realized that they were selling this brush that will allow you not only to comb your hair but also to dry it at the same time. And I thought this was, a really cool idea, so I bought it. I really liked it, and then I called my sister who lives in Costa Rica and I told her about it. She was also very intrigued, and she wanted to try it. They didn't sell it in Costa Rica, so she went online. I think it was Macy's.com. And then she bought this brush. She waited for a few weeks for it to arrive to her home in Costa Rica. She tried it. She really liked it. Then she told her friends about it. Her friends also really liked the idea, ordered their brushes from this retailer in US, waited, got the brush, great. Sometime later, my sister needed a second brush, but this time she didn't have to go through the hassle of going online, buying, waiting until it arrived to her home. She could just go to a retailer that was near her home and buy the brush right in Costa Rica. So I'm not claiming that I started a trend of brushes in Costa Rica, but the evidence is there. And you're going to see this is going to be very related to the instrument that we're going to be developing. So this is the broad idea of the instrument. You're going to have to believe me, we can measure things in a certain way. I'm going to give you more details on the actual data later on. But we can link Costa Rican migrants in different US cities to their relatives in Costa Rica. So for example, this is me. I'm living in New Haven. And this is my sister who is living in Costa Rica. We'll have another person, let's call him Andres. Andres Rodriguez-Clare is Costa Rican, and he lives in San Francisco. And this is Andres's brother, who is living in Costa Rica. All right, now suppose there's a product, let's call it a brush, that becomes popular in New Haven. And it becomes more popular in New Haven than in other cities in the United States. Then it is my sister who is more likely than others, in particular more likely than Andres's brother, to order that brush from the US. And the idea is that there's information transmission from me to my sister. It's me calling my sister and telling her about the brush. Suppose there's a different product that becomes popular in San Francisco, then it is going to be Andres's brother who is more likely to import that product, more likely than my sister in particular, because of the information transmission through the migrants network. All right, continuing with the example. So my sister imported the brush. Then we want to measure if her friends in Costa Rica become more likely to import the brush than Andres's brother's friends, than other people in Costa Rica. This could be her friends, her neighbors, her coworkers. Do they become more likely to import this brush within a short period of time? And then suppose they do, the brush is really popular. We want to ask, do retailers that have these people in their catchment area, do they become more likely to import the brush from abroad? Let's have another example with Andres's brother. Andres recommended a coat, but this coat was not very good for Costa Rica. It was very hot, didn't align well with Costa Rican weather. So his brother bought it, his brother believed him, but his brother's friends didn't buy it because they could already see the coat was not that good. We ask, do retailers that have these people in their catchment area become less likely to import the coat? Is there information transmission about demand, from demand to retailers? The preview of the results, in case I don't manage to get to the end of this deck of slides. So we find evidence that demand shocks propagate across international networks of migrants after a product like the brush becomes more popular in a migrant's location in New Haven. Relatives in Costa Rica, like my sister, become more likely to import this brush within a quarter. A one-standard deviation increase in migrants' exposure to a product. So you could think about it as an increase of about 6% in the expenditures of that product in the US. Increases the probability of importing that product for relatives in between 15 and 20%, depending on how we measure networks. We also find that individuals learn about foreign products from each other. So after a Costa Rican with a relative abroad, like my sister, is exposed to a specific product, others in her network that do not have any relatives abroad become more likely to import the same product within a quarter. And this effect is also relatively large. And remarkably, is similar regardless of how we're defining networks. So even if we think of the effect of my sister on her neighbors or on her coworkers or on her friends, the effect is going to be quite similar. The effect is heterogeneous, however, depending on the characteristics of the good. In particular, goods that are more premium, like within a product category, they have a higher price. We're going to have an effect that is stronger. This aligns with the notion that information frictions matter more the more expensive the good is. And also good in dynamic categories, categories where there's a lot of product innovation are going to display a larger effect. And then finally, we find that retailers import a product in response to the observed local demand. If they're in neighborhoods with exposure to what we call a high propagation good, like the brush, something that was really popular among like peers, they become more likely to import the product. We also find that the reverse is going to be true. If the product is not popular among peers, they become less likely to import the product. So that's why we say this could be a mechanism to identify preferred varieties that align with local taste. And if I manage to get there, we also have, on this last point, we're also not going to have the, not only going to have the empirical evidence coming from our regressions, but we also run a major survey, basically asking retailers, like, is this actually happening? And we have responses that do align with the evidence that we found empirically. Also, as a preview, we can estimate the overall impact if we put all these forces together. We find that if there was a $10 million increase in US spending on a particular product, this would increase Costa Rican total trade in final goods by 2%. This is a combination of the multiplier effect through the demand response of individuals and the response of retailers. When we do the decomposition, however, most of the effect of increase in trade comes from the indirect externality through retailers. And that kind of makes sense when you think about it. Like, people just import one product, retailers import in bulk. And so like a big share of their response comes from retailers, which highlights the importance of accounting for this supply side externality. Okay, I'm going to skip the theoretical framework today because definitely don't have enough time for that. I'm going to jump directly into the data. So we're going to use Costa Rican data. This data is anonymized. It has pseudonymous identifiers. But what's really important is that we can merge the data across many different data sets, even though the identifiers are pseudonymous. The first type of data that we use is customs data. So as usual, customs data has the identifier of the importer. In the case of firms, what is unique about this data in Costa Rica is that it will also tell us the identity of the importer for the case of individuals. So if my sister imported the brush from the US, the moment the brush crossed the border, it gets recorded under my sister's unique ID. So we know which products people are buying from abroad. Products are being defined as an HS10 code. In general, HS10 codes don't have to coincide across countries, but because US is Costa Rica's main trading partner, Costa Rica's HS10 code system does coincide with the one in the US, which is convenient. In terms of domestic networks, we're going to have individual level data on people's networks in terms of relatives. So this is coming from national registry data. It's like the national registry knows like who are your parents, siblings, and so on. So we can connect people to their relatives. We're going to have data on their neighbors. This is also coming from national registry data. You have to report your residence. Data on coworkers coming from employer-employee data, and we're going to have a measure also of networks of friends. And this is maybe like the least standard one among all the ones we have here. We have a different paper in which we're studying an app that Costa Rica has that is similar to PayPal. But maybe unlike PayPal, it is extremely, extremely popular in Costa Rica. About 70% of people have it in their phones. More than 10% of the equivalent of 10% of GDP is transacted through the app each year. So like a lot of people use it, and they use it a lot. And what we do is we say, okay, if we see you in the app sending money bilaterally between two people, so it's not only I send you money, but at some point in time you also send me money, then we're going to say you're friends. And by that, like, we get rid of cases of, for example, you paying your nanny. It's unlikely your nanny is going to pay you back at some point. And so that's how we're going to define networks of friends. And then in terms of firm level data, we'll know information on the retailer's location and their sales from tax returns. If you paid attention to my example, you know I'm missing like two very important pieces of data to complete the puzzle. One is Costa Ricans residing abroad. So how is it that we know where Costa Ricans live? For example, me living in the New Haven, New York area. So in Costa Rica, voting is mandatory. So it's one of the countries where more people that live abroad actually register to vote abroad at a Costa Rican consulate. So this is over 50%. Just to give you an example, in Mexico, this would be less than 5%. So from voting records, we have data on the US consulate that's closest to a migrant's residence. And so I say 50%. We get this number because we know who answers sorry, the name is escaping, but the US has this survey where they ask, are you of Costa Rican origin? And then we know who answered yes, and then we say what share of that can we actually capture in our Costa Rican data as a migrant registered to vote abroad. And so if anything, this is undercounting, because the fact that you have Costa Rican origin doesn't mean you're a Costa Rican citizen. But okay, so I think like we do really well in terms of matching people who reside abroad to the rest of our data. And then finally, we need information on US consumer trends. So I told you this brush became popular in my area, and it's more popular in my area than in other places in US. So to try to capture that, we have two different sources that complement each other. The first one is the Consumer Expenditure Survey. So this is a survey that is quarterly, and it's going to be represented by MSA. It's nice in that it captures like the whole consumption bundle of people. What is not so nice of this survey is that it only has 700 categories, so the notion of a product is quite broad. To complement this kind of shortcoming, we'll also use data on US imports. And why is data on US imports useful? Because what are Costa Ricans buying from abroad? So Costa Ricans are buying things like clothing, shoes, toys. These are actually the top 3 categories. And so these are things that are on the most part, not really being produced in the US. They're probably being imported into the US from places like China. And so if we look at US imports, which are at the H10 level, and then we match those to the final area of consumption within the US, we can have a proxy of like US consumption of these goods. So this is nicer in the sense that it has not 700 categories, but 20,000 product codes. Regardless, results with both measures are going to be consistent and very similar. For today, I'm going to focus on the first one. But you'll have to believe me, they are quite similar. All right, so in terms of the empirical strategy, oh my God, I have 5 minutes left, so I'm going to go a little bit over. Yeah, so in terms of the empirical strategy, I told you we identify Costa Ricans living abroad and where they reside in the US. This is going to be 1% of the Costa Rican population, and we link those to migrants to their family in Costa Rica. This is going to be, we're going to use second-degree relative, 5% of the Costa Rican population that has a relative, like a close relative living abroad. And now we want to say if a product becomes popular, like in an area, do people start importing it? For that, the first thing we're going to do is take expenditures by Costa Rican consulate in the US, by product and by quarter, and then residualize those expenditures. We want to say, no, we don't want things like sunglasses are more popular in Florida than in other places. That's something that is always true, and that we could be correlated with where migrants choose to go. So instead, we want these residuals that have some unexpected popularity of products in different regions across time. So we're going to have consulate product, consulate time, and product time fixed effects. For that, we're then going to create a shift share that is going to be by Costa Rican network. This could be a neighborhood, a firm, if you think of co-workers, or a network of friends, product and time. And we're going to create the shift share, where the shift is these residualized expenditures, and the share is the share of people in that network that have a relative living in that foreign consulate. So our first stage, or the first regression I'm going to show you, is going to take this shift share, also fully saturated in terms of fixed effects, and it's going to try to use that share to explain the share of people with relatives in a network that actually import the product at a given moment in time. We find that this effect is, like I mentioned in the introduction, quite large and similar regardless of how we define a network. Neighbors, coworkers, or friends. One standard deviation increase in exposure increases between 15 and 20% the share of importers in a network who have relatives abroad. Our second stage, we want to see if people connected to these relatives that do not have relatives abroad are actually responding to, to the exposure of people that are close to them. And so we also find evidence for that. My sister's friends are become more likely to import this brush. Again, the effect is relatively large. One standard deviation increase in the share of people importing who have a relative abroad within a single quarter leads to an increase of between 20 and 30% in the probability to import this product for those who do not have a relative abroad. Let me just skip the robustness for now. We have more complicated specifications. As I mentioned, we have also heterogeneity depending on product types. In the introduction, I mentioned like if you're in a dynamic category, if you are a premium good, then effects are stronger. We also find somewhat stronger effects if, for example, the initial importer is more central within the network. And then finally, we explored the results for retailers. And for that, we're going to take like the same instrument that I was using before, but now on the left-hand side, I'm going to have the imports by firm of a specific product in a given moment in time. The instrument is going to depend on how many people in that firm's catchment area have relatives living abroad. And we're also going to do some heterogeneity depending on what happened in the second stage, like what happened when the peers had to decide whether to import the product or not. And we're going to differentiate between whether the propagation in that second stage was high, like the case of the brush, a lot of people bought it after the initial import, versus if the propagation was low, like the coat was not popular, people didn't buy it after that initial import. What we find is that, so in general, retailers do seem to respond to the instrument, but what's maybe more interesting is that they become more likely to import the product if it's like the brush, very popular in that second stage, but they become less likely, significantly less likely to import if the brush was not popular, which is kind of like, like I would say that the stronger evidence suggesting that they're actually learning about the level of demand and not only about the existence of the product. In terms of what really is going on behind this result, so first we have some heterogeneous effects depending on firm size. So most of the effect is coming from small retailers, which makes sense if you think those are the ones that have a higher cost of actually searching for new products. Not so much for large retailers, and even less for large and foreign retailers that might have better access to information on what products to import. And well, I did mention this briefly in the introduction. We also ran this nationally representative survey spanning 1,000 retail firms. So this might not sound like a lot in the US, but this is like almost 15% of all retail firms in Costa Rica. So for the Costa Rican side, it's a major, major survey. And I'm going to give you like a little bit of a summary of what we found, going from the least, strong evidence to like the one that is most closely aligned with what we're doing empirically. So 67% of the retailers we interviewed reported receiving customer feedback on product selection. Pretty broad, but still encouraging. 44% of retailers actually say they were influenced to import products by observing customers buying from abroad. So they're like explicitly kind of agreeing with what we were exploring on the last section that I just explained. Out of these 44%, 67% agree that they learn from consumers which products excite them based on direct imports. So this is aligned with the high propagation, results. But they also admit that they learn which products they're not excited about, which products are actually not good to import, which is aligned with the negative result I was showing you in the last slide. So this is something that I already said in my preview. We estimate the overall effect it's relatively large, like a 10 million increase, and in US expenditure on a specific product, this is like a 6% increase, given like how much you spend on average on each product in the US. Increase Costa Rican total trade by 2%. What is, we think, most remarkable is that the indirect externality through retailers is basically carrying the heavy weight in terms of this result. And yeah, so I'm out of time. So to conclude, we documented demand shocks can propagate across international networks of migrants. We leverage this new data and the instrument to provide evidence on this channel through which people can learn from each other about which products to import, but also, and maybe like more new, retailers learn from consumers about which are the preferred varieties that they should source from abroad, which contributes to our understanding of how globalization can shape domestic bundles. And while the presence of these externalities, and this is more for future work, implies that gains from trade might be larger than we previously thought. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we still have some room for questions before we get into the first coffee break. Any questions? Well, I feel like the coffee hasn't kicked in. Yes, there's a question. Perfect.
I'm sorry, this is going to be a very disappointing question, but could you possibly go back to your first slide just because I missed your name at the beginning? And I know it's not Jessie Sugar.
Diana, it's right there.
Oh, it is? Oh, all right. Okay, presentation, Diana. Okay, thank you so much.
And yes. Well, we haven't coordinated on the microphones either. We need more coffee too, so.
What's the role of social networks here, social media? Could that propagate these channels, or could it also diffuse links across these core social networks of friends and co-workers that you mentioned?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So given our specification, anything that affects all networks symmetrically will just be absorbed by a fixed effect. Like, however, if you think of like internet and social platforms more generally, I think that they might make the effect even stronger. In that, for example, in the example I gave of my sister, like 20 years ago, I would have had to call her, probably paying a lot per minute. We were not communicating as often. But now that we can talk like on WhatsApp or like on these online platforms, like information can flow better across peers as well, which would strengthen the effect. So yeah, on the one hand, the more information you get from social media or like online reviews, the lesser role peer effects would have. However, if you think that there's some added value in getting information from someone that you know, from someone that is like more similar to you, and that this is becoming easier with technology, then the effect will become stronger thanks to this like better access to social platforms. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for giving such an interesting presentation, even if you just found out yesterday evening that you had to present something. My question is, can you say something about the sustainability impact of transferring the products through retailers instead of directly moving them to the customers themselves?
Yeah, so if people are buying, directly from, for example, this is as the role of China, so I'm going to give the example of a Chinese retailer, also because, in the US, and I would imagine maybe in Europe as well, like many of these small shipments come all the way from China. So every single shipment is shipped independently. So that's also why, for example, tariffs don't apply to this kind of trade, because it's so small, it's called de minimis, that it can avoid tariffs because it's small and it's shipped in these small packages. So if you compare that with a retailer that is buying in bulk, the environmental impact of a retailer would be much less. What we find in the case of this paper, however, is that initially people start buying this stuff online, and if the items become really popular, retailers start buying them in bulk, and at that point point, the volume that is being bought by individuals goes down, because you can now buy it directly from the local retailer, and so to some extent, the effect of retailers learning from consumers has a positive environmental impact.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I'm sure you would also still be approachable in the coffee break.
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. Okay, so again, thank you so much for filling this spot so spontaneously. And now comes the coffee break I've mentioned about 50 times already, until 10:50, and until the keynote, academic keynote, starts here in this room again. So enjoy.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Very pleased to see you all back. We come to our second keynote. Yesterday we had the Economics Minister, Robert Habeck, and today we're very honored to have Pierre-Olivier Gourinchas, the Chief Economist and Economic Counselor of the International Monetary Fund, giving us a keynote on changing global linkages, a new Cold War. Pierre-Olivier, thanks for coming. The floor is yours.
So Moritz, thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers of the conference. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I must say I'm very, very happy to see how successful this conference series organized by the Kiel Institute and the CEPR is. I think the topic is really a very important one and is likely to stay with us, maybe unfortunately, but at least for those of you who are academics, this is ground for interesting future work, so this is good. Now, at the same conference last year, my colleague, co-author and boss, Geeta Gopinath, gave her acceptance speech for the 2023 edition of the Bernhard Prize. And the title of her speech was Europe in a Fragmented World. And she made 3 points there. First, geoeconomic fragmentation is a reality. I think no one would dispute that too much. Second, Europe is uniquely exposed to it, but also has maybe some nice ways of potentially be able to deal with it. And third, EU policymakers should focus on deepening the single markets in order to be a stronger force in world affairs. Now, today in my remarks, I will basically cover a similar topic. I will first present maybe a more in-depth analysis than what Geeta presented last year of changing global linkages based on work that we've done in a research department at the IMF with Andrea Presbitero, Petya Topalova, and also Geeta Gopinath. And the picture that emerges is, yes, fragmentation is indeed a reality, but it's a complex one. Then I will dive in on rising tensions between China and the US, and the question of whether re-emerging external imbalances between these countries could reflect Chinese industrial policies, measures designed to stimulate exports and limit imports, the famous debate about overcapacity and potentially having a new China 2.0 shock. And I will argue that while global imbalances do seem like they are re-emerging, the picture is, there again, is a little bit more complex, and we should be looking at the macro forces at play rather than just industrial policy. And then lastly, I will zoom in on an issue that has received a lot of attention lately, which is the question of Chinese EV exports, especially relevant here since I'm giving these remarks here in Germany, in Europe, and their impact on European economies. And I will present some research that's been done at the IMF that looks at various model simulations to try to look at what this EV shock could be and its impact on European Union, where the EV shock is really a combination of two shocks. It's not just the fact that you have an improvement in productivity and in producing electric vehicles in China, but it's also coupled with the fact that you have a demand shift towards electric vehicles in the EU as part of the climate transition. Okay, so with this little overview, let me jump right in and start setting the stage when we're thinking about geoeconomic fragmentation. Of course, we're going to be looking at trade restrictions and restrictions on investment as well. And you can see on the left-hand side that they've been soaring in the last few years. There are upwards of 3,000 trade and investment distorting measures that were imposed in 2023. I think the numbers for 2024 are not quite yet tabulated yet, of course, but they are showing that it may not have surged further, but it still remains at a fairly elevated plateau, and it's about 3 times what it was in 2019. And 2019, by the way, is already high compared to where it was in the 2010s. So clearly, this has been going up. This is what you can see also is geopolitical risk has been quite elevated. This is what the chart on the right is showing you. Different measures of geopolitical risk show a surge since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And these are measures that capture the uncertainty that the private sector is feeling about the environment in which they're operating. So the number of time executives mentioned words related to fragmentation, for instance, has increased a lot since 2022 or even a little bit before. So what this trend suggests that countries are reevaluating who they trade with and where they invest, not just decisions taken at the level of governments, but also decisions taken on the ground by firms in terms of exports and investment decisions. Now, against this previous slides, if we sort of look at a century of data, at the same time, fragmentation here is a little bit difficult to detect, right? So here, what I'm showing you in blue is the global trade to GDP ratio going back to 1860. And of course, we have a period of deglobalization that was in the interwar period in the 1920s, followed by a period of rapid globalization, sometimes called hyperglobalization, as we were getting close to the global financial crisis. What we see after 2008 up until 2021 in this chart is more of a plateau. Its globalization has been, as measured by trade to GDP, is not improved any further. It's been staying where it is, not moving very much. Now, in red, what I'm showing you is the goods trade between blocs during the Cold War. So blocs here being a Western bloc on one hand and a Soviet Union-centered bloc on the other hand. And of course, that trade, so that's the, as a percent of total trade, this is not as a percent of GDP, you see that the trade between blocs during the Cold War really collapsed as a fraction of total trade after 1940, more or less. Now, there are two interesting things here. Is that the first one is that we had a big decline in trade between blocs when this red curve falls, at a time when global trade was rising. So the fact that, global trade and trade between blocs, these are two different objects. We had a period in which they were moving in opposite direction. And in fact, we could have, again, something where they're moving in opposite direction when we're looking at the more recent period. In other words, we could have, and I'm going to show some evidence that trade between blocs, now not the old Cold War blocks, but maybe new blocks, is decreasing, but global trade itself doesn't show the same pictures. So the aggregate trends are not a good guide as to what is going on. We need to look more closely. We need to look, and when we do look more closely, we're going to see some serious cracks in the system. So I already mentioned some of the key questions I'm going to be looking at. I'm going to be looking at whether there is any evidence of realignment of sources of imports and FDI. I'm going to be looking at whether this realignment is happening along geopolitical lines. And importantly, I'm also going to be looking at what happened with what we call non-aligned countries. Now, there were non-aligned countries back during the Cold War as well, and what I'm going to show you is that non-aligned countries and their role in global trade is quite different now than it was back then, and so that's an important also part of the story. And then, as I said, I'm going to come to two consequences of fragmentation. I'm going to be looking at global imbalances, and I'm going to be looking at electric vehicles in the EU. Okay, so let's start with just looking at the data here. So what I'm showing you on the left and on the right is a measure of the Lillian index, which is an index that is typically used to measure structural change. On the left, it's looking at reallocation across import sources, and on the right, it's looking at reallocation across FDI sources. So this is a way of saying the extent to which there is reallocation across import destinations or sources, and there's more of it after 2017, 2018 here, which is the onset of the US-China tariffs, and then even later on we have the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And so very clearly what you see is that this measure of reallocation, there is some uptick in the more recent years. We see that this index is sharply higher than where it used to be, and we see that also when we're looking at FDI. So it's increased by about 15% for FDI sources after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and it's increased by a little bit more than that when we're looking at imports here. So that's the first observation here. We have some evidence that there is some reallocation going on. But it doesn't tell us really what is the shape of that reallocation, and so that's what we're going to be looking at now. So what we are doing in this chart here is to look at, again, this notion of trade between blocks and within blocks. Now, for that, you need some definition of blocks. So what we're doing here is we're constructing measures of blocks based on proximity, using United Nations voting records, which is a typical metric that has been used by political scientists in this field. So there are many different ways and many different indicators that you could be using. The results are very robust to which indicator you would be you end up using. So you can pick a block and center one block around the US, and so look at countries that are geopolitically close to the US in terms of their alignment in voting records. You do the same thing with countries that are maybe close to China in their alignment in voting records, and then you have a big block of countries in the middle that we're going to call non-aligned. And if you look at trade, very clearly you see a sharp decline in trade across blocks, this US-centered versus China-centered block after 2017. You see, after 2022, you see a very sharp decline here in that trade between blocks compared to within blocks. Both of them are not necessarily staying constant, but there is much larger decline. If you look at FDI, you get a very similar picture. The between blocks declines a lot more than the within blocks. Okay, so here we see some signs that fragmentation is happening along geopolitical lines. And the last slide on the right is showing you some estimate of gravity equations when we look at financial flows, whether we look at cross-border banking claims, portfolio claims, or bilateral swap lines, and we add an indicator of geopolitical distance. And again, what you see is that the further away in terms of geopolitical distance countries are, then there is evidence also of fragmentation, more fragmentation in financial flows. So trade, FDI, portfolio, swap lines, banking flows all paint a pretty consistent picture. There is a very significant change that is happening here. Now, if we put this in a regression format, so here I'm going to do it for trade and FDI. So this is, think of this as a gravity regression, but where we interact trade between blocks in the post-war period, where post-war here is going to be the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And what you see very clearly is, first two columns, a decline in trade between blocks after 2022. Column 5 and 6 do the same thing for FDI, very similar results, decline in FDI between blocks post-war. Now the middle two columns, 3 and 4, are doing the same thing, but are looking at the Cold War period. So here, of course, again, the blocks are going to be different. This is Western bloc versus Soviet bloc. We have very similar results there. The coefficients are much larger. The coefficients are much stronger, so there's much more of a decline in between bloc trade during the Cold War than compared to the recent period. But what is also interesting is if you look at the non-aligned, here the omitted category in this regression is, of course, the within-bloc trade, but the non-aligned during the Cold War also suffered in terms of their trade. Trade with non-aligned also declined. That's not the case, or at least not yet, when we look at the current episode. So there is something different going on there, and I'm going to zoom a little bit on this. Okay. Now we do the same thing for portfolio flows. And for portfolio flows, the results are interesting, and they are consistent with what we find on trade. This is actually a fairly new result. We're still sort of dusting it off and making sure it's quite robust. But we do find when we look at total portfolio flows, the same between bloc post-war flows have been declining. In total portfolio flows, but this is mostly coming from debt flows. We don't find any evidence when we're looking at equity flows. So there is something here that is quite different when you're looking under the hood at the total portfolio flows. Equity flows seem to be behaving somewhat differently. Okay, so this slide is kind of summarizing these findings. Let me just skip over it. Let me just mention also that one way to think about the way I like to interpret the results that we have is, sometimes we get asked, well, is it just Russia and Russia invasion of Ukraine? So if you remove Russia from your sample, do you still find some of these effects? And the answer is yes, the results are not as strong, but it's still there. But the way I would think about it is that some of the I think one way to think about it is that the war, Russian invasion of Ukraine, is kind of a catalyst that brought to the fore some of the underlying buildup in geopolitical forces that were already happening before then. And so it's not just that you could look at this and say, well, if I remove Russia, it all goes away. In a sense, the Russian invasion of Ukraine also doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens in an historical and geopolitical context that is already quite established and starts well before that. Now, in order to compare what happens now with what happened during the Cold War, so we plot here on this figure, we plot this interaction between the sort of the trade elasticity and the between bloc treatment. We compare that since the onset of the Cold War. This is the blue line. For trade between blocs and trade with non-aligned. And in red is the same thing for the recent episode post-invasion of Ukraine. Now, there are two ways to look at this graph. One is kind of optimist and the other is pessimist. The optimist one is to say, well, it hasn't really come down that much. I already told you that the coefficients are much larger during the Cold War in terms of the decline between blocks, and that's what you see there. It sort of becomes much, much larger over time. But we could also say that we're only at the beginning. So there is a sense in which maybe there is a lot more that could be happening in terms of further rounds of geoeconomic fragmentation and impact on trade. Of course, in the context of the Cold War, it resulted in almost complete cessation of trade activities, except for a few items like energy and things like that. And we are very, very far from this. But the early response is in some ways quite similar so far. Now, as I mentioned also to you during the Cold War, the trade with non-aligned countries also suffered. Here, we see much less evidence of that. You see the red line is basically very close to zero. It's not really very statistically significant. So there's been much less of a response. And in fact, I'm going to show you that for some of these non-aligned countries, trade flows may have increased. They may have substituted for trade flows between blocs in ways that didn't happen during the Cold War. Okay, again, this is a slide that is kind of summarizing what I just said, so let me skip that. And let me get to this notion of connector countries. So this idea that as trade between, say, the US and China is being disrupted, or trade between the Western countries and Russia, some other countries are kind of stepping in and connecting the dots, if you want. So this is what we call the connector countries. These connector countries are one way to illustrate their relevance. And by the way, this is something that a lot of people, this is not just us who's been doing work on that space. This set of facts have also been established by work by Caroline Freund, by Laura Alfaro and co-authors. So there are a lot of people who have been doing very good work in that space. You can look, for instance, at the change in Chinese export share to various destinations. That's on the horizontal axis here. Between 2013 and 2017 versus 2018 to 2023. So if you have a number that is above zero, it means that China's export share to these countries has gone up against the export share of these countries to the US. And the idea of a connected country is that you will see at the same time more imports from China and more exports to the US. And you can see that we do see that for a number of countries. You see countries like Mexico, or you see countries like Vietnam, where there's been a surge in imports from China, and there has also been a surge in exports to the US. We see that when we look at trade. On the right-hand side, you see it again for FDI. We have a very similar picture. So there are countries that used to be, what we have on the horizontal axis here is a change in FDI share into these countries. So increased FDI into, let's say, Mexico, for instance, and then exports from Mexico to the US. These two are correlated. You don't see that at all when you look at the Cold War period. Again, this is the non-aligned countries were not playing any connecting the dots role during that time. Maybe in part, so there are a variety of reasons why that could have been the case. Maybe in part because the nature of trade at the time was different from now. We have very extensive supply chains, so you can move some different parts of the supply chain in different locations in ways that wasn't really possible back then. And a number of these non-aligned countries back then were also at a much lower level of industrialization. They were mostly commodity producers, were very specialized in commodities and basic goods. Now, this is what I just showed you at the level of overall export shares and import shares. But you might say, well, but is it really the case that these are happening along the supply chain? So here I'm showing you results where we disaggregate between HS2 to HS6 level. And so now we're looking at the change in the Chinese export share and the change in the US import share at a country sector level. So it's within the same country and the same sector. And going from HS2 to HS6, now HS6 is the results are not as strong. It's a little bit of weaker correlation, but they're still there. And to us, that is really strong evidence that we have this this connector role is happening along the supply chains, that you have this extension of the supply chains that is happening in a way to bring the goods from where they used to come from to the US, and here it just happens to take a more circuitous route. Now, we did a couple of placebo tests in our paper. We said, well, could it be that it's just the fact that we have these third countries that are growing fast, and now they're taking their own place in the supply chain, so we should see their sharing increasing no matter what happens to in terms of geopolitical frictions. So we run this, we show this scatter plot where we're looking at what happened if we split the sample instead of looking post Trump tariffs, if we split the sample in 2013 instead of 2018 or versus 2022. And you see that when we split it in 2013, we don't see much of a correlation at all once we'll start looking, especially at disaggregated levels. So clearly this is something that has been happening in recent years. It's something that has been happening when the geopolitical tensions have emerged. I don't show it here on the slides, but we have a graph also in the paper where we look at which categories of goods we see a lot more of these connector activity taking place, and it's in a lot of the goods that have been tariffed, the Chinese goods that have been tariffed by the US. So this is where you see also more of this substitution going into third countries. Okay, so that's again slide that kind of summarizes these results. Now let me spend a few minutes on the topic of global imbalances here. And now it's related to this notion of fragmentation. So there's been a growing concern among policymakers that global imbalances could reemerge, that global imbalances in particular could be fueled by industrial policies implemented, for instance, by China, or subsidies for certain strategic sectors as part of the China 2025 initiative. And it's certainly true when you look at China's export share. China's export share has really increased tremendously since 2019, and it's grown, quote unquote, while export share of other countries, especially advanced economies, has been declining quite strongly. So the worry here is emerging from a picture like the one you have on the left. Then on the right, on the middle, what I'm showing you is China's net export of goods and services. It's actually, there is a faint line here which is based on the customs data. The solid line is based on the balance of payments data. There are different estimates there, and there is an active discussion going on how to interpret the difference between the two that we at the fund have been involved with. But they paint a fairly similar picture that you have, while we are not at the levels yet of the Chinese trade surpluses that we saw at the time of the global financial crisis, which were around 10%, this is the figure on the left. Nevertheless, on the figure on the left of the middle chart, the figure on the right of the middle chart shows that as a fraction of world GDP, the Chinese surpluses are about as large as what they were at the time of the global financial crisis. Of course, between the two, China has grown tremendously, and so even something that is like a 2–3% trade surplus relative to Chinese GDP represent about the same size in terms of world GDP as a 10% surplus back in 2008. Okay, so that's the sort of the systemic and macroeconomic relevant size of China is, of course, much more prevalent. And we also have some work that documents that subsidies implemented by China do have an effect in generating spillovers in other sectors and have an impact on exports and imports. So this chart on the right with the blue and the red bars is showing the effect of subsidies that we can identify. So we're using the Global Trade Alert. We have about 5,400 subsidy policies implemented between 2009 and 2022. And we do find that in sectors that receive those subsidies, and exports tend to increase and imports tend to decrease. So there is some effect there of subsidy policies on sectoral exports, although the estimated effects in terms of their actual magnitude are relatively modest. So you might look at this and think, okay, well, that's really what's going on now. We have these industrial policies, and China is subsidizing all this, the production of all these goods, and it's going to flood markets. But this would be ignoring the macro drivers, and this is what I want to bring back into the picture here. We have to remember that we're dealing with a Chinese economy that has a very weak domestic demand, is suffering from a pretty serious slowdown related to its property sector, has very weak investment numbers outside of infrastructure investment, and in particular construction investment has collapsed. So that's an environment in which you have fairly high savings, weak domestic demand, and fairly low investment. Not surprisingly, that's going to lead to current account surpluses pretty much regardless of what's happening in terms of industrial policies. On the other side, if you're looking at the United States, you have an economy that's been growing very robustly on the back of very strong domestic demand. Household consumption has been very, very strong. US consumers have been going out and spending their excess savings. The US government has also been running a pretty hot fiscal policy. So that's an environment in which you're going to have very naturally a tendency to have a current account deficit. And in fact, in simulation exercise I'm showing here, once we take our models and we put in the weak domestic demand of the Chinese economy and we put in the very strong domestic demand in the US, you kind of explain most of what you see in the current account balances between the two countries. You don't need to resort to whatever might be happening on industrial policy. And in the decomposition we have here, in fact, most of the surpluses are homemade. The weak domestic demand in China is a key driver of their surpluses. The strong fiscal policy in the US is a big driver of their deficits. So we have a situation that is in some ways similar or reminiscent of the global imbalances of the early 2000s, with one important difference. And the important difference is that in the 2000s, we had this surge in global savings or weak investment, depending how you want to look at it, coming from East Asia, that came and generated surpluses, current account surpluses there, and therefore current account deficits in the rest of the world. But a natural implication of this is that it would depress world equilibrium interest rates, and we had a period of decreasing equilibrium real interest rates. Now we're in a situation where outside China, equilibrium real interest rates are high, not low. So what this is telling you is that, yes, we have global imbalances, but these global imbalances this time around are probably more driven by the macroeconomic imbalances in the US than they are by the macroeconomic imbalances in China, and are more driven by a lack of savings rather than excess saving at the world level. Okay, so that's on global imbalances. Now let me turn to electric vehicles and the EU. So here, the background is that we have two forces that are at play. I told you that the EV shock that I'm going to be looking at is a combination of two things. It's a policy-driven shift towards electric vehicles that's mandated in the European Union. I mean, the objective is to be 100% electric vehicles by 2035, and that's up from about 15% right now. So that's what you see on the left chart here. These are the projected sales of electric vehicles as a share of total car sales under the EU plan of Fit for 55. And on the other side of this EV shock is you have this very rapid productivity improvements in the electric vehicle sector in China. China has now become the largest auto exporter in the world. In 2023, it accounted for about 60% of global electric vehicle sales. Most of it, the 60%, most of it were domestic, but there is an expectation that there will be a very rapid increase in electric vehicle sales. On the right here, I'm showing you how many thousands of cars have been sold by China abroad. This is rapidly increasing, and it will continue to increase. And so, of course, this is generating concern in Europe and elsewhere about how this might impact domestic auto industry, and in particular, how it might impact countries that are more reliant on car manufacturing. Okay, and as we all know, the European Union has has introduced tariffs on Chinese electric vehicle imports that are aimed at countervailing some of the potential subsidies that the Chinese automakers have received from Chinese government. So what we did is we did a modeling exercise where we looked at the impact of the combination of these two shocks. So you have a demand shock and a supply shock, the demand shock towards EVs and the supply shock towards bringing more EVs to the European market, in the context in which you have heterogeneity also in where auto production is and which countries might be more exposed. And so on the left here, what we're showing is the impact in terms of GDP deviations from steady state in the different countries of the EU. And on the right of that chart, in the little red bars that you see there, this is the overall impact on the European Union and the euro area. And so the first thing to note is the overall impact would be close to zero. But the impact across different countries could be very different. You have some countries that are very exposed, in particular in the eastern part of the European Union, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Hungary, countries that are very integrated in the car manufacturing. There are auto plants there, but also a lot of indirect suppliers. And you have countries that are users of cars, if you want, and for them, having access to this cheaper electric vehicles that are coming from China is a net benefit. And so countries like Ireland, Malta, Bulgaria, etc., on the right, would be net benefits. The impacts on labor force would also be quite sizable. That's what you see on the right. Some of these countries have a fairly significant share of their labor force that is directly or indirectly involved with the auto sector. And so you see Slovakia and Hungary, we're talking about 1.6 to 2.6% of the labor force that would be potentially displaced as a result of that shift. So the concerns are quite legitimate from that perspective. Now, the question is what to do about it. And here, what we use the model to do is to simulate what the impact would be of introducing tariffs. And so we looked at 3 levels of tariffs, a 25% tariff, a 100% tariff, and a prohibitive tariff where you have no Chinese EVs, okay? Now, through this exercise, we're keeping constant the climate constraint, if you want. So in other words, by 2035, we're keeping constant the fact that all vehicles have to be electric vehicles. So what the exercise is doing is it's making it more costly to access the EV vehicles, but it's not changing the overall shift in demand that's mandated by policy in order to achieve the climate objectives. And what we find through the simulations is that the impact of the tariffs is generally hurting countries in the Eurozone, and it's hurting countries more or less uniformly. So of course, it's going to reduce some of the employment losses in some of the most at-risk countries in terms of Chinese competition. That's going to be a direct effect of having the tariff that's going to protect them. But the general equilibrium effect are going to be going in the other direction through either a change in the real exchange rate or through loss of competitiveness in other industries. And so the net effect is always going to be some welfare loss for all countries in the Eurozone. But those welfare losses are also going to be compounded by the fact that it's going to make it more costly to achieve the climate transition. And why is that? Well, because if you're making EV vehicles more expensive, and you have an objective that you're going to be 100% in 2035 in electric vehicles, well, you're going to reduce the share of electric vehicles uptake in the years leading to that. And of course, you're going to have to be at 100% by 2035, but you're going to delay that. This is what you see on these 3 lines here. And as a result, there is going to be also some cost in terms of added emissions, which we can compute in the simulations. We have our model is equipped to do that, and so we can look at the additional CO2 emissions relative to baseline. So we can quantify how much you're going to slow down the speed at which you transition to the climate objectives, and also measure the welfare losses that are rising from this. And so here, in that case, the tariffs, while there is there is legitimate reasons to use tariff instruments when you want to offset subsidies that other countries have been receiving. That's part of the old WTO rules. So this is, but we may still want to measure and quantify the effects that these have. And here, in the context in which you have a mandated shift towards using more EVs, and it turns out that at the same time you have a supplier willing to provide cheap EVs, preventing that is actually something that is going to be costly along one margin or another. So let me stop here. I think I'm about out of time. So summary and key takeaways. Trade and investment between blocs is decreasing compared to trade and investment within blocs. And that is similar to what we're seeing at the early phase of the Cold War period. But of course, history remains to be written. And hopefully we can avoid following the path that we had back in the 1950s. There is an important role of non-aligned, quote-unquote, connector countries that are rapidly gaining importance and bridging the gap between the blocs that are emerging. And that, in a sense, is underpinning the strength of global trade. It is limiting the impact of fragmentation on global activity. But one should also realize that it does not necessarily increase diversification or diminish strategic dependence. If at the end of the day you just add one other stop on the supply chains, you may not have changed the matrix of trade very much from a geostrategic or geoeconomic perspective. Next, the aggregate external imbalances are still largely driven by domestic macro forces. I think that's an important point to remember. And it also suggests that, from the macro perspective, the world also remains integrated. I mean, the flip side of having these current account surpluses and current account deficits is that's a form of connection that has not gone away. And finally, inward strategies can generate spillovers and can have unintended consequences, for instance, on achievement of global goals like climate objectives. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Pierre-Olivier, thank you very much. We are a little bit short of time, but I think we're going to do one or two quick questions that for Pierre-Olivier to take. So one here, Richard, and Hélène stays in the family.
But I got my hand up first. Two points of strong agreement, and that is the way in which external imbalances are being driven by macro forces and not by tariffs in particular. And second, the confirmation that trade to GDP has not fallen. Globalization in that sense has not diminished. But two comments, or questions maybe. One, how much reliance should we have on this fragmentation index that is a text-based story, not based on any data except mentions in earnings calls? Is that really a very good index of fragmentation that you want to rely on in your empirical work? And the second point is just a comment that the fall in trade for the non-aligned during the Cold War period was very considerably policy-induced, in the sense that you're talking about non-aligned countries, you're talking about Brazil, you're talking about India, you're talking about a number of countries that were going through a period of strongly policy-motivated import substitution. That was the strategy, and therefore quite intentional. It wasn't specifically related to global trade forces.
Yeah, so on the first point, I mean, the fragmentation indicator coming from text analysis, I mean, to be clear, this is not something that we put on the right-hand side in our analysis. We are using more event studies before, after Trump tariffs, or before, after Russian invasion of Ukraine. But this, and so the evidence I showed you on the decline in trade and investment across blocks is not dependent on that. The second point I think you raise is very important. That's something I've been thinking a lot about, because I worry, if you think about this development strategy that we offer, advanced economies offer to lower income countries or emerging market economies, there has been a general acceptance that export-led growth is the way to go. And there's been a general acceptance that export-led growth involves a menu of industrial policy decisions that maybe the WTO and others would turn to some extent a blind eye to and let countries develop that way. If we're moving away from that, if we're moving to a world in which we start being much more aggressive on industrial policy, you have the risk, think about the climate, for instance, think about the climate transition, think about the green supply chain. We need to produce solar panels, we need to produce batteries, we need to produce all of this. In an ideal world, many of these tasks could be performed in emerging market economies. They could specialize in solar panels, they could specialize in production of batteries, etc. If the industrial policies of the global north becomes, we want these jobs, we're going to subsidize the battery factories, we're going to subsidize the solar panel factories, then we're basically telling the emerging market economies, look, please make sure you produce the lithium, the cobalt, the nickel that we need, and please make sure that you sell it to us at a good price, and we'll take it from there. And that's the message that a lot of these countries were receiving in the 1950s, at a time when there wasn't really much acceptance towards export-led growth strategies, and that was pushing them into import substitution as well. So import substitution for many, many ways is wrong, but is also a response to a certain environment. I worry that we're going to push countries back into import substitution strategies because we're not going to give them a path towards development strategies and moving up the value chain that will allow them to exploit their comparative advantage. And so we could see, we are not seeing that right now. What we're seeing right now is emerging economies sort of stepping in and filling that gap in terms of connecting the dots. But if we keep pushing in terms of reshoring, in terms of bringing activities home, etc., then we are going to, the debate is going to be very stark for emerging market economies in ways that we know is not conducive to good development strategies.
Great, great. Hélène, short question and a short answer if I can ask you.
So fantastic presentation. So you mentioned that the connector countries are actually focusing mostly on the goods which have trade tariffs. But I was wondering whether you can look a little bit in a more granular way at this trade data and tell us about when there is this reshaping of block trade. What about trade in indeed critical inputs or capital goods? So to link with the fantastic session we had before with Jesse and Alberto, we know that China has reshaped the imports in a way out of the capital goods that it was importing. So is it a more general phenomenon? Do we see indeed this fragmentation with an intent of overcoming the geopolitical issues that we have?
So very briefly, and I will refer to, for those interested, we had the chapter of our World Economic Outlook last year that was looking at the impact of fragmentation on commodities trade. So we're looking, and in particular with an eye to the green transition and the critical inputs needed for the green transition. Two takeaways from this. The first one is that the resources are, if you start dividing the world in blocks, the resources are kind of evenly distributed. Most of them, not all of them, but are kind of evenly distributed. So this is not a choke point by itself. Where you have an asymmetries in the processing and refining of some of these primary commodities, where China is clearly a very dominant role. If you think about rare earth and things like that, it's not that they are coming from there, but China has developed the industries to process them. And it would take a while for that to be diversified and away and been done elsewhere. And to be frank, these are also the kind of industries that a lot of countries don't necessarily want to have at home. So there is an issue with that, and the chapter, and I won't say more in order to preserve time, but the chapter gets into that and finds that there could be some impact of fragmentation there as well. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Pierre-Olivier. So, we are making big steps towards one of the absolute highlights of this conference. Personally, you have the chance to meet the brightest and the best of the next generation of international economists. I'm speaking about our Excellence Awards that we give out every year to a group of young colleagues. This happened every year since 2007, I should say. First, quick but very heartfelt, deep thank you to the generous sponsors that make it possible to celebrate our Excellence Awards. That's the Otto Group, is an e-commerce group from Hamburg, the Sauer Compressors Company that is a leader in high-pressure compressors and actually based in Kiel. Porsche, you have heard, they make cars and come from Stuttgart, and the Theodor Wille Foundation is a businessman from Kiel who was a close friend of the Institute for the World Economy and the founding director, Bernhard, and supports the Institute. And last but not least, we have our city, the city of Kiel, which is the capital city of Schleswig-Holstein, of the state in the north, and so they sponsor one award as well. We have fantastic applications and fantastic winners, and so we're gonna call one after the other. And the special highlight is, and I really look forward, and I'll focus on this, is that each of our winners will talk a little bit about what's cooking and what they will do in the next few years, what the research vision is. And I think we can all be sure these research visions are going to shape the field we're in. You know, you have like 3-4 minutes each to give us an idea where you are heading intellectually in the next few years. So I will start with Adrian Bilal. He is an assistant professor at Stanford University, and Adrian receives the Excellent Award in Global Economic Affairs associated with the Sauer Compressor Fellowship, and Adrian gets this award, well-deserved obviously, for his outstanding contributions in the fields of spatial economics and climate change. Especially his research shows the power of dynamic spatial models to better understand the forces that drive the welfare impacts of climate change. Adrian, please join me here.
All right, many thanks, Moritz, for this kind introduction. It's a true honor and privilege to receive the Kiel Institute Excellence Award. Before I start talking shop, I just want to thank my parents for all their support. And in fact, my father and my grandfather, being from Berlin, are here today. So thanks, that means a lot to me. So now I must confess I was surprised when I heard about the award, because usually awards are given to people who have a well-defined and coherent research agenda, and mine is frankly a little bit all over the place. So let me try my best to give you an overview that makes sense, at least a little bit. So I started my research thinking about labor markets within and across regions. Some of my earlier work shows that the ability of workers to reallocate between firms that grow and shrink all the time is key for the aggregate efficiency of the economy. On the same theme, my current work on domestic labor outsourcing shows that there's a fundamental trade-off in the aggregate between wage losses for outsourced workers on the one hand and allocative efficiency across firms on the other hand. Now, across regions, and that gets us a little closer to my current research themes, my earlier work shows that credit constraints prevent households from moving to places that have the best labor market opportunities. My work also focused on the determinant of regional unemployment rates, where I showed that contrary to earlier conventional wisdom, they're actually due to to job loss and the lack of employers with stable jobs, with important implications for place-based policies. Now, these papers on regional disparities got me thinking a lot more about climate change, because climate change is an inherently spatial phenomenon. Now, climate change is expected to dramatically increase exposure to extreme weather in particular location, for instance, in the southeast Atlantic coast in the US. Now, of course, if households can move out of exposed locations and investors can divert investment away easily, then the economy may be able to adapt at little to no cost. Now, what we found with my co-author is that even for accounting for such adaptation and even anticipatory effects of future climate change and a high-resolution spatial model of the US economy that we estimated by matching diff and diff estimates at the county level of the impact of extreme weather, is that even then the cost of climate change is still substantial, about $3,000 per person per year in the United States, and mostly due to the impact of coastal storms that tend to destroy the capital stock. Now, on the other hand, the benefits from adaptation we find are actually pretty limited, at least in the US. So now with my co-authors, we're working on a follow-up paper where what we're doing is to incorporate aggregate climate change risks, so particularly risk associated with the path of future warming going forward, and try to think about how that affects a reallocation in the US economy and what's also just the cost of that uncertainty at the same, same level of spatial resolution, and we're hoping to be able to tell you about it very soon. Now, if you're interested in the impact of climate change beyond one particular country, it's actually challenging to aggregate up these micro-level estimates for lack of consistent data. And so for that reason, the large literature that looks at climate change impacts across the world has looked empirically at what happens to economic activity when temperature of a given country goes up a little bit. Now, perhaps surprisingly, this literature has consistently found that a 1 degree Celsius increase in that country's temperature implies a 1 or 2% reduction in GDP. And so, living in from that perspective, living in the 3-degree world doesn't sound that catastrophic. Now, with my co-author, we realized that these analyses that rely on a country's local temperature may well be incomplete because a country's local temperature is not what we're ultimately interested in when we think about climate change. We're ultimately interested in changes in global mean temperature because that's what climate change is about. And that's a fundamental distinction between global temperature, includes ocean surface temperature, which is critical for storm formation and hurricane formation and a lot of other climatic phenomena. Now, it turns out that there's plenty of natural climate variability in global mean temperatures around its trend that you can exploit for identification. And once you rely on that time series variation, you can directly look at the impact of global temperature on world GDP or any country's GDP, and you're done. You've got the full impact of climate change. Now, what we found was that a 1 degree Celsius increase in global mean temperature implies a 12% reduction in world GDP, which is 6 to 7 times larger than what you find with a conventional analysis based on local temperature. Now, the question is, of course, why is that the case? And consistently with geosciences, what we find is that when global temperature goes up, actually, extreme weather gets much more prevalent. Heat waves, droughts, storms, floods, well, not so much when you look at local temperature instead. Now, these numbers imply that the social cost of carbon is somewhere between $1,000 and $1,400 per ton, which is, again, 6 to 10 times larger than European carbon prices or the EPA's recommended value of about $200 per ton. Another way to look at it is that under those estimates, living in a 3-degree world implies that by the end of the century, GDP is 40% below baseline, and in present value, welfare goes down by 25 to 30%. Now, these are not very optimistic numbers, but there's a silver lining for decarbonization policy. Once the worldwide social cost of carbon is that high, even the domestic cost of carbon for any given country is also high enough that it can be large enough that that country wants to pay for decarbonization even from a unilateral perspective. So in fact, we find that for large economies such as the US or the European Union as a bloc, unilateral decarbonization can be cost-effective by a large margin. So I'll stop here. Many thanks for your attention, and many thanks again to the Kiel Institute.
Wow, so you see, I did not overpromise when I talked about the intellectual speed dating that we're doing here on the stage. Our next winner, our next honoree is Diana van Patten for her outstanding work in international trade and development, and many of us could hear it this morning. Diana.
Thank you very much. I'm really honored to be receiving this award. Also, well, Emil pointed out that out of the 3 awardees, the other awardees this year are all Princeton graduates. So, you know, I'm particularly honored to be representing the small but eager international economics community that is not from Princeton. Just kidding, I did my postdoc at Princeton, but you know. I first want to start with some acknowledgments specifically for people that I know are watching this on YouTube from across the world in the middle of the night. I want to thank my husband for his continuous encouragement and support, and in particular because he's taking care of our 3-month-old baby, so without his help, I literally would not be here. I want to also thank my parents and siblings. In this profession, we don't have a lot of opportunities to do this, but I really want to thank them for being with me since the very beginning. I wouldn't be here without them. Hi. Okay, so in terms of my research agenda, I think it's been pretty exciting. We've been able to put together a series of administrative data sets, in particular from Costa Rica, where I'm from, that you know, have allowed us to ask questions that were pretty much impossible, I think, to answer anywhere else in the world until very recently. In particular, my research agenda is, you know, under the umbrella of international trade. My previous work, I'm going to be really brief on it, given that it has won awards and all. I work on the effect of multinationals on development, in particular using historical evidence from the United Fruit Company. That was my first paper, kind of teaching us that it's crucial to know a company's labor market power, and also whether it's paying workers in wages or amenities in order to understand its effects on long-run growth for the local economy. I also have work trying to understand what determines if people in a local economy perceive that they gain from trade or not. Today I'm going to focus on what I'm currently excited about, what I'm currently working on, that is an agenda on product diffusion and innovation across countries. In particular, the first paper I'm talking about today, I ended up presenting the paper actually in the previous session because someone canceled last minute, so for half of you, this might not be new. But it's a paper that tries to understand the process of individual importing. So what this means is that, say you're here in Germany, you go on the website of a retailer that is in China or is in the US, and you buy something online from them. This product is shipped all the way to your home, in the process crossing a border. This type of importing directly by consumers has become much more prevalent over time. And so the first paper I'm going to talk about, I'm working on, has to do with what are the determinants of what people are buying. And in particular, tries to measure what are the externalities involved in this process. For example, like when you buy something, do people around you learn about the product by observing your behavior? And maybe more interestingly, do local retailers learn from consumers about which products are like aligned with local tastes, which are the good products to import, therefore decreasing the risk of importing new goods, thanks to the ability of consumers to import directly. We have a follow-up paper. This other paper is exploiting a very large change in policy that recently increased the tariffs associated with individual imports quite significantly in Costa Rica, leading to an 80% drop in individual imports. So what we're trying to understand is, like trying to quote like a term Pierre-Olivier used recently, like this kind of a different China shock, where the original China shock was hitting the manufacturing sector, but if you're importing directly from the retailer, kind of this China shock 2.0 is actually affecting the retail sector. And when you have this increase in protection, what happens to these retailers? Like what happens to wages, markups, employment? What happens to product assortment? So for example, if you were competing against like cheaper goods that were being imported from abroad, did you adapt by now selling higher quality products? So we have some evidence that this, adapting by changing your product assortment was happening. And then finally, these two previous papers I talked about are in Costa Rica, where, as I mentioned, like we have a large infrastructure that allows us to measure these things quite precisely, but also like the final paper I'm going to talk about tries to generalize this more across countries. Think of a product diffusion across countries with data for 70 different countries countries on product entry and the location of product manufacturing. This is barcode level data, which is, overcomes a lot of the challenges of using HS code if you're thinking of innovation and product entry, and allows us to ask questions like, where does innovation start? Is manufacturing like following product entry in terms of first maybe products enter in the north, later on they enter in the south, and manufacturing kind of follows a similar pattern. Starts in the north and later on moves south. Which are the countries in which like products tend to enter first, and so on. I think questions that are somehow classical in international trade, but that now we can better measure with this data. So I'm pretty excited about this. Hopefully you too. If so, I encourage you to visit my website, and thank you very much to the Kiel Institute again for the award.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you so much. I should have mentioned this is the Theodor Wille and Heinrich Dietersen Fair Trade Fellowship that you received. Our next awarded prize winner is Emil Werner, Associate Professor at MIT, and you received the Porsche Fellowship without the car, I think, for his outstanding contributions to macrofinance. Please, Emil, it's a great pleasure to have you.
All right, well, thanks so much to Moritz, also Christoph Trebisch and the Kiel Institute. It's a real honor to receive this award, especially in such good company. On a personal note, a major advantage of this award is, my family finally believes that there's some real tangible benefits to doing this kind of academic scribbling. They think we're going to get a big upgrade in our car, so I'm going to have to start saving for that. And also on a more serious personal note, it's actually very nice to receive this award from Moritz. Moritz and his co-authors, Oscar Jorda and Alan Taylor, were, of course, pioneers in modern research combining macroeconomics, finance, and history. And as a graduate student, that was very inspiring for my work. So my work is focused on similar themes, and in particular, the question of understanding the fundamental causes and consequences of financial crises from a macroeconomic, financial, and history perspective. And there's two main insights of this work, which is both sort of where I'm coming from and also where I'm going over the next few years. The first is that by now we know financial crises don't just come out of the blue. Moritz, Pierre-Olivier's work, Hélène's work shows that it's often crises follow after periods of rapid leverage growth. And what my work shows is that what credit finances in the economy and the nature of the boom is actually very important for understanding whether the booms end badly or not. So for example, booms that finance consumption and demand rather than productive capacity, such as household credit booms, are much more likely to end in crises and growth slowdowns. Similarly, booms that finance fragile borrowers and borrowers that are more reliant on credit collateralized by real estate, such as small firms in the non-tradable sector, those types of booms are also much more likely to end in slowdowns and crises because they're associated with these collateral feedbacks that can lead to lots of misallocation and credit across the economy. And so the second basic insight and theme of my work is that financial crises, therefore, should primarily be understood as solvency crises rather than liquidity crises. So my work shows this both using cross-country data going back to the 19th century and also using micro-level data that we've collected going back to the Civil War in the US. Insolvency is a necessary condition both for bank failures and for crises to have severe macroeconomic consequences in terms of credit contractions and GDP declines. Panics and liquidity problems on their own typically aren't enough to lead to these severe consequences. Panics can be important amplification mechanisms, but often they follow as a result of this deeper solvency issues. And this is something that sort of I'm working on and that I'm also very excited to kind of keep working on using more detailed microdata. And so just to bring it back to a theme of this conference, I think this work is still important today. Last year we saw the failures of major banks in Europe and the US, and a lot of focus on the policy side on liquidity and on runs. And I think some of this focus misses the mark. I think we have to be much more focused on solvency, and that's where international cooperation is very important, because one of the reasons why policies around capital regulation have sort of been inadequate historically is because of a global race to the bottom. And Richard yesterday talked about the Basel Accords and the attempts to try to unify global policy around capital regulation. And I think we need to, reinvigorate these efforts, even though it's, of course, very politically difficult to push these types of reforms. So I don't want to take too much more of your time, but thank you very much again, Moritz and the Kiel Institute. It's a real honor, and look forward to chatting more about this work later.
Thanks, Emil. That was excellent. And since you mentioned Christoph, I wanted to say this at the end, but he sends his regards. He's unfortunately stuck in Stanford, but I'm sure he sent a text yesterday saying he has never had so much FOMO in his life. So he is well, but not with us today. Our next awarded prize winner is Christian Wolff, who is an assistant professor of economics at the MIT. He receives an Excellence Award in Global Economic Affairs associated with an Otto Group Fellowship for his outstanding research on macroeconomics and inequality. And, you have really done outstanding, significant work on identification, and that has been path-breaking for a lot of what macroeconomists do. Christian, please.
Okay, well, thank you so much for this award. Congratulations also again to all of the other awardees, and also to Hélène from yesterday. It's really great, it's fantastic to be here. In particular, I'm from Germany, it's great to be back home, and in particular in a venue like this one. And let me just start off by saying I agree with the Vice Chancellor from yesterday. It was a very clear handball, so that was kind of my main takeaway from yesterday. Okay, so on a more serious note, let's now kind of begin with a very quick speed dating 2-minute overview of the kind of work I've been doing. So I'm interested in business cycle fluctuations, and I kind of try to do methods work, in particular on kind of empirical methods for macroeconomics, to what extent we can use cross-sectional time series data to learn about kind of classical macro questions, origins of business cycles, how policy should be designed. And I just kind of want to give you guys a quick overview of kind of two of the main takeaways of the kind of work I've been doing. First part is really mostly on statistical methods for answering these business cycle questions. So methods you guys will be aware of, vector autoregressions, local projections, but kind of the key takeaways would be of my work. Number one, at the risk of slightly oversimplifying things, a local projection is nothing but a VAR with many lags. Okay, and then number two, the comparison between short lag VARs and local projections. Well, that kind of the most recent result is that to the extent that short lag VARs are more precise than local projections, that's the case if and only if you're also vulnerable to hard to detect and economically plausible misspecification. So that's not the most kind of promising results for VAR inference going forward. But my co-author, Mikkel, my long-term co-author on all of these projects, we're going to be writing up our thoughts in the macro annual next year. So that'll be that. And then kind of on the second part of how we can use the output of these methods to answer kind of classical business cycle questions, the main thing I want to talk about is the extent to which these kind of outputs of local projections and VARs can tell us about historically estimated relationships, can tell us about policy design, counterfactual policy evaluation, in particular optimal policy design. If you hear that, you may immediately think Lucas critique. One of the main themes of my recent work has been, under obviously some assumptions, you can actually learn quite a bit more from these statistical historical relationships that you may have thought, and in a way that is actually robust to certain Lucas critique related concerns you may be having. I've written a couple of papers on this. I have more ideas for future work, and I would be excited to chat more about that with you guys rest of today or in the future, and I hope you have a good time in this conference, and thanks again for the organization. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, Christian. Finally, our last winner today is Jesse Schrager, who's an associate professor at Columbia University. Gave a fantastic talk this morning. Already, he is a special case. You were awarded, you got the reward already in 2021. But something happened on this planet, and we postponed this. So, Jesse, very great honor to give you this award for Global Economic Affairs, associated with the Landeshauptstadt Kiel Fellowship for your wide-ranging, influential contributions. I think geoeconomics is one of them, as we've heard this morning. Thank you.
So thank you so much for this tremendous honor. It really is a privilege to be here. So as Moritz said, I work on geoeconomics, and so I can't think of a more meaningful place to get this award, given that Moritz, Christoph, and the Kiel Institute have really been the world leaders at kind of putting these issues to have a space in academia and an interface to policy. And I think that that's just a really remarkable contribution of the organizers, and so it's a real honor to be here. So my work my primary work is to use large-scale economic data to study issues of international finance. So I co-direct the Global Capital Allocation Project, which is a research lab that aims to bring this type of large-scale data to really get into the kind of underlying channels driving international finance and the international macro economy. And so I guess it was a few years ago when I started working on geoeconomics. I remember I was at a conference and someone asked me, what am I working on now? And I said geoeconomics, and the response was, that's a great thing to work on post-tenure. And the underlying idea was, okay, this is interesting, but it's not serious economics. And I think that being at this conference just makes clear how far that is from the truth, that if you're studying macroeconomic issues, and particularly you're studying things of international macroeconomic issues, the subjects here can no longer be left on the periphery at all. That these kind of challenges are now at kind of the core of the field and the core international economic issues that we're facing. And so in the years to come, I hope with, through my research lab and with my collaborators, primarily with Matteo Maggiore, Antonio Coppola, Chris Clayton, and a truly brilliant PhD student, Amanda Dos Santos, is on the market. We're going to be continuing to, basically to try to bring the tools of economics to bear on these kind of classic issues driving the field. So what I presented this morning was ongoing work trying to provide a framework that kind of puts the standard economic, or kind of puts economic structure on the words that we use to describe geoeconomics and geoeconomic forces. And I naturally am kind of an empirical person, and as excited as I am about kind of the theoretical work we've been doing over the years, what I'm really excited about going forward is the hope that kind of the theories going forward, not just myself, we saw fantastic work by Shebnam, Thierry yesterday, Alberto and Christoph, and Fernando have fantastic work with, I believe, Josephine Meyer here at Kiel. These kind of wide range of frameworks are not just important in and of themselves, but they're providing kind of the structure we need for empirical work to really guide us on what makes an industry strategic, what are the costs of the nature of geoeconomic fragmentation. So again, it's a tremendous honor to be here, and what I'll be doing going forward is hopefully pursuing the questions that are driving this conference. So thank you all very much.
Fantastic. Thanks to all of you. Congratulations again, and thanks for all the fantastic work you're doing that makes everyone's life so much more interesting and excitable. Note that the application for the next excellent award, the deadline is coming up in December, on December 2nd. Before we have a very short break, and I think we can have a short break before the first panel starts, I would ask all the Excellence Award winners of this year, including Jesse, to join me on stage. They deserve a massive applause, and we're going to take a picture with all of you. Thank you. Policy panel. Small yard, high fence. How small is the yard? Maybe also how high is the fence? We shall see. Please come on stage, and then Daniel, you take over from me. Everything is set up. Thank you.
First of all, a big thank you to the Kiel Institute, CEPR, and the organizers to have assembled this panel, which goes to the heart of a question that we have been pondering, I think, over the entire conference, with many academic contributions yesterday and also today, which look at specific aspects of the broader question. And here I'm with three people who are grappling with this issue from a policy point of view every day. And I hope that during the next hour we will give you some insights on how the policymakers and the policy commentators think about these issues that some of us try to put into more stringent economic modeling. As you already said at the beginning, Moritz, the starting question is this famous small yard, high fence. And one question that is very often then posed is, how small is this yard? And how high is the fence? And then I would also ask, is it small yard singular or plural, small yards and high fences? And who would be better qualified to talk about this? It's Chad Bown, who I think many of you know from his previous career as a think tanker, if I may say so, as the world-famous analyst of US trade policy, and now inside the tent as the chief economist in the State Department, looking at these issues from both an economic and, I think, foreign policy point of view. So, Chad, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So first, let me say thanks to Daniel, thanks to Kiel, and it's a huge pleasure to be a part of this panel. So yeah, many of you know me from earlier hats that I've worn in my career, maybe my anti-dumping hat, or I used to be a tariff man. At one point, I hosted a podcast, but now I'm here wearing a completely different hat as an official government official. So it's with that in mind that I want you to understand what I'm about to tell you as I put on my official glasses and get to read my talking points about a Kleinergarten hoher Zaun. Zaun. Close?
Close.
Oh, yeah. Small yard, high fence. Okay. Small yard, high fence, and I'm going to screw it up and say oftentimes probably high yard, small fence or something like that, but you know what I mean. Well, let's first get on the table some clarity. What is it that we're talking about here? So this is obviously in reference to a speech that the Biden administration's National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, gave on October 12th, 2022. When it comes to thinking about policy to impose restrictions on some advanced and foundational technologies to protect national security. Okay, so first important point is this is all about national security. As Minister Habeck in his remarks yesterday reminded us, we are faced with a changing world. And one example of that change and a recent and emerging concern is when potential adversaries, governments out there, deploy policy tools to compel the private sector to turn over technology to advance their military ambitions and threaten the security, the national security of the United States or its allies. So a key part of the U.S. Protect policy involving this small yard, high fence includes export controls for dual-use goods that are narrowly focused on national security concerns to the United States and allies, and that are designed in a way to minimize the harm to industry. Okay, but again, the main point here is this is about national security. And as economists, that's an important thing that we can't forget in our framing and thinking about this. Now, for context though, export controls for dual-use goods are nothing new, either as part of US policy or as part of efforts to protect the security of allies. In the United States, we have BIS at the Department of Commerce. This is the Bureau of Industry and Security. And they're tasked with controlling exports of dual-use goods. And internationally, we have the Wassenaar Arrangement. Before that, the United States and its allies used to coordinate controls of exports of such goods to the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Back then, allies had controls over all sorts of dual-use goods, including things like machine tools for milling. Milling machine tools were dual-use because they could be used both to sand a fancy thing like a living room or dining room table and make it shiny and nice and gorgeous that people would want to buy. Or it could be used to make really smooth propeller blades that would keep nuclear submarines quiet. So dual use. And perhaps one of the most famous episodes of the failure to coordinate export controls became known as the Toshiba-Kongsberg incident of the early 1980s. If you want more on that, I've got a podcast episode you could listen to. The failure to control those exports led to national security risks, political and diplomatic problems, and concerns that there would be need for huge additional expenditures to reinforce an already large military budget. Okay, so this is nothing new in some sense, right? We're going back to the past. But back to today, the need to control the proliferation of dual-use goods for national security purposes may be clear, but so are the basic economic incentives for wanting to keep the yard small, and they're basically as follows. Making the yard bigger for no reason has the potential to have adverse economic effects. Making the yard bigger makes companies not want to come over and play in your yard. They want to go and play in other people's yards instead. It may make some companies, SMEs, not want to play at all. And that hurts innovation, which hurts economic growth. And extending the metaphor, reducing the incentives for your own innovation can inadvertently make it harder to outrun your adversaries, threatening other elements of your national security protection over the long run. Discouraging innovation can threaten your own national security. So obviously then there is a balance to achieve. But at the same time, in practical terms, with respect to policy management, in terms of the question of how small the yard is not going to remain static. At least the positioning of the yard, or the positioning, I guess, of the fence surrounding the yard, we should expect to likely change over time to keep pace with innovation, as well as the potential evasion of export controls. Technology is always progressing and being applied in new and unexpected ways. Brand new technologies with potential applications for military, intelligence, mass surveillance, and human rights abuses will be invented that will require new controls. On the other side, some technologies at some point may no longer need to be protected, most often because they are overcome by new and better technologies. So the positioning of the yard will shift. So continuing to assure that policy addresses the threat over time requires constant iteration. So to conclude, let me pose a number of questions to this august group, since we have all of your expertise in the room. What I've given you is basically the basic economic trade-offs of the small yard, high fence policy when it comes to dual-use goods and the protection of national security from an economic 101 perspective. My question is, how does the real world introduce additional complexities? What other trade-offs are out there? In what ways are trade-offs complicated, or these basic trade-offs complicated by some of the following? What happens when the world has multiple innovative countries? Right? And this goes to, I think, your question of how many yards. What if the world has cross-border supply chains from which the innovation is emerging? It's not just taking place in one country. What if the information or threats flow not only through goods trade, but also through services trade, maybe the flow of people? And what happens if you slow down one channel, so the goods channel, does that inadvertently accelerate another channel? What if we consider restrictions on the availability of policy instruments? One thing I've come to realize in government is it's not as simple as it's in our models, what's available to policymakers in any given country for any given sector at any given moment in time, given their legal jurisdictions, et cetera. So how should we be thinking about these issues, adjusting our basic framing of this going forward? I look forward to not taking any of your questions and to having you just provide me with answers. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chad. This was true to your performance, we know from the past. Let me just add one question of, if you want clarification. The fence here is meant to keep something in. So it's more like a cage, right, than a fence. Whereas if I think about a high fence, I think more about, dare I say, tariffs to keep foreign goods out. So this small yard high fence is meant only to be a concept that justifies or thinks about export controls. It has nothing to do with tariffs and trying to keep certain industries at home. Is that correct?
It's a great question. I think I have to think about it harder, but at least conceptually, you can imagine scenarios where export controls might not be sufficient, and you'd want to have, because there's limitations on policy instruments or reactions by others out there, you may need to introduce other policies as well to protect the same national security underlying concerns, right? That may be subsidies, it may be tariffs or bans or something like that. Again, it gets to the nature of the underlying question. We're saying the ability of policy instruments, how others respond, et cetera. So at least in theory, I think it could be even more complicated than the initial context that I laid out.
Okay, because the background is, of course, that tariffs are being applied to a much wider yard than the ones that you...
Yeah, I would say for the purpose of the general framing of small yard high fence, it's not a tariff policy, it's much more focused on export controls. And I think the timing of Jake Sullivan's speech, sort of coinciding with the new export controls the United States rolled out in the fall of 2022, speaks to that.
Okay, let me turn to Marion Jansen, who is the Director General of the Trade Division at the OECD. So you represent 38 countries, of which one representative of which is here to your right. But the question we also discussed is, we have this concept of small yard, high fence, but we also want to have a yard that is green in the sense that people are happy living inside. And the question to you is therefore, how can we make sure that we actually have a flourishing yard which produces both output, employment, while still being hemmed in by this fence around?
Thank you, Daniel, for this question. And when I was listening to Chad, I thought, well, Marion, when did you stop being able to speak your mind? And that's already 25 years ago. I unfortunately also went through the situation where I was speaking for over 150 members when I worked for the WTO, and now, as you said, 38. Yes, and in this context of discussing geoeconomic aspects, it is an important detail that countries like China and Russia are not members of the OECD. Chad did something very clever. He, instead of answering only questions, he asked questions, and that is useful also to see how difficult and how challenging the situation in policymakers' positions is right now. You asked what are the trade-offs, but Chad added many additional questions to the complexity. And my question to Chad would be, how rapidly do you need answers to these questions? And I think that's one of the important challenges, to make to find positive, optimistic, green, happy answers to all these questions, policymakers have to take very rapid decisions, and sometimes to questions on which they do not have answers from academia, for instance. And the events like the one we are attending here are important because they facilitate this exchange and can maybe also contribute to a different type of collaboration that would make this flow from evidence to the policy making even more rapid and more coordinated. You had said to me, Daniel, that you wanted to speak about making defense green. I had interpreted this as green environmental or green more people or more countries within defense. So let me say something about that. If you think of a small yard, Chad explained to us that this means only for a certain type of products, but it also suggests that yard is maybe a US yard. But I think that's not what it looks like because Chad said, we used also the word allies. So yes, that the offense is not that high for certain partners. One of the questions is, who are these partners? We see in the US initiatives like IPEF, we see the Technical Trade and Technology Council, I think it's called, where several countries come together and discuss aspects like the one we are discussing here today or at this conference. Also at the OECD, our 38 members are coordinating and are speaking together about the topics we are discussing here. 38 democracies. But it is right now not certain who can with whom do what, and I would like to leave this as this question, uncertainty in the air. Next step, green, sustainability, environmental, because this is an additional item that now happens in the geoeconomic landscape. Many of our members, that includes the US, that includes the European Union, want to make trade, globalization greener, more socially sustainable, and are in the same type as this national security type of legislation is coming up, are introducing new legislations that is meant to make supply chains greener, that is meant to make supply chains forced labor free. And those legislations are very new in nature, have a design that our trading system, notably WTO legislation, WTO provisions, do not really know how to deal with. And the rest of the world, let's now say the world that is not an OECD member, is looking at this and saying, yet another fence is meant to make the yard green, but it's another fence. So we have different fences being created, or at least some policies being created that look like fences. And they add another layer of uncertainty. How do these things play out together? How are they going to be implemented? You may have noticed that legislation like the Deforestation Act implementation has just been postponed because there was too much uncertainty about how to implement it at the border. Another layer of uncertainty. And Chad just said to us that the size of the yard may change. It has to adjust to innovation, positioning, but another layer of uncertainty. And I would like to stop maybe here and like to add to the trade-offs the fact that right now a business is looking at a world that looks very uncertain, where it's not clear where investments can be made and the benefits of these investments can still be reaped, who will be trading with whom on what. And whatever our calculation is in the effects of the policies we are introducing, that impact of uncertainty is something we have to be taken into account. We came forward from a world where we had WTO rules. We knew how trade is going to happen. Now the world looks shaky and uncertain. This will have business implications.
Thanks a lot. I now turn to my third participant here, who is certainly able to speak her mind.
And only for herself.
Janke Oertel, who is Director Asia Program and a Senior Fellow at the European Council of Foreign Relations. I think we have seen that we always have a tendency to blur a bit the boundaries. We start with this concept of basically export controls for a very limited number of potentially dual-use technologies. And then the national security considerations go wider and wider. And the boundaries of the yard are being blurred. Where do you see the boundary between national security considerations and then, which was mentioned also yesterday by Minister Habeck, the industrial policy aspect, that we want to keep certain jobs and certain industries in Europe? How does that play out in general and in particular in the European policy space that you're looking at more carefully?
Thank you. So I'm the odd one out, obviously, here on the panel, so I will try to play that role properly, and at least to the fullest that I can. I am a China watcher, so when I look at things, I look at that lens, first of all. And if you say, where are the boundaries between national security and economic considerations, where are the boundaries between national security consideration and sort of the climate conversation, then I can just say, from a Chinese perspective, there is no boundary. It's all part of one big policy that is kind of constructed to pursue power goals, to pursue the future establishment of the Communist Party in the global regime and in the global order. So if that's the adversary that Chad has referred to so kindly as adversary, because it's more than one country, but actually on the economic space, it's not Russia, it's China. That's the problem that one is dealing with. And so if the Chinese economy, if the Chinese system were exactly the way it is, but the economy the size of Vietnam, we wouldn't be worried and we wouldn't be talking about system rivalry. So there is no country like China. We all like to say that, but that's just not the case. There's China, and that's the problem that we're facing and that we're dealing with. So if that's the adversary we're looking at and the strategy of it is without boundaries, then it is kind of cute to think that we can have these kind of neat boundaries. And the fence logic was a good one because it had the illusion of a clear boundary. Because a fence doesn't, like despite the fence of the yard seems to be moving all the time, the fence seems to be shifting. You know, yards and fences are usually not highly mobile. And that's something that in the image of the public conversation is then one that is like, all right, they got this under control. They're building a fence around it, and then we're all right, and we can keep going as the way we have been going before. And that's just not how it is. And I think that's where the reality then comes in and where geopolitics blurs everything immediately so that you have to be reactive. So if we take one of the examples where you wanted to build the smallest yard possible, you have the semiconductor industry in your back. You know, they're really onto you. They want to export as much as possible to the largest market that is possible, China. But then at the same time, you're kind of worried about the advanced node semiconductors. Then you try to make it as small as possible. Well, at the same time then, though, the Chinese government makes a lateral move and says, we're outproducing you on legacy chips, and therefore then your companies are going to lose the basis for what makes them actually competitive because that's where they generate the revenue. So if you have these problems, then that means, do you make the yard bigger and include all semiconductors? Do you ignore that this is happening? Do you subsidize? But the politics is always going to come in. And it's not going to work to just kind of pretend that there's this neat distinction. For me, the most important aspect at the moment is that there is a certain overall acknowledgement in our respective communities saying, we have economic problems, we have security considerations, and we have climate considerations. All three things matter for democratic societies. And it's not, and as a room full of economists, I know I'm out on a limb here, but it's not that prosperity is above all. It's also not that national security is above all, and it's also not that climate security is above all. If we start from that starting point, we will never be able to actually have a communication, a political conversation about these trade-offs. We will never be able to allow politicians to make a case for their electorate on why they're making a certain case. So I think it is, when we're talking about trade-offs, it is about talking about trade-offs in a more realistic way and saying, yes, this is the second best option. There is no best option here. This is the second best option of this, and this is the second best option under the conditions that we have right now, under our kind of within the intellectual knowledge that we have right now, and it's not going to be, you know, we can't do it just by costs. We can't do it just by national security. It will have to be a mix, and there will be some areas in which or at some times, where national security will dominate, and there will be some times in which economic considerations will dominate these conversations. I think that's the only way we can approach this, but it requires everyone to sort of get off the fence a little bit and step into the yard and have a conversation with each other, which I think this conference is a really good kind of framework for.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that for China, it's all one soup, so to speak, and all the trade-offs are basically already in one body, right? One person, actually. But the question I always ask myself, okay, that's the case. This is the adversary we have. Do we need to become like him, in this case, really him? Does it not make sense to have these trade-offs brought out in the open and addressed separately? I'm thinking particular about the results that Pierre-Olivier just showed us a few minutes ago, right? What is the cost of keeping Chinese green goods out of Europe, right? Is that not something that we can address from mainly, let's say, a green and economic point of view?
So there was this quote by...
What's the national security there?
Just let me just start a bit laterally, but Alan Beattie from the FT, most of you know here, he just posted today that, and I cannot judge the security implications of electric vehicles from China, but from like an economic perspective, it does make sense to import something that is cheap and green. So if a security person were to make the same argument and say, I really can't judge the economic impact of this, but from a security perspective, importing anything from China is a really bad idea. You know, this is the kind of level of the conversation that we're having at the moment, and I think we need to get away from that. We also need to get away from that in the FT. You know, this is not helping anyone in the conversation right now. It is not black or white. The conversation is going to be, what are the gray zones going to look like? And I do think that the EU Commission's tariff decision here in this regard has been one that has shown a high degree of nuance. It is not going as a blanket tariff across all prices, but it tries to look into a kind of in detail into what are the distortions that we're actually seeing, how are we addressing them. This is not only going to be a tariff decision, this is going to be a layering of tools. There is going to be a national security dimension to this too, in correlation to the kind of BIS regulation on connected vehicles. We're going to see some national security regulation in Europe coming out as well. And we're going to have a conversation about mandates for production processes also coming to Europe if there are Chinese investments in Europe. So this is going to be a multitude of different tools that are going to be layered on top of each other. And is the price argument the only cost to a society? What does cost actually mean in that regard? I know that economists like money and things like that because you can put a number on it, but that's not the only cost a society has to pay.
I think many of the contributions to this conference were trying actually to make these trade-offs more apparent and manageable so that you can actually have an idea of the magnitudes and what comes on top in different situations. But I wanted to take the EV case to you, Chad, again, because you started off by saying a certain technology we want to keep not available for China. And now it's the opposite. Certain technologies from China which we don't want to be applied or be made available to our consumers. Is that not a slightly or very different idea from the small yard high fence?
So I think it again goes to what the potential underlying national security risk there is. So in one case, it's the national security risk of things getting exported. In the other case, it's a national security risk of things getting imported. So yeah, it depends on the nature of the flows, right? You think about first best policy instruments. If you want to stop the exports of something going out, you either put a ban on it or a tax. If you want to stop the imports of it, because that's where the risk comes from, you put a ban or a tax on it. So yeah, it goes to the policy instruments. To this particular question, I think the other thing that as an academic I've been thinking about lately, and this kind of stems from Marion's question as well, how rapidly do policymakers need answers to these questions? And maybe this is, I was struck because I'm here in Europe, but a lot of what we're facing or what policymakers are facing in this new era reminds me of the precautionary principle, right? Of, you know, Europe's approach to thinking about, in that era, it was agricultural technologies, right? Beef hormones and genetically modified organisms and things like that. And it was, well, the evidence isn't there today of what the long-term effects of these things are going to be. But that's partially because we haven't had the long-term play out yet, so we don't actually know. And it's going to take the long-term for us to know, so we're going to take a much more precautionary approach to kind of regulating these things. And I think that's a lot of what policymakers are adopting today is they don't know, especially with all these new technologies and AI, we're not sure what the implications of this are going to be. And it's not only playing out in the, are there going to be military applications of these things, or are there going to be socially disruptive applications of these things? But we're also seeing this play out in the AI space as well. So it is caught up in a broader conversation, but I just want to put that out there. Being in Europe, it kind of struck me as having similarities with some of that. And since Marion's an agricultural expert, maybe she'll clarify how I have that wrong.
Maybe Marion can tell us about the application of the precautionary principle in practice. It seems to me to make it very difficult to keep the yard small, because in principle the precautionary approach says, when in doubt, don't allow, unless I have positive evidence that there is no risk. And to get positive evidence that there's no risk is inherently difficult. So I think this makes also the trade-offs that you mentioned extremely difficult to judge. But Marion, you have some experience on how the precautionary principle could actually be applied here now to national security, could be made, or could be handled in a reasonable way.
I must admit, Danielle, I'm not at all prepared for this one. It's the first time in my career that I've heard such a positive reference to precautionary principle from an American representative. This is an opportunity. We really have to use this. But let me then make the link here to a theme I wanted to raise. This precautionary principle from agriculture, what does this refer to? There has been a tendency in the agricultural space, for instance, of European thinking to favor regulation, stopping the use of something until clarity exists, rather than starting to use, import, or produce. What I want to say here is that how long do you, whereas the United States would be more open when it came to agriculture, new agricultural technologies, to experiment and bring things to the market. That's for innovation, and you asked me that question before, innovation, economic growth, that's cool, that's great. But you have to ask yourself the question, indeed, what is the risk that is associated with this? Here, I think in this area of dual-use technologies, happy to hear to other points of view, but maybe there is a common view across the Atlantic that a bit more time would be appreciated to understand how things can function, what the risks are, how to assess the risks, but also how to control those risks then. Because the ultimate answer is not going to be maybe we don't produce this or we don't trade this at all, but there may be other ways to control, or to use WTO language, to discipline. Maybe a bit more time is needed there, and maybe you win that time by having a fence for some time, temporary, established, and that's one of the questions. But I would like to go back to Janka's point. It's not always the case, or it should maybe not be the case, that we ignore the things that we cannot measure. For decades, we have ignored environmental externalities because we felt we cannot measure them. And we still find it hard to combine the objective of productivity with environmental performance, because we have to weigh how important is growth, how important is environment. And these are political questions that our societies have to find answers to. Last question, a bit of an economic one, and back to the Financial Times. We are sometimes now looking at this price of the semiconductor, of the e-vehicle, of the solar panel as something that is a given. That price is low. It's lowest when the product comes from China. But when we think of this as a game, we may have been, for some time, potentially without realizing, in a subsidy game. A game, theoretical subsidy game in industries where economies of scale exist. And in those cases, at least if my memory is correct, if one big player for in industries where the economies of scale subsidizes to create a dominant position, notably by reducing the prices, the other player may want to do something similar. That may actually be optimal. So the prices, I would like to leave this in the air. Maybe this is not something given. We are in a game theoretical situation, and then the optimal answer also differs.
I think there are many economists in this room which have done game theory and how you respond to foreign trade policy. But let me come back to the one question that I think was raised beforehand. How do you measure actually the risk, the national security risk? Not that you have to put a number on it, but if we go by the precautionary principle, then very little we can allow to happen. And if we then wait for evidence that there's no damage, the evidence will never come because we close our borders. If you can be brief, and then if Moritz allows, we have a few minutes for question and answers from the audience.
Before I answer, let me just do 2 seconds on what Marianne just said, which I think is so important. These are political decisions to weigh the trade-offs. Don't let the policymakers off the hook, because this is what they want. They want economists to tell them that this is like the optimal thing and they don't actually have to make a political decision about this, that there is some like magic solution out there. It's not true. They still have to make the political decision. Then the modeling can start, then the business can start. But I think it's often that I think researchers are being misused for this a little bit and abused by policymakers that are trying to say, well, there's nothing else we can do, this is what the research tells us. It's like, that's not true. There's a political decision behind this. On the risk question, it is a very, very complicated process to weigh risk. And in all the connected technologies that we're looking at the moment, it becomes near impossible. So if you ask kind of leading cybersecurity experts working for the German government, working for international governments, we have reached a point where in certain technologies, control is no longer possible because it equates a bureaucratic denial of service attack. It's so much work to control that you basically keep yourself so busy with the control bit of it that you will never actually achieve anything properly. There are technologies where the precautionary principle would tell you, just block it. It's actually easier. And we have seen this decision in telecommunications, in like critical industries. We will see conversations like that in the wind industry. We are seeing conversations about that now in the electric vehicle space, which will be a lot more contested. But all of these decisions are decisions that are based on what is actually controllable. And if you look at the millions of lines of codes that we're looking at, if you look at what AI is capable of doing in that regard, then the answer often is going to be, we will not be able to control it. Either we live with the risk, or we live with the ability that we have to block something. Most of the connected technologies that we're looking at have not back doors, but front doors, because there needs to be management access from the supplier at all times to provide security updates, etc. It is impossible to then actually control this on a daily basis. And we have to live with that reality. And in some technologies, that might be fine. We might be okay with that risk because we say the trade-off between not having this technology or not having it at that price is too high. Solar panels, solar inverters potentially. Whereas in other technologies, for example, wind turbines or electric vehicles, we may not be comfortable because the potential risk is too high.
Thanks. I mean, I already see a question there. Many thanks. Can we just add one consideration to that, which is that with more and more products incorporating more and more software, the yard is getting bigger. And the second thought that passes my mind is, then we should encourage China to buy our high technology machines with our software inside so we control them.
That's not how it works. We tried to outsmart them before. That's not how it works. We can go into that in detail.
We leave that one. Sorry, many thanks for, if you could stand up and give your name and affiliation.
Beata Jaworczyk, EBRD. So you have put on the table 3 considerations: security, economic, and climate related. So how do we take all of them into account? So do we need a hierarchy of values and objectives that we say, well, security trumps everything, and then, green is next and economic considerations last? Do we look at particular cases and trade-offs, big yard versus small yard, so security versus economic, or do we simply muddle through?
That was addressed to Janka, I presume? Okay, if you reply briefly, we can take a few further questions.
So we actually wrote a report on this, because we do research as well, which is called Trust and Trade-offs, which tries that for the first time to put some sort of, at least some sort of measurements on this and to say where are industries in which we could put a certain hierarchy on it if we were to make certain political considerations. I do think that this has to be done on a very individual basis in each of the countries within Europe, and I think the big problem that we're facing is in comparison to the United States or Japan, that are relatively uniform in their government perspective, then they can create a hierarchy of values. They can create a consideration of this is absolute national security priority. In Europe, we will not be able to do that, because if in Germany we decide that this is not the national security priority, in Poland that might look very different, and we have to find a way of sort of aligning our European hierarchies of priorities here. And this is one of the biggest problems that we're facing at the moment in the implementation, for example, in things like the Net Zero Industry Act. You cannot choose even winners and losers with European funding if there are no priorities given by member states on how that money is supposed to be spent.
Thanks. I don't know whether you agree, Chad, that the US government is monolithic and has no problem in reconciling different interests, but I leave you off the hook. Marianne wanted to comment.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about that point. There may be an opportunity to combine two things. To find ways forward on the security side and on the green side, you need the same aspects, the same constellations. One thing you need is you have to bring private sector players and policymakers together around supply chains. And you will find it easier to find agreements if you have smaller groups. For national security, it's a national security interest to have smaller groups. So why, in the pragmatic sense of driving the discussion forward on how do we manage, how do we harmonize, how do we regulate, how do we standardize, I would expect that in some supply chains you could package the two things together. At least we can speed up things a little bit. Further discussions required.
Thanks. Okay, I thought I had seen a question here. Yes, actually two. Okay, and there's one and one. Yeah, sorry.
Jesse Schrager, Columbia. So my question is, it seems, to caricature U.S. policy, it seems like when the U.S. puts a semiconductor restriction on, NVIDIA will go right up to the threshold, maybe come up with a system a little bit below it. The U.S. will try to tighten it, and it will continually be right up to the threshold that the U.S. would like for export controls. What are the tools that the U.S. has to try to better align the incentives of firms in these sensitive industries with whatever policy objectives the government decides on?
Since we are running out of time, I would recommend that your neighbor perhaps also asks his question immediately.
Emil Werner, MIT. So to continue with the gardening infrastructure kind of analogy, so one example of actually keeping others out is restrictions on direct investment, venture capital investment. So I haven't heard that mentioned yet, but in the US, for example, in 2018, FIRMA was passed that actually restricted foreign investments in key industries. And we have a student at MIT who shows that actually in those industries, like biotech, for example, you see much less investment and much less innovation as well. And that's clearly a cost of these types of restrictions. So how do you think about those policies and the costs of those restrictions?
You also addressed the question to Chad? Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I think foreign investment screening is another one that's sort of in that same bucket of trying to address the same kind of trade-offs. And so it requires balance, and it probably requires iteration, and as new technologies are invented or new investment ideas come along, it's something that's going to be continually. We have a different process in the United States on how that works. On the inbound side, there's CFIUS. On the outbound side, we're still kind of working through it. To Jesse's question, I mean, that's, yeah, once you establish those incentives, firms are going to do whatever they can in which the environment that you set up for them is. And that's sort of how markets work. And if we want markets to work like that, I think that's what we can expect. And then I think policymakers will adjust their policies in light of kind of that observed behavior. Yeah, I mean, I think some of the other things that are happening in the space, though, you know, beyond the export controls, it's not as if the export controls are the only thing happening in that particular industry, right? There's massive new public sector investments trying to create, sort of demand for the NVIDIA technologies and ideas to be manufactured in other places of the world, in the United States, in Europe, in Japan, thinking about where the downstream users of those things might emerge in different places as well. So I think this is very much a static space that's both, in all parts of both the supply chain, but also in the, the end consumers as well. And that's something that policymakers need to keep in mind, and obviously to communicate with the firms that they have some understanding, not full certainty, but some understanding of what the underlying objectives are and what they're hoping to achieve out of that.
And you prefer not to reply on the direct invest FDI?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did. As much as I have it's not great, but that's what I got.
Okay. There's some question over there, and then.
So Joanna Bryson, Hardy School. I'm asking this from digital technology policy. So I extremely appreciated what Janke said in the way you described the walls and the blocking. I've been wondering about specifically if you think about digital technology and it doesn't have as much built infrastructure as automobiles and silicon, and so I'm not sure how we apply penalties to it effectively. And so I've been wondering whether, familiar from China, we're talking about actually firewalls rather than fences. Is anyone thinking about how do we exclude bad actors' software? And is anyone else thinking about building something like firewalls, like what China's exhibited, although hopefully not as malignly used?
I think that's a really important question, and this is where the next stage of the conversation is moving now. We're going to talk about China-free supply chains from the goods to the software. The way the geopolitical environment is moving at the moment, this is going to be the next step, and we have to get ready for that. Those players that get ready for it earlier and invest in this are going to be advanced. I do think that the first step of this is what we're seeing with the connected vehicles regulation coming out of the US, which is targeting software that is not only Chinese software, but also in China produced software, basically, where R&D centers are in China. This is going to affect a number of car companies that have put all of their eggs in one basket. And so the future of where development of software takes place, which nationals potentially develop software, could be incredibly important for the future. And this is also then a question of what do we allow inside the European market? Is it going to be a Chinese vehicle with a Chinese-produced software? And that's a debate that we're just now having, but I think it needs to accelerate very, very quickly.
Sorry, I was actually thinking of information flows, so at the packet level, so not necessarily what you have, but who is the bad providers of services if we suddenly see somebody malignly using a service.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it, though, as well, right? It depends on who has access to it as well, and who is the person that is sort of the maintenance person, who is the person that is kind of interacting there. So I can only urge everyone to start thinking about this very, very quickly, because I think what we've seen there in the BIS regulation is literally only the first step. This will be coming at us very, very, very quickly.
Thanks.
Thanks, Shekhar Iyer, IMF. I just wanted to get your views on the extent to which the small yard, high fence argument can become just a political guise for old-fashioned protectionism. And I think that is the concern which is there in a lot of the developing and emerging market world. The Section 232 tariffs, which were imposed on steel and aluminum, were done on national security grounds. And given the ubiquity of steel and aluminum in practically all modern manufacturing, it's hard to see how that is actually a small yard.
Whom would you like to answer?
Maybe Chad?
That reminds me, I was in China 2 weeks ago, and I was asked the question, is the United States a market economy? I think I won't comment on this. We don't have time to have a full conversation about the Section 232 tariffs. We could talk about it bilaterally afterward. It's complicated. This is in general, it's a hard question. So is it possible that there could be political capture, regulatory capture? Of course, in any sort of time that you're implementing policy. That's a possibility, and it's something that we really need to grapple with, and explaining it. And the additional challenge in this particular space is oftentimes the national security threat is, based on material that's not publicly available to the American public, let alone the public in other countries as well. And so making a convincing case about the national security risk or the general security risk about these things is an additional challenge, and that's something I think that policymakers are struggling with. This administration, I think, is tried creative approaches to deal with that challenge. Declassifying intelligence where available, the connected vehicle story. There was significant engagement with the industry, with other countries, to try to gather information from experts about what the underlying risks were before the regulations were fully drafted, and that whole process made it too far. So this is one of the difficult aspects of this particular question, is the asymmetric information one as well. That's a very real one. There's no simple answer to it, but I think it's one that we have to grapple with.
Thanks. Janka, perhaps you wanted to answer a bit the question. This is also occasion for your last word.
Yeah, because I think this is a question about fences and doors, right? I think we have been bad at thinking, we've been good at thinking about the fences, we've not been so great at thinking about the doors that are potentially available for others out there. This is a very binary, either Chinese EVs or no EVs kind of discussion, and that's just not how it's going to develop in the future. And I do think that there needs to be a lot of thinking, particularly in the United States, going on, if I can say a critical word about that, how the effects of government policy have an effect on third countries that are not immediate allies. I think the IRA was not designed with that in mind. There are a lot of other tools that we're now looking at. If I read Brian Deasy's piece in the Foreign Affairs, then I don't see a role for others to move up the value chain. So I do think that this is the next step, to think about, okay, we've figured out a problem, but how do we deal with second-order consequences, and what opportunities arise for others to be part of our market? We're not great at that in Europe as well, to make our market open for others from third countries. So maybe that's where we really need to work on a little bit harder.
Don't we also sometimes exaggerate the importance of China, in the sense that if you look at our overall trade flows, China is the biggest partner, or second biggest, in the US, but there's also the myriad of the others who together account for a very large share of global trade, and also votes in the United Nations, sorry.
Yes, and I think we could make a lot more attractive offers if we could get our act together in Europe.
Thanks. Marion, this firewall idea about the increase, which was coming from the increasing importance of software. Of course, we cannot think about a firewall for Germany, although we have in each land here in Germany a special cybersecurity agency. I don't think they want to have a firewall around North Rhine-Westphalia. Could one think about an OECD type firewall? So like-minded democracies that protect their digital space against potentially bad actors.
Yes, so as I mentioned before, there is the question, where do you place the fence? How many actors are within the fence? The OECD indeed is an agency, an organization with 38 members who call themselves like-minded, and who are democracies. And we have in our this year's ministerial conference, there have been statements, and it's written in the declaration of we will work together and cooperate if we are facing coercion, for instance. When it comes to digital aspects, the OECD is one of the first agencies to have written recommendations, for instance, for artificial intelligence. So this is an area, I think, where the agency is recognized for being a front runner. We also have very repeatedly advised the G20 on this issue. By all means, the OECD, I can only invite our members to use the OECD as a forum to exchange and discuss these matters. We can bring analytics, private sector and public sector together, but very importantly, we are entirely interdisciplinary. We have inroads into every ministry with the exception of defense, which is an important one for this discussion, but we can bring a very easily connect the digital discussion, the trade discussion and the environmental discussion, for instance. One final word on the third parties, on the emerging world, and coming back to a point I made before, I think this combination of new legislations for social and environmental sustainability and the security legislations is very unfortunate in terms of the messaging this is currently sending to the emerging world, to developing countries, and it's something our members are aware of, and I think we will want to engage with them to work hard on this in order to maintain a reputation of being market economies that believe in open markets.
Thanks a lot. I want to conclude perhaps with a question to Chad, which he might actually be able to answer. More the question whether you see an uptake by US allies of the urgency, necessity to keep certain things protected, whether from outside or inside out, because at least in Europe, sometimes we have the impression that the application of these very broad principles is somehow tainted by specific US interests. For example, ASML has noticed that their machines are being or they are being told that their machines should not be exported, but similar ones from the United States can be, because as you said earlier, there are of course very strong interests in the US also, which try to influence policymakers. So if you can explain us how you deal with these frictions.
Wanted to grab a water and not answer the question, I guess, but so to answer your question, yes. I've been a keen observer, but not an expert of Europe for essentially my entire career, but have noticed a rapid shift in how Europe perceives these risks and challenges, absolutely.
Thanks to Janke.
Thanks to Janke. Are they in the same place as the United States? Absolutely not. Is every European member state in the same place? Absolutely not, right? And so I think that reflects everyone's own self-interest economically, you know, what industries, if there's new, we have to be honest, if the new export controls mean lost market opportunities, mean lost sales, it's bad for exporting companies, right? Nobody likes that. So the companies that are really exposed because they're reliant on or they're benefiting from exports for their business are going to be upset. And if your country has a lot of those, yeah, I mean it's sort of they're going to be the ones that complain the most. Absolutely, and that's a natural feature of this new environment that we have to engage in to understand there's going to be differences across countries. Some countries are going to see the cost side differently. Others are going to see the risk side differently. So I don't think we're ever going to get perfect alignment, but I think what we do need to do is to keep sharing information, as much information as we can gather about what the underlying risks are as soon as we understand it and can figure out how to share it in a way that makes sense to others. We absolutely should, and also where risks aren't, and we can take some of the worries away. I think that we could do a better job at doing some of those things as well. So I would say, yes, we're making progress, but are we ever going to be perfectly aligned? I think it's a fallacy to ever think that, because there's going to be different interests, and we're in a very heterogeneous place. But the way forward is only through cooperation and coordination and communication with each other, like-minded sorts of countries that do very much see the same underlying sets of core issues that we want to protect, which is, you know, our values about democracy and human rights and bugs, freedom of bugs, and our, you know, kind of collective security interests and figuring out how we can protect them together. And ultimately, we can only do it You know, in this world where we have so much, the reason why ASML makes machines that nobody else does, right? There are no competitors to ASML machines, and if you don't get them excited or on board with what it is that you're doing, then your export control policy is meaningless, effectively. And that's just one example from that industry, and there's others from other industries as well. So we have to figure out how to do this collectively, because if we don't, nobody's national security is going to be protected. Nobody's climate is going to be protected in that particular space. Nobody's human rights are going to be protected. So it's an ongoing challenge. You know, we're making progress, but it's never going to be easy, and it's never going to be done.
Thanks, Chad. You are the perfect illustration that economists can become excellent diplomats. And with that, I wanted to thank you very much, and the other participants in the panel. Thank you, and now it's lunchtime.
Pleasure to moderate a second policy panel with really eminent figures that can help us navigate this world. We called it Global Trade in Times of Geopolitical Trade Policy. So I have to my right, to your left, from your perspective, Angela Ellert, who is the Deputy Director General of the WTO, and she already pointed out she's representing 166 countries. So Chad already said how difficult it is to comment on these difficult and sensitive issues when you're representing one. Imagine the situation Angela is in. To my left and from your perspective right is Adam Posen, the president of the Peterson Institute for International Economics, a think tanker and academic. So I think for him it will be much more, I hope, much easier to comment. And same thing for Vera Torstensen, who is a professor of economics at Fundação Getúlio Vargas, and she's a WTO chairholder in Brazil. Now, Adam, I know you couldn't be there yesterday evening for the minister's speech, but the way he, well, if I have to put it in my words, he describes the geoeconomics subject of our conference. He essentially seemed to be saying, well, the international rules-based order that was yesterday, and now countries are using, we've learned it the hard way in Germany, countries are using trade dependencies as weapons. There's hand play and nobody blows the whistle, maybe because the referee has tomatoes on his eyes and is Brit, but maybe also because the players couldn't even agree who the referee should be. Countries are subsidizing their green industries, there's national content requirements, preferential trade agreements, and there are only a few Germans, maybe he was referring to the officials in his ministry, who are still hopeless romantics and believe in this international rules-based order. Now, I work for the OECD and Angela for the WTO. We are hopeless romantics by profession. I also happen to be German, so I'm sort of a double hopeless romantic. What are you, Adam?
I'm the romantic to end all romantics. Thank you so much, Nicola. I'm really grateful to be included today, and especially since I wasn't there yesterday because Kopfschmerzen. I wanted to give my sincere praise and thanks to the Institute for Weltwirtschaft, Kiel, and CEPR. The community, the quality, the size, the depth of this conference in its third year is really extraordinary. And I'm just sincerely, I think this is terrific and it's got a unique place. And thanks to the Bundesministerium für Wirtschaft und Klima for making it happen here. Why do I go romantic, looking up at the beautiful ceiling? You're absolutely right. Those of you working for the WTO, the OECD, you're multilateral or at least plurilateral organizations based on principles. To be a think tank, you have to be even more idealistic, because you have to believe when you have no money, no power, your best employee, Chad Bound, goes into the government, you somehow still have influence, and that is very romantic. Might be delusional, but it's romantic. To come to the point, I fear, I did read the minister's remarks, and obviously he's not alone. I think people in Germany and in Europe are giving up too easily, and they are whining too much. I'm reminded of roughly 10 years ago, a dozen years ago, when then Chancellor Angela Merkel, was being beset by people saying Germany had to do more in the face of the Euro crisis, and she just said, "It's not fair." For those of us watching what's happening around the world, life isn't fair. So the question is, what's your strategy given the realities? And I think that Germany and Europe, but third nations in general, meaning not China, not US, have both more agency, and I'll be very interested in what Vera has to say, have more agency, have a greater share of not only Spielraum, but share of the world economy than is commonly recognized, and certainly a disproportionately large share of trade. And most importantly for EU and Germany, I think it's important to recognize you're not going to win playing China and the US's game. And this is what was to me most disturbing about the minister's speech, and it's been not inherent in the Draghi report, but in some of the reactions to the Draghi report. That, okay, if the Americans are subsidizing, if the Chinese are subsidizing, the Americans are protectionist, the Chinese are protectionist, we should be too. Well, no. And not because you're a sucker, and no, not because somebody needs to stand up besides the WTO and the OECD, but because you can't beat the Americans and the Chinese at their own game. You're not going to be as good as bullies. You're not going to be able to get at the kinds of subsidies on the kinds of size without the kinds of side payments across the countries in the member states. It's just not going to work. And so, in a sense, I guess I'm more of a pragmatic romanticist. I think Germany and Europe have a lot to gain by leaning into the fact that bad behavior at the WTO, elsewhere, by China and US create opportunities for trade diversion. But globalization is about more than just trade. Opportunities to attract migrants, opportunities to attract investment, opportunities not to hardball play off China and US against each other, but to be very clear you're not going to go one side or the other. And of course you have potential partners in ASEAN, in Japan, in Korea, Australia, Canada, others who we could call like-minded. And I hope Brazil will line up on that side. I made some remarks at the I'll stop in 1 second. I made some remarks at the WTO Public Forum last month, and I said that the rest of the world should tell US and China, and frankly India as well, lead, follow, or get out of the way. If you're not going to lead and you're not going to abide by the rules, just let the rest of us get on with life. And I think there is a tendency for a lot of governments, including in Europe, to get too caught up in what the US State Department or the Chinese Foreign Ministry are doing, and they can't hurt you that much. You can benefit from their stupidity. And it's the only play you've got. It doesn't necessarily work beautifully, but it's the only play you've got to get a good outcome. Because if Europe and Germany go down the road of the Chinese and the Americans, then you're just going to spend a lot of money only to lose. And the rest of the world is going to definitely lose. So buckle up, get some allies, work with international organizations, and most of all, accept that, yeah, unfortunately, life is harder now than it was a few years ago. But life's not fair.
So, Vera, as Adam said, it will be very interesting to hear what you said. And in fact, it was also something that the minister said, that there could be sort of a multipolar world. So what Adam says reminds me of a German proverb that essentially says, if two are fighting, the third is the beneficiary. So could everybody else be the third? And could there be a way for others to work with international, Angela, with international institutions, build partnerships and thrive in this world?
Okay, first of all, let me thank the organizers. It's a pleasure to be here in Berlin again. It was a pleasure to be in the WTO panel with listen to opposing proposal. Look, I answer it, but let me go play a little bit with two words that you have here. Everybody in this room certainly knows about what geopolitics is, because this is a thing that is old, right? But look, what is geoeconomics? What you are doing here in this house? I discovered this word 5-6 years ago, and then I tried to read and said, what is geoeconomics? And to answer if the WTO can be saved or not, if you can do something for it, we have to think about what's geoeconomics. Look, if it is the weaponization of trade and investment instruments, like proposed by Blackbelt, it is in the heart of the WTO. You are going to talk about tariffs, export and imports controls. You are going to talk about subsidies. You are going to touch all the instruments. A little bit of investment. Investment is not there, but sanctions and so on. Now, you have an answer. And I think that your proposal is perfect. But if you go to the concept geoeconomic as economic statecraft, come on, this is becoming much more interesting. It's not about instrument, it's about how the fight of the countries. And then you can answer why the WTO is in such a blockage. Why nothing happens in WTO since the Uruguay round? I was there. I was waiting for something else. I'm not there anymore. I'm traveling. But look, and then you can explain not only the failure of the WTO, but you can explain, and please, so important, diplomats and lawyers, why can we not accept a way that to put India under pressure? Who is blocking the WTO? And nobody's talking about this. You economists, you have to calculate the costs that India is imposing on the world. Great. Come on. When I start talking about this, I was there when the Uruguay was finished. India said, India's going to block everything. And she did. And come on, what the lawyers are doing? Lawyers can do anything, right? Give a way out of it. So this is the StartCraft answer. Now it's not finished. If geoeconomic is about economic security, oh my God, look, I was in the negotiation trying to have a list of green goods. Do you know what's a green good? We are still discussing what is a green good because of environment agreement. It can be the same thing as a safeguard, as a security issue. What is a security, good or service? And then you can have a list, and they're going to, it's security for what? Go to Article, and then go to Article 21 of the old GATT, saying, it is for essential security interests. Can you tell me what is your security? It's about war, all the subjects, all the subtopics related to war. So forget about, right? Now, and we spent 3 days discussing this in the CL meeting last year. Come on, nobody knows what Article 21 is. And so, depending on the concept you are going to give to geoeconomics, and a lot of things to calculate it. And that's another funny thing about it. I was so fascinated about what geoeconomic is, that I decided to go to Helsinki, to a geoeconomic conference on geoeconomics and law. I asked, how many economists there are in the room? 3. All the rest, 100 and something, lawyers. So happy, you know, discussing about screening, about export restriction, import restriction, getting a lot of money in the US, around in Europe, in Japan, and so on, because all the multinationals want to be the due diligence. And I ask for you now, here in this room, any lawyer? Come on, you are a suspect. Now, the question is, and this is a suggestion for the next Kiel meeting, can we try to have and to dialogue with lawyers and economists? I am an economist. I spend my life doing regulation, all the time think about costs. And then look to the regulation on the screening. Try to do it. Try to calculate the costs of following that rules. This gives you a little bit of answer. To finish, I answer Ms. Posen, yes. In a way that I hope that we are going to have to the end of the year an agreement, very important, really important, that is the European Union Mercosur agreement. This will balance our vulnerability, the dependency of China. Brazil exports 30% of food to China, and minerals and petroleum, a lot of things. So it is important. And I finish with this. Don't push United States and China that are playing the game of geoeconomics. Don't push the third countries against one, on the lap of the other or against each other. Because this should be the end of trade, and this should be the beginning of a third war in the real sense. Because if you are pushing the countries to choose. And which side I'm going to choose? The minister yesterday talked clearly that the United States is pushing Germany to choose between China, and this is exactly what's going on. So the BRICS is the solution, a different kind of, but the countries that want to be inside it, it's amazing, because they have to have another voice, not to be in the two sides. It will be a complicated issue. I really agree, and you know, after your proposal in Geneva, I am talking about that already. So nice to meet you here. Great.
Angela, to talk about silver linings also in the international rules-based order, maybe you can give us some news about the WTO dispute settlement. We were talking about referees having tomatoes on their eyes or not being there. Is there a prospect for solution?
Well, thank you for the question, and it is such a pleasure to be here with this panel and in this audience, as I suspect the only lawyer in the room, and worse than that, a lawyer diplomat on top of that. So, but I do have to say, before I get to the question of dispute settlement, which does have a lot of economic implications, of course, I just want to respond to a couple of the points, and I have to be a little careful, of course, because I have 166 members at the WTO. The WTO is not a monolith by any means. It's an organization made up of members. So, you know, Chad, when he was speaking, he was a little constrained, of course, had to, you know, put on his reading glasses. I feel like I have to do one more and put on my sunglasses so that I can't be photographed here, and I have to hide from my members. But in any event, what I would say is that it's obvious the tensions that we see in the system. It's not just between the United States and China. It's between the developed world and the developing world. It wasn't all that long ago that it was between the United States and Europe. Remember all of those cases that were brought, the Airbus case, the whole host of cases, one of which actually led to a claim of essential security back in the day. And there, I think everyone realized that if you said, essential security is my excuse for not following the rules, I think at the time, everyone realized that was kind of the nuclear option. And so it kind of settled, and it never really went much further than that, but they came to the brink. They really did come to the brink. But I think that it is safe to say that when you look at the WTO rules, sometimes people say, these rules just constrain me too much. They don't let me do what I need to do to protect my essential security or to protect my relationships. But actually, I would argue it the other way, that we need rules to bring more economic resilience, that when members have a forum like the WTO to be able to address issues of concern, then we benefit from having that opportunity. Now, of course, not everyone complies with the rules. I mean, I think that's a given. And everyone stretches the rules to the extent they can. We focus on the US and some actions that the US has taken. We focus on Europe. We focus on China and the extent to which non-market economy policies, perhaps in the view of the United States, has led to this whole problem. It's a very complicated issue. And then, of course, you have developing members in the middle, but who are also coming into their own and using the process, using the system as a means to be able to address their interests. So the WTO deals with this in terms of the rules and negotiating new rules, and there's a lot of discussion about whether we should have new rules on subsidies, new rules on environmental imperatives. We also, our second pillar relates to monitoring what everyone else is doing so that you can you can raise questions, you can try to sort out problems. But the third is dispute settlement. So now I'm finally getting to your question. So the dispute settlement mechanism in the WTO is our innovation. It is something that makes us quite different, that when you have a dispute against another member and you try to consult and you try to resolve it and you can't, you have the dispute settlement system to bring cases, starting with the panel review, ending with the appellate body. Now, the problem is the appellate body is not functioning right now. It's on the books, but there are some concerns in the US primarily about how the appellate body has worked, whether it has taken rights away from members in ways that members had not negotiated. So we're in the process of trying to reform the dispute settlement mechanism and to try to address whether, in fact, whether we should have an appeal mechanism and what it should look like. So those discussions are very intense. In fact, we had a set of meetings today, others tomorrow. This negotiation is very important because we can't have something on the books that isn't working, because what happens is if you lose a case and on its face, the WTO document says you can bring an appeal, but the appellate mechanism is not functioning. You're basically appealing into the void, into limbo. Now, at the same time, I would say, I want to end this on a hopeful note, because while this negotiation to reform with respect to appeal is underway, the system still is working. Members are still bringing cases, and sometimes they're not appealing when they lose, and they actually try to settle them. So there have been a large number of cases between the United States and India that have settled, between Australia and China, all of this within the last year, which is pretty remarkable. Silver lining, you asked, most definitely, you can see the silver lining that members are using the system, not every time, but in a lot of key instances. I think sometimes with the WTO, it's so easy to get caught up in what's going wrong, what is not functioning. But actually, there's a lot that keeps our members very busy day by day in Geneva that shows that while we're not perfect, while we still have a long way to go, while there's still a lot of reform needed, we do bring value. And if we were not to have the WTO, what would happen? If we were to fragment into these two separate camps, Vera, getting to your point, our WTO research has shown that that would represent a GDP loss of 5% if we were to fragment. And that's just the economic costs. And when you look at the costs for developing members and LDCs, it's far worse. It gets into the double digits. So it's something to consider, the counterfactual. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. So we heard a silver lining, and Adam, you wanted to comment, but I also wanted to, after you've done that, just ask you, I mean, probably it's not all that black and white, the rules-based international order or war. You know, many of the concerns in well, developing green industries and using subsidies to get the necessary innovation, national security concerns, etc., are legitimate. So I wanted you to talk a little bit about, on a more hopeful note, how all these, you know, more taste for local content, because you don't want to be entirely dependent, and leveling the playing field if somebody seems to be playing foul, or preferential trade agreements, how all of this, I mean, how it can all function, the WTO rules-based order can still function in a world that is more complicated than perhaps 20 years ago.
So I'm going to be more hopeful, Nicola, and that's where I was hoping to go, but partly by saying I'm not a lawyer, so I don't care about the rules-based order per se. I care about non-military management of economic interdependence. I care about open markets and investment. I care about developing countries and low and middle income economies going up. The rules-based international order, such as it was and is a means to that end. And I'm not suggesting Angela or some of her colleagues at the WTO don't see it that way. It's just we joke about what diplomats have to say. The WTO has to talk in multilateral terms. It has to talk about the rules-based order. But if we focus as members of the WTO, as member governments, as people in this profession trying to influence these issues, we don't have to get ourselves twisted up in that abstract, and I would argue that's truly romantic in some senses. I think some of the things Angela said illustrate this. And the Director General, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, at a speech at Peterson last year made some of these same points, which is, you know, the Americans have chosen to make the appellate body the be-all and end-all of these claims about problems at the WTO, and they use this term reform. And I'm not sure the term reform is justified, and there's so much else that happens and value provided for member states in the WTO. And additionally, we can have plurilateral, even if the WTO doesn't like it, it can definitely help and will. We can have plurilateral agreements by sector, by grouping on issues. So I think it's nice to talk about rules-based order, but I don't think we should get ourselves too caught up in that. I think we should think in more practical terms, which goes to Vera's call for EU-Mercosur. So let me make one point about that, and then one point about what you raised, Nicola, about, you know, legitimate so-called national security concerns. I think EU-Mercosur, at some point, EU's got to realize you are not going to be able to save the Brazilian rainforest through this weapon. It would be nice if you could. The Brazilian rainforest really is important to all of our human lives, but holding up EU-Mercosur because you're trying to get some kind of deal on the Amazon rainforest, depending on whether it's Lula or Bolsonaro or whoever else, is frankly foolish. The divide that was mentioned by Angela and, I'm sorry, not Angela, sorry, Angela, and Vera and you, Nicola, North-South is very real. It's driven a lot nowadays by foreign policy as much as economics. But it means that a lot, and this came up in the pre-lunch discussion, a lot of what, whether it's CBAM or US talking about human rights or all kinds of things that are seen as completely hypocritical and manipulative and stalking horses for protectionism by the developing countries. And I think the rich world has to get past some of that in its head. The final thing on national security, and here is where I think Chad has gone off to do government work today, but you know, I am romantic, principled, foolish, whatever you want to call it. I don't buy the fundamental legitimacy of the national security argument. Not because as a matter of international law, of course national security is your get-out-of-jail-free card, but because, as was sort of discussed in the previous panel, but let me make it more blunt, we don't really know. It's worse than what you said, Vera. We don't really know what constitutes security. So let me give you a very blunt example. Before the Second World War, the US put huge sanctions on Japan, restricted its access to rubber and to petroleum products. And some people argue that was part of the reason Japan attacked Pearl Harbor and went to war, was because they were being cut out of the world economy, cut out of critical, fuel and rubber, cut out of critical goods, and this prompted them to go to war. At the same time, the US, including leading multinationals like Ford and International Business Machines, were selling the high tech of the time into Germany, past the German invasion of Poland, right up until fall of 1941, when Nazi Germany decided to declare war on the US. We still went to war. So we don't even have a simple theory of whether you make things more likely to go to war, you're more at risk or less at risk, depending on whether you do economic integration or not. And in fact, this came up with President Biden last year. Up until roughly July of 2023, President Biden, National Security Advisor Sullivan, Secretary of State Blinken, I don't think, thank God, Vice President Harris, said variants repeatedly of, we can't let China get rich because then they're more of a threat to us. We can't let China lead in technology because then they're a threat to us. I wrote an article that came out roughly August 1st last year, on which I called the top in the Chinese market, and I said, it's the end of the Chinese miracle. I don't take causal credit for this, but sometime the next month, in August and September, both of 2023, President Biden goes out and says, we have to be more cautious that China's going to start a war, because now that they're in economic trouble, they're going to want to distract from their problems by being aggressive. You can go to the record. I'm not misrepresenting the record. And of course, these are not literally contradictory. One's a statement about capacity and one's a statement about desire for war. But you gotta realize that even the statespeople making the biggest decisions don't have a clear understanding of what's more dangerous, making them rich, cutting them out. So by next year's conference, please fix that.
But Vera, so Adam now just talked about the security part of my question. I was also asking about subsidies, for example, green subsidies, but it's also, it's also a race for technological leadership we're seeing, right? Not only in security-related or supposedly security-related technologies, but also for the green transition, if you will, and then sometimes countries answering with WTO instruments or not, and also, of course, it's a little bit a fight for let's call it access to critical raw materials. So again, a question to you, perhaps from the Brazilian perspective first: should countries think much more about partnerships with the global south, where you have critical raw materials, where you engage in a trade relationship, you allow your partner to develop more, climb up the value chain, if you will, more local value added, and then you have a mutually beneficial relationship? That's one question, and a very different one in some ways. How do you play this balancing games of that subsidies can be necessary to push a new technology, but at the same time you're kind of distorting trade? How can partners respond to that?
Look, let me jump first in a phrase of Adam, and I hope you can help me in this endeavor. Angela, this is for you. 3 months ago, I was in Berlin, and I was discussing about how to get the WTO to in the movement again. And what I said, and I really thought about, I think, all my life, and had not the courage to say. But I can say now, because I'm an academic free person, the problem are the lawyers. WTO, really, I was there since the beginning, since the 90s. The lawyers, they are imposing a dictatorship in the WTO. You can do anything. I was in the negotiation rooms. No diplomats want to discuss anything without a lawyer advisor. It's ridiculous. It's impossible to get the rules in such a way that you can. And I learned about a marvelous thing, that WTO is a kind of ambiguity that is a constructive ambiguity. You have to be. But again, at my time, the missions had economics advisor. Look, I was there, to calculate numbers and show, a change of tariffs. So you need the economists, not the lawyers. Angela, I think this is important. If you want to get WTO again in the same course, take the lawyers out, bring the diplomats. They can negotiate and reach an agreement. That's the problem. It's the dictatorship of the lawyers in this. Now, Nicola, to your, what I say to my students is that don't tell me the WTO is dead, because the WTO has 400 offsprings. And look, for you, economist, take a look of the last generation of agreements. You have a new word in it. You are studying this. Each of the new agreements, you are really going to the other areas, that is environment and digital and women's rights and so on. It's amazing. You can go and discover that in the preferential arrangements, you can move further. And what we need principles, we need directions, we need the plurilaterals. That's it. We don't go to the details of anything. Just give us principles. Soft law, much more than hard law. I hate, agreements, hard law, and all these things. You are really paralyzing the institution with this kind of lawyers' worriness about don't do that because it's impossible, it's forbidden, and so on. About local content subsidies, I agree fully. This was the thing at my time, and when I was a young girl, I worked to get loans from banks, international banks and so on, and when it was allowed to have local content, to get incentives. So, and when we had to get into the WTO, because of the TRIMS agreement, forget about local content. You cannot give incentives in the subsidies agreement. You cannot give subsidies to export, I agree, but not local content again. So we have to flexibilize, to read again the agreements. Okay, if the rich countries want to give subsidies, nice. How about give a part for the poor countries that cannot have money? We cannot compete with the budget of the United States, right? So how again, in the same thing as security issues, you want to define this as a security issue? Okay, compensate, remember? Give a compensation because it's a security for you, not for me. I'm not going to do anything. So there are new ideas going on and allowing flexibility on trips, on the subsidies, the local content, on this. So there are ways out, but we have to have a space to bring new ideas, because if not, we are going to be the paralysis forever. So it's a space. It's a lot of space to these things that are forbidden at some time ago. And again, preferential agreement and plurilateral. We have to go. Again, we have to take India out of our way. India is saying no to any preferential because she's going to lose, if you accept one, is going to lose her power. Yes, India, you have to lose your power to block everything. Please, you economists, can you start calculating the costs of what was say here, of the fragmentation of the world without no new works? There's a lot of the homework to do related to economists, because these numbers are important, really important to bring to the lawyers and the diplomats, as in the old time. Thank you.
So Vera has it with lawyers, but Angela, you're a lawyer, and you made a lot of...
One of us against all of you.
You're doing very well. I mean, you made a lot of, it's not, we talked about security issues, greening the economy, and in fact, you are leading the fisheries negotiations about environmentally harmful subsidies and how to control those, how to find multilateral agreement. And I think you're making good progress here. So maybe you can tell us about it, give us more hope, silver linings, and also perhaps comment a little bit on whether we cannot learn something from those renegotiations for what we are discussing here.
Well, thank you. That is a great topic for me to sink my teeth into. But first, if I could, I realize the world is not so great with lawyers. As bad as it is with lawyers running the WTO, I'm not even sure that that's really the case. It would be far worse without them. The fact is, we do need rules. Now, when we're talking about issues among sovereign governments, the rules will only get you so far. And it has never been a premise of the WTO that if you violate the rules, you go to WTO jail. What you end up doing is going to dispute settlement. You have your trading partners upset at you. You have to compensate them for the loss. They can impose tariffs against you, but it's not meant to be punitive, because these are sovereign governments. They are not going to be 100% in compliance. That never was the goal. It's always a balance of their interests versus their partners' interests, and that's what we have to manage. But WTO rules, so to speak, or the WTO system is not just based on these hardcore rules. So it's based on other things as well. For example, we have 2 new agreements since you were at the WTO, as you know. We had the Trade Facilitation Agreement. This is not really a set of rules. It's really a very interesting agreement. It's for developing members. It's all about the things that they can do at their borders to make trade flow more smoothly. So how do we get rid of customs barriers? How do we get rid of corruption? How do we digitalize? How do we do all of these things that make trade function more smoothly? Things that you really want to do for your own good. Unilaterally, you would want to do these things, not because it's some zero-sum trade-off. So that's one area where the WTO has been successful. And compounding that success is not only the agreement, but all of the technical assistance and capacity building that the WTO and our partners bring to this to help countries, developing countries, make trade easier at the border. The second agreement is the agreement on fisheries subsidies, Fish 1 we call it, because Fish 2 is still being negotiated. So this was an agreement negotiated 2.5 years ago with a very innovative approach to subsidies. This is not a traditional trade agreement. The question of subsidization for IUU fishing, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, or fishing in the unregulated high seas, these types of subsidies create an incentive to fish more. And by fishing more, fish stocks are threatened. We see this time and time again, where now the global state, the number of fish stocks at risk because of overfishing is 37.5%. This is devastating when you think about it, and the millions who depend on fishing for their livelihoods, particularly in developing members, and for all of us who rely on protein, of course, making sure that our fisheries are sustainable is a very important goal. So here, the WTO actually concluded an agreement by consensus. We operate by consensus, no voting. 166, at the time 164, members agreed to this new set of rules. So it does show that multilateralism can work, and it does show that the WTO can be flexible and work on things other than the traditional trade rules. So we have a second set of fisheries negotiations underway now that would make for a comprehensive agreement, even more disciplines. We're very, very close. In fact, most of our members are ready to sign. There are a couple of members, India among them, of a different view. They look at this from a different perspective, and I could spend all day going into that, but I will stop by just saying that it does show some degree of flexibility by our members, some degree of looking at how we can solve environmental problems in a different way, using, yes, the WTO framework, but not in a traditional way. So I think that's something to be welcomed. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. And, you know, while we got really heated up a little bit now on stage, and I think it's a good moment, I will look into the audience for questions and comments from you. But while I'm waiting for hands to be raised, there's already one. Well, let's go.
Come on.
Gentleman there.
Shout.
No, you're getting mic.
Say you are from.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Packhoff. I'm a journalist at Euractiv. Mrs. Ellert, I would be interested, your Secretary General recently said in an interview that the WTO is also working on a carbon pricing scheme, kind of a global mechanism that would see different carbon prices across the globe. Could you maybe elaborate where these negotiations stand? And then a question to Mr. Posen related to that. You mentioned maybe the EU should go, or the West should go beyond things like CBAM, but my understanding is that it's also a bit of a kind of a threat that you have the CBAM that maybe then motivates other countries to have carbon pricing or to have similar schemes. So would you think it makes sense to give it up now, or should the EU wait for this WTO scheme to be developed? Yeah, what is your take on that? Thanks.
Well, I think the question of carbon pricing is a pretty fascinating one when you consider that all over the world there are about 70 different carbon pricing schemes, which makes it really difficult, I think, for companies, for governments, decision makers to be able to navigate. So the work that we're trying to do at the WTO, it's not a negotiation. It's really more of a opportunity to bring forward information to our membership in trying to see if we can set up a framework on global pricing. Now, this is not to say that this is some kind of automatic rule that everybody is is going to undertake CBAM. It's not like that at all. The idea behind this framework is a recognition that different governments have different means of addressing climate change. For some, CBAM. For others, subsidies. For others, regulatory requirements and standards. But in order to have an effective system to address this, you really have to be talking about carbon pricing in a similar way. What we're looking to do through these discussions, and again, I emphasize not negotiations, is to see the extent to which we can have interoperability, understanding that different members have different systems, and I don't think anyone is seeking to change that. That would be a huge task. So that is the mechanism. That's what we're trying to bring to the table as the Secretariat at the WTO for our members, to look at, to see if there's something there that they can use. We really have been trying to take the issue of environment and trade to a whole nother level. The question, I think a lot of people say, trade is part of the reason why we're facing a climate crisis. And I think that's true. But I think it's also true that there's no way we can effectively address climate change without trade being part of the solution. And that's what we're trying to bring to the table. And in fact, at COP29 now in Azerbaijan in next month, we will have a trade day. We had one last year as well. For the first time, really trying to show that trade has to be part of the solution. And this is the role, I think, that the WTO brings, together with our IO partners, of course, the OECD, the World Bank, all who bring things to, bring very important elements to the table.
Madam, CBAM combined with this work to connect different systems, could it work?
No. So look, as a card-carrying economist, or just a rational person, I would love to have a global carbon tax, a global common price for carbon, and then you can make it fancy for varying countries and varying situations. And you want to talk about romantic, my colleagues Kimberly Clausing and Carolyn Weaver have done some really good work on this and how it might actually someday happen. The point I was trying to make, and which what Angela and Nicola were talking about, I think makes clear, is you have to at some point judge these things not by theory but by practice. This is why it's a policy panel. And so we can all get on board with Nordhaus climate clubs and the idea that supposedly CBAM is going to achieve this, or the previous flavor of the month that Mark Carney and the financing of putting constraints on the financing of fossil fuels and putting additional risk capital into banking regulations would somehow trickle through and solve the problem. You can do all these things, and they're all great fantasies. But the reality is, and actually it was the OECD was doing this before the WTO, as Nicola knows, is the Americans on day one of the Biden administration, in fact, before day one, because I was talking to Podesta, the person who was in charge of this, basically said to the rest of the world, and especially the Europeans, there's no way, no how we're passing a carbon tax in this country. We intend to subsidize. You have to find a way to let us map our subsidies into something that looks like a carbon price so we could beat up on others. And in particular, we're going to keep out Brazilian steel by turning our carbon subsidy somehow through some deep, detailed, complex process, the worst of both lawyers and economists, into a carbon price, and then use that against developing country industry. And you have to accept this because we're the US, and besides that, if this is the only way we're going to get any progress on carbon from the US. Okay. Is that a good outcome? Probably not. So, is it more, would it be, going back to Europe's role in the rest of the world, is it more important that we put pressure on developing countries and convince them, or at least give them an excuse that we don't intend to ever let them export heavy industry to the West, to the rich world? Or is it that we all stand up and say to the US, you're not serious, you keep saying it's your domestic politics, that's fine, but we're not taking stuff from you? I think that would be more useful. And so, going back to something various people have said, the solution is to climate change, if it's going to come, is going to come through technology. Okay, John Pisani-Ferry and I edited a book called The Green Frontier that came out a couple months ago and gathers many good people, many of whom have been at this conference to contribute to it. But basically, the game is about technology. And the part that I particularly am concerned about between CBAM and giving the US too much of a break and all these things is that the compensation, going back to Vera, has to be in the form of diffusing green technology as it emerges to the rest of the world. And instead, we're going down a road where both US and China are saying, if you're my political ally and you want to have some small piece of production, you have to buy my technology and not their technology, or you have to be my tech standard and not their tech standard. And we're not subsidizing your adoption. We're not making compensation for you, the developing world, from Moritz to Brazil, to get the best technology, and we're going to make you to buy ours. And if I had to pick something to work on in a policy space, it would be that, figuring out a regime where you get the EU and China and the US and maybe the UK and India to do some kind of, again, what Vera was saying, we're putting this much into subsidies, N% goes into a common kitty, and that common pot is about purchasing and diffusing technology to the developing world. And so all this other stuff, to me, is well-intentioned romantic distraction. There's that word again.
So Vera wants to comment.
Yeah, a minute. Angela, for you. I completely favor of principles and rules. I'm against only to impose it, paralyzing the negotiations because of this. Look, go to the several schemes of calculating anything, pollution, and try to see and imagine a methodology where and how you are going to calculate emissions. I try to do this. In the United States, you do it the way. In the European Union, completely different the way. The Carbon Club, they are fighting and no answer for it. How to calculate the emission that you have in 1 ton of steel, for instance. And then all this game is biased because they are not including the source of energy. We in Brazil, we made steel used water as the basis of energy. And the European Union and China is using carbon and oil. So this is ridiculous, again, to start the game from the middle of it. And now this is a ban for me, is a carbon tax at the border for the United States. But again, how you calculate the emission. So again, please, economists, not homework for you.
So for sure, we've created a lot of homework now. We are very close to the end of our time. I would take one last question if you want to challenge the not so hopeless romantics. Yes, please, okay. Joanna Bryce.
For the romantics.
No,
Michael.
I feel like there's an elephant in the room, because I really agree with a lot of the things that you've been saying, especially Adam, but called democracy, right? So having been experiencing the AI technology regulation in the EU, there were so many people that were so offended by us doing what was sensible. They were trying to pump all other kinds of populist or politically correct things in. But I mean, isn't that what we're doing? I mean, we all say we want to be part of a democracy. How can we ignore that the Europeans want to know that they're saving the Amazon? How can we ignore the fact that America does have a democratic crisis, right? I don't know if that's something easily answered on this panel, but.
Can I just say, I'm sorry, I can't see you because of the lights.
Sorry, Joanna Bryson, Hertie School of Governance, yeah.
Yeah, no, I know who you are. Now that you've said it, I just couldn't see you. Thank you. Anyway, sorry. I'm not going to pretend to be the be-all and end-all of the democracy. I'm merely going to go back to this is the romantic idealism, right? At some point, reality matters. At some point, you have to hope that democracy takes into account reality. And the job of all of us, in my view, whether at international organizations, at universities, in the public sphere, at think tanks, is to try to remind people of reality. And some of you may have seen my colleague Jason Furman, who's primarily at Harvard but affiliated with Peterson, gave one of our annual lectures a couple weeks ago, and it was about defending what was called neoliberalism, which has become a swear word in the US. And he basically, this doesn't do his full argument justice, but he basically said the reason so-called neoliberal economists exist and annoy people is because we point out trade-offs. So there is no good answer. All one can do, and I was feeling very grateful after a week of talking about the US elections to everybody, that I got through a whole panel without talking about the US elections. Right now, I'm literally, what I was doing this morning before joining the conference and what I'm going off to do now, after the conference, is screaming my head off about what social science and economics says Trump would do, okay? Not offendedness, not idealism, just straight up what will happen, what he is likely to do and what will happen. And my fear is it's going to be like when I was screaming my head off about Brexit, that there'll be a bunch of people who will say, not only we don't care about that, national security or racial identity or blue passports or red passports is more important to me than economics, which, again, in a democracy, you have every right to say. But the people who say, that's not true, those costs are not going to occur. And so, bless you, all I can do, and I think a lot of us can do, is try to be on the record in a transparent, consistent way, as I'm sure you have done recently on AI, and be really annoying and point out the errors. It's like, I told you so. And it's not about but it's about the told you so. And get democracy to wake up when it happens. And that's the best we can do, as far as I know.
Things are falling off the stage, and I think we had a wonderful discussion. What I take away is it's a complicated world, both for romantics and for realists, and there's a lot of questions for you still to answer, even after this exciting experience. I think we have some more panels now, and thank you very much to my panelists. It was fantastic.
I love the opportunity. I'm using it, and I've given the opposite. I don't worry about that.
Very clear. Are
you going to go up at the beginning to introduce me and then I come up?
Yeah, but just 2 or 3 sentences. And in case you haven't seen it yet,
So this is recorded?
this is recorded. It's definitely streamed, and clearly they were talking to their parents. Exactly. There are people watching online. Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, the videos from last year's conference are still online.
I see. Yeah. Very good.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final stretch of the conference. My name is Sebastian Horn from the Kiel Institute. I'm happy to chair this very interesting session on geopolitics and international finance. And since you're all very familiar with the housekeeping rules by now, I'll just hand over to our first presenter, Pierre-Olivier from Colombia, followed by a discussion by Fernando Brauner.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for all the organizers for putting together a fantastic conference on a very important topic, bridging theory and practice. I will apologize that this is theory, but it is theory light, hopefully a little theory dessert for you in thinking about global hegemony and exorbitant privilege, which we put together with Carolyn Pfluger from University of Chicago. So the motivation for this paper is the observation that the ability to borrow is often critical for success, military success, and this is, for example, well documented in the rise of Great Britain in terms of being a military hegemon and a financially dominating power in the 19th century. Today, the U.S. is the global hegemon. It is both militarily dominant and also benefits from a well-documented exorbitant privilege and its ability to borrow cheaply. But since the fall of the Soviet Union and the unipolar moment, there's a lot of concern about the fact that U.S. political and geopolitical and financial dominance may be eroding with China's rise. So what do we do in this paper? What we do in this paper, we ask three questions. We first ask, how does the presence of global debt markets affect the military balance between countries? Second, how does that military balance itself affect global debt markets? And then finally, how do hegemonic transitions take place? In case you're going to pass out soon, I'm going to give you a preview of what we do and the main results. So what do? We first document three motivating facts to motivate the theoretical exploration. Those facts involve relative interest rates, spreads, devaluations for hegemons and non-hegemons. So these facts are known to the literature, so they're not our facts, they're well-known facts. Then I'm going to write down a simple two-country model that's going to be consistent with the facts. I'll give you a two-period simple version, and then we expand it to dynamics. And these are the main results we'll get, okay? And we focus on a symmetric model, two-country symmetric model, just to build ideas and build intuition, and then we think about a more realistic and applied situation where you have asymmetries between countries, as we do right now between US and China, for example. First main result is, in a world with low debt capacity, there's a unique steady state with a single dominant hegemon that both dominates militarily and dominates financially. For intermediate debt capacity, you get two steady states. You actually can have a situation where the militarily weaker country is actually able to dominate with support from debt markets. And that specific situation of intermediate debt capacity does feature history dependence, or what we call geopolitical hysteresis. In that circumstance, the only way that you can have a hegemonic transition is the way that we have seen historically, which is through war with defeat of the hegemon. So geopolitical crisis is required for a switch. Then we actually show that in a situation of high debt capacity, you can have non-monotonic dynamics, and geopolitical fragility, a situation where hegemonic transitions can occur even in the absence of conflict. One main force that shows up throughout the entire paper is this idea that factors that enhance military and financial dominance, and in particular what I mean by that is financial market factors that enhance it and enhance that complementarity also enhance fragility. And there's specific implications to that, and in particular any factors that say impact the US's debt capacity, like a change in credit rating or something of that sort, are actually national security risks for the US. Moreover, factors that impact China's ability to borrow internationally and go international with its currency are actually a national security threat for the United States. I'll skip related literature and just first give you the three facts. I'll give you the two-period model, and then we'll do the dynamic model to the extent permitted by time. Fact number one, hegemons borrow more cheaply, okay? Here's one nice way to see it. You see the transition from the US to from the UK to the US in terms of hegemonic dominance, which happened after World War I. You see that the UK borrowed more cheaply before World War I. After World War I, the US borrows more cheaply. Let's go to the transition from the Netherlands to the US. Prior to the Napoleonic Wars, the Netherlands borrows more cheaply than the UK. After the Napoleonic Wars, the UK borrows, and the UK victory, the UK borrows more cheaply. That's fact number one. Fact number two, the privilege or the borrowing advantage of the hegemon is also a privilege that rises with geopolitical tensions. Here you see a very tight correlation between the privilege that the US has over an average of advanced economies, and that's highly correlated with geopolitical risk. Higher geopolitical risk means greater privilege, so as measured by an increase in the spread of the difference between the borrowing rate of the US relative to other countries. And you see similar types of evidence if you look at the change in bond prices of Ukrainian and Russian bond prices immediately during the Ukraine invasion. This is supported by evidence also from the 19th century that Neil Ferguson has brought out, basically that the UK bond markets were extraordinarily stable throughout all of the conflicts of that century, whereas other bond prices were extremely volatile. And that's fact number two. Fact number three is that countries that lose wars inflate their currencies, devalue their currencies, and experience very high inflation. This is not a surprise to anybody. This is what happened after World War I and World War II. It's also what happened in the 19th century with numerous countries that devalued their currency relative to silver and gold, as documented by Reinhardt and Rogoff, for example. Okay, so those are the facts. Hegemons borrow more cheaply, that privilege increases with tensions, and whoever wins wars devalues more often, okay? Now, I'm going to give you a very simple model that's going to bake all of those facts right in, okay? And then after we bake those facts right in, we're going to do the exploration of seeing how does the presence of bond markets interact with military dominance, and how does military dominance interact with bond markets. I'm going to show you a complementarity there. And then I'm going to use that framework in a dynamic model to show you how we can have a transition, a hegemonic transition. Okay, so here's the model. I'm going to give you the two-period version first. The two-period version is there to show you that there is multiplicity, and that multiplicity arises from the presence of a complementarity between financial and military power, okay? So 2 periods. In the initial period 0, both countries, there are 2 countries, 1 and 2. Country 1 is the stronger one, and I'll show you what stronger means in a minute, but they're symmetric only with respect to everything except for one dimension to build on ideas. So both countries decide on some non-military public spending G. They have exogenous tax revenue tau. They fund G with some bonds. They issue internationally, QIBI, and then they also have to pay for the military MI, okay? At date 1, there is war or is not war. That's an exogenous event that happens with some probability. If there is peace or if there is war with victory, then output is not destroyed and the country can decide whether or not to repay its debt. If it does repay its debt, it has to pay some exogenous cost chi. That exogenous cost chi is what we mean when we talk about the depth of financial markets. How much can the government credibly repay in case of peace or in case of victory? If the country loses the war, its endowment is destroyed, and as you will be able to probably forecast, it will be forced to default. We have the following linear preferences. There are 2 periods, as I mentioned. The governments care about public spending. They don't care about military spending through any other channel other than the fact that it allows them to avoid being defeated in the event of war. And there's some cost of war gamma. If there is war with defeat, you lose gamma. Okay, and I'm going to eventually take gamma to high numbers so that both countries really do not want to lose the war. Kappa is a term that can either be 1 or theta, and theta is a way to parameterize the war premium, meaning how much do investors and governments care about this catastrophic state of the world of war, and we're going to play around with that parameter to show some comparative statics there. To close the model, let's model out war. War happens with some exogenous probability phi, and each country wins with some probability, which is a function of relative military spending. We have a difference contest function where the probability of a country winning is a function of the difference between your spending versus your opponent's spending. And as I mentioned at the beginning, country one is the dominant country. It has some exogenous, potentially large advantage A, which is weakly greater than 0. So that's country one. You can think of country one like the US, which has an exogenous advantage in winning the military contest. So that's the entire model. I'll leave it up there so that you can digest it for a second. And what we're going to do is we're going to solve it with backward induction. You're going to see that the solution is relatively simple. It's going to boil down to a single equation. And that single equation is going to allow us to talk about uniqueness versus multiplicity and complementarity. And then after that, we'll move to the dynamics, okay? So the order of events is as follows. Both countries simultaneously choose how much to spend on non-military spending and how much to borrow. Investors then determine bond prices, and then military expenditure is the residual. Then nature is going to determine whether or not a war occurs and who wins that war. And then finally, after that event occurs, both countries decide whether or not to default on their investors, okay? So using backward induction, you can see that neither country can credibly borrow more than tau chi, because if you do, you will default with probability 1. So tau chi is really the limit of how much you can borrow. So that's a way to think about debt capacity. I'm going to give you a bunch of results about what happens as chi changes. And of course, if you lose the war and are defeated, you cannot repay, okay, based on what we wrote, because you have no ability to repay, so you have to default. I'm going to take the limiting case as where war with defeat is infinitely costly. And what that's going to mean are the following facts. Fact number 1, both countries are going to be borrowing and they will both default if there is a war and they lose. Okay, so that's going to give us fact number 3. Okay, losers from wars default. Both countries are going to just spend on public goods as much as they have to. Okay, 0 is a sort of a normalized minimum level of public goods, and then they will maximize military spending otherwise. And then they will borrow all the way up to their borrowing capacity tau chi. This is going to imply the following bond prices. Bond prices are going to reflect, 1, the probability that there's peace, 1 minus phi. But then if there is war with probability phi, there's some war premium, financial premium theta that's attached to the price of securities in that state of the world, and your asset only repays if you win, which is why you have the probability of winning there, okay? And what is that going to imply? That's going to imply that your military spending as a country is equal to your tax revenue plus whatever you're able to get out of the bond markets. And what that's going to lead to is a simple equilibrium condition that tells us that the gap in military expenditure between the two countries is equal to the gap in their bond market revenue, okay? And that simple equation is going to allow us to do a bunch of comparative statics where I'm going to do those comparative statics with respect to the debt capacity chi, which you see there in blue. Okay, so this is the proposition, the main proposition that you get out of the two-period model, which is there to highlight the economics behind uniqueness versus multiplicity. So first of all, there is some cutoff level of debt capacity chi, where if debt capacity is below that cutoff, we have a unique equilibrium, okay? And in a situation where A is greater than 0, so there's a technological advantage in military force from country 1 versus country 2, then country 1 is going to win with probability greater than 50%, and country 1 is going to be borrowing more cheaply. That's going to be reflected in financial markets, and country 1 is going to have a larger level of military spending. I'm going to skip the visuals for this. Let me give you the second result, then we'll go into intuition. In contrast, if debt capacity is greater than this cutoff, then there's going to be 2 stable equilibria, 1 unstable equilibrium. The notion of stability will be clearer in the dynamic setup. But in one equilibrium, country 1 dominates financially and militarily. So this is similar to the unique equilibrium where the exogenously strong wins with probability greater than 1/2. It invests more in the military, and it borrows more cheaply. However, there's a second equilibrium that pops up. That second equilibrium is one where the exogenously weaker country actually wins with probability greater than 50%. It also is able to build a stronger military, is able to borrow more cheaply. And what's the intuition for that multiplicity? Well, the intuition for that multiplicity is that the weak country can anticipate the higher probability of winning for that weak country. They recognize that maybe the technology is not as great, but they also anticipate that that country is going to invest much more in the military to make up for that exogenous disadvantage, and thus they will be lending to that country at a cheaper interest, lower interest rate, and that country will ultimately win with probability greater than 50%. Okay, and so that's going to be how the multiplicity pops up. I'll say a few more words about multiplicity next. But I just want to highlight that this simple model is also consistent with facts number 1 and number 2, which is the country that is expected to win, so the militarily dominant country, borrows more cheaply. Moreover, that funding advantage, so that privilege, is rising in the probability of war. It's also rising in the war premium, which is how much investors place on this catastrophic state of the world. One additional fact to think about in terms of the amplification, which is that in the neighborhood of an equilibrium, the winning and funding advantage of the country that's dominating is rising in debt capacity, rising in the war probability, rising in the war premium, okay? So that's the sense in which you can see that financial market factors that enhance the ability to borrow on the margin and enhance what investors are willing to give you can also enhance your military capacity, and that increase in military capacity in turn increases your financial advantage, okay? And and that's basically what I just said there. And what you get in here, which is useful from a policy perspective, financial market factors can increase your advantage, okay, if you're country 1 and you're a dominating country. It increases fragility and multiplicity. What does not increase fragility and multiplicity is better technology, better military advantage A. Okay, so there's a fundamental factors that are just financial that increase your ability to win militarily versus other factors like technology. Now, you might look at this and you say, well, this is a simple model. It's two periods. What if that advantage can grow over time? What if countries can actually invest in this? So that's what I'm going to be looking at next with the few minutes I have left. And in that framework, I will show you what drives hegemonic transitions. The infinite horizon model is very much like the two-period model with a few exceptions. One is that military technology does not fully depreciate, so you can accumulate it over time. That's what you see there with delta is the depreciation rate. The other thing is that you can default in every single period. The other thing is that war occurs with some exogenous probability in every single period. The thing we need to specify is what happens if there is war. Well, if there is war with victory, it's very much like before. You don't lose anything, but you still have the option to default. If there is war with defeat, in addition to having your entire endowment destroyed, we also have it so that that all military spending that you accumulated evaporates. That's actually also true if you win with victory. So the idea is that war is a resetting mechanism for the military balance. And so when you solve out this, the order of events is as follows. It's very similar to the two-period model. At the beginning of time, countries decide how much public spending to do, how much to borrow, whether or not to default. Financial markets open and clear. In order to satisfy budget constraints on and off path, military spending is determined. And then, as before, we'll take the limiting case where war with defeat becomes infinitely costly. That leads you to the following conditions, which are analogous to the ones in the two-period model, namely that countries borrow as much as they can up to their debt capacity. Military expenditure is determined given that fact. And then now you can think about a gap in military expenditure between the two countries where that gap, and we can think about how that evolves. So mu-T is going to be a measure of the military balance. And now I can show you the results. I'll show them to you graphically. You can have, if debt capacity is low, you can get a unique steady state, and you get convergence to that steady state where a country that's dominant will gradually experience an increase in its military dominance and financial dominance. So its military will grow relative to its rival, and its interest rates will fall relative to its rival. in contrast, if you have intermediate debt capacity, you can have geopolitical hysteresis. So this is a situation, so mu t-1, so the military balance at date t-1 is on the x-axis, the military balance at date t is on the y-axis, and this is a transition diagram. And here you could see that there are two stable equilibria. And what I've depicted here is a transition to the equilibrium in which country 1 dominates. But as you can see, there's another equilibrium that can pop out. And the reason that equilibrium pops out is similar as in the two-period model. It's one where the weaker country dominates with support from financial markets. But what you can see from this phase diagram is that if we're on the path where country 1 is dominating, there's really no way under peace for there to be a transition to the one where country 2 is dominating. We're going to need something else, and I'll get to the something else in a minute. And then if you have very high debt capacity, then we can be in a situation where we have geopolitical fragility, which is a situation where even though we have two stable equilibria, there's a region where it's unclear who will dominate. It could be country 1, it could be country 2, and that's going to that's not identified. Okay, so anything can happen in that region. Let me just conclude with this issue of transitions. Hegemonic transition is a situation where we start with one steady state and think about what is required to move to another steady state where the other country dominates. And what we can show is that if we are in a situation of intermediate debt capacity, which is a situation of geopolitical hysteresis, the only way in which we can have a hegemonic transition is if a war occurs, and if a war occurs, that resets the military balance, and then we have a transition to the other country dominating. So this is consistent with historical observation that wars have occurred around the same time as hegemonic transitions. Wars reset the military balance, and that resetting of the military balance leads to the gradual domination of the new hegemon, both militarily and financially. In contrast, though, if you have very high debt capacity, you can have this interesting situation where you can have hegemonic transitions without having any wars whatsoever. It's just that it becomes, it grows out of the expectations of financial markets, where country 2 can dominate if financial markets decide that country 2 is the dominant country. So that emerges if both countries have very deep high debt capacity. Of course, we don't live in a world where the debt capacity of US and China is the same, okay? That's very clear, and it's obvious given the numerous talks that have been given over the past couple of days. So this is really just thinking through a situation of what would happen if they were symmetric. What's interesting is if you do an extension of this framework and think about what happens under asymmetry, what you get is a couple of things. One, you can get that even if the one country, say the US, is technologically less advanced but has deeper financial markets, that country can actually dominate militarily and financially, okay, because it has deeper financial markets. So the depth of financial markets can help a hegemon win militarily and financially, even if it does not have an exogenous technological advantage. An additional implication from such an extension is that any efforts, any changes where the dominant country, country 1, loses financial capacity at the expense of country 2, because country 2, say, internationalizes its currency and taps international debt markets, that is a threat, national security threat to that country, because the other country is going to be able to potentially benefit from this complementarity between financial and military dominance. In conclusion, I will say that what we did in this paper is we presented a framework consistent with 3 facts. Those facts were hegemons borrow more cheaply, the borrowing premium rises with geopolitical tensions, and war losers devalue their debts by more. You can write a simple model that's consistent with all these facts, where there's a complementarity between the military and financial dominance, and what you can get is that complementarity leads to fragility and has specific implications for how and when hegemonic transitions can take place. In terms of implications, as I said, any impairment of US debt capacity has national security implications, as does any internationalization of the Chinese currency. Thank you.
the opportunity to discuss this very interesting paper. So, what does the paper do? It explores the connections between countries' access to international financial markets, its effect on military spending, the effect of military spending on war, and how war might affect geopolitical stability. And the main mechanism in the paper is that access to financing by governments allows governments to invest more in the military. This increases the likelihood of the countries winning the war. If the country is more likely to win the war, it's more likely to repay its creditors, and this in turn tends to increase access to financing. Okay, so you can already see from here that this is the kind of thing that's going to deliver, for example, multiplicity of equilibria. Okay, so if countries, on the other hand, don't have access to financial markets, the whole thing unravels, and this validates pessimistic expectations. So this is the basic mechanism. The paper provides some empirical evidence that Pierre discussed in detail already. There is a simple two-period model, and there is an infinite horizon extension. So, is the topic important? Obviously, yes. I don't need to talk about that. Was the presentation by Pierre clear? Yes, I had seen this a couple of weeks ago, so I knew he would be very clear. So instead of clarifying what he does, I'm going to take a step back, and I'm going to present a slightly different model that's going to be simpler on some dimensions, but slightly more general on a specific dimension that I want to emphasize. I'm going to use this model to try to understand what elements of the theory are necessary or particularly relevant for the results I just summarized. So this is very similar. So there is no laser here, I guess. No. Okay, so the preferences of the countries are similar to what Pierre has. Basically, I'm going to omega is the probability of winning the war. That affects directly the utility of the country. But in addition, here, I'm assuming that there is some utility associated with consuming government spending or general consumption. And alpha is going to be the weight on that. Okay, now in the paper, they essentially assume that alpha is 0. The country doesn't care about government spending. It only cares about the outcome of the war. But here, let me assume that alpha might be positive. Maybe there is a trade-off. Now, the probability of countries winning the war are as a function of the differences between military spending. So that's the same probability function Pierre had. And then, differently from Pierre's presentation, I'm going to assume that financial markets are complete and actuarially fair. Okay, so the country is going to receive an endowment at tau 1 potential in the second period, and it's fully pledgeable. So there is no there's not going to be any issue associated with frictions in financial markets, access to financial markets. Both countries are going to be able to fully pledge their endowment in the second period. You can see this in the equation. So tau 1 is the endowment the country gets if it wins the war. Otherwise, it gets 0. So tau 1 times omega is the expected endowment, and that's fully pledgeable to creditors. So the creditors can borrow everything they want out of that. Okay, so for the types of interactions that exist between countries' military spendings, it's crucial to understand whether military spendings are strategic complements or substitutes. Okay? So, for example, you might think of what happens if there is an increase in M2. So if M2 goes up, there are two effects. Okay? On the one hand, there is a substitution effect. As M2 increases, F prime goes up, and as a result, the marginal utility of military spending, if you wish to interpret it that way, is going to be increasing. And as a result, country 1 is going to choose to reduce its consumption and increase military spending. On the other hand, an increase in M2 tends to reduce the probability that country 1 wins in case of war. As a result, the expected endowment goes down. That's an income effect. And as a result, that would tend to decrease both consumption and military spending. Okay, so the first one, you can think of it as a substitution effect, the second one as an income effect. Now, what I'm going to do is first I'm going to describe very briefly the substitution effect, This does not play a role in the paper, but just so that you see the two effects and what assumptions are actually made in the paper. So I'm going to assume that alpha is positive, so the country does in fact care both about consumption and the outcome of the war, but I'm going to set tau 1 0. So tau 1 0, what it means is that basically I'm assuming that the outcome of the war does not affect endowment. Okay, so you can think that the country in the second period receives some endowment that doesn't depend on the outcome of the war, and in addition, it receives this tau 1 only if it wins the war. Okay, but here, for simplicity, let's assume that there is no endowment in the second period regardless of the outcome of the war. Okay? And as a result, these are the first-order conditions, and both countries, in fact, have the same first-order conditions. Okay? In this case, military spending are strategic complements. If M2 goes up, F prime goes up, and as a result, country 1 is going to choose to reduce consumption and increase its military spending. This sort of leads to standard strategic interactions. So if you want to think about arms races, something like this is going on. So if one country invests more, the other one has more incentives to invest as well, and this can lead to excessive investment in military. So these results are sort of standard. Now, this would not be a war that leads to geopolitical instability of the one as in the paper. So this is, let's think of this as sort of a standard effect. In the paper, instead, they assume that alpha is 0. So alpha is 0 means the country doesn't care at all about consuming goods. It only cares about the outcome of the war. And in addition, tau is positive. So the outcome of the war does, in fact, affect the budget constraint of the country, does affect expected endowment. In this case, you obtain this, it's not first-order conditions. Essentially, both countries invest as much as possible, so invest the tau 0 that they get, and in addition, they invest tau 1 times the probability of winning the war. In this case, military spendings are strategic substitutes. So if M2 goes up, this decreases the probability that one wins the war, and as a result, expected endowment goes down, it can invest less. And the same is true for the effect of M1 on M2. So if M2 goes up, it tends to decrease M1. If M1 goes up, it tends to decrease M2. Once you have this type of strategic, the M1 and M2 become strategic substitutes, then you notice that this, if I subtract the second equation from the first, I get exactly the same equation as in the model. Okay, so this is literally the same as in the model. In this type of world, then you could have the interactions Pierre has mentioned. So you can have multiple equilibria, one in which M1 is high, M2 is low, another one in which M2 is high, M1 is low. So you can have all the basic strategic interactions mentioned in the paper. But in the model I just described, there is no special role for access to financial markets. In fact, the two countries are unconstrained in the sense that they can borrow as much as they want. Of course, if it is expected that they are going to lose a war, well, their expected endowment goes down, so they will be able to borrow more. But it's not that there is no particular advantage for the existing hegemon. Okay, so in particular, the hegemon does pay a lower interest rate, but this only reflects the fact that it repays with higher probability. In terms of expected returns, both countries repay, have the same cost of borrowing. Okay. So the first time I read the paper, I thought that perhaps the source of multiple equilibrium in the model would be as in the standard Calvo type of model, in which it's a question of coordination amongst creditors. But here it's not that. This is a game amongst the two countries. So if I, as country 1, expect country 2 to spend a lot, I do not want to spend a lot. I actually want to spend little. And given that, I borrow as much as I can, given my expected endowment. So it's not a question about coordination amongst creditors. It's simply the outcome that the game between the two countries has these two different equilibria. Okay, so one natural question is, well, is there also multiple equilibrium in that sense, in the sense of Calvo? And in this case, can countries do something about to be able to select the equilibrium they prefer or not? So these are sort of questions that arise in this case. But the model as it is now, it's not it's sort of a standard multiple equilibrium in the sense of sovereign debt in which investors refuse to roll over the debt, and that's why the country loses access to markets. It's not about that. Now, one example that the paper assumes that in case of war, both countries lose all their military capital. I think that this can lead sometimes to a geopolitical transition in which the loser becomes the hegemon. Perhaps they want to assume that the winner doesn't lose all its military capacity to avoid this type of result. Then it might be that you might also want to consider the fact that countries' ability to save abroad might also be relevant, especially if you think about countries perhaps wanting to have a war to save, to be prepared for the next war. But if they think that they might not be able to access those funds, that might not be a very useful strategy. And just to finish, again, this is a very elegant model. There are very interesting results. In my view, the mechanism is probably even more general than suggested in the paper. And I very much look forward to the next version. Thank you.
Thanks, Fernando. I really appreciate the very helpful discussion. I'll just say one thing about this complementarity substitution thing. I have to think more about it, but I think the contest function is convex concave, and so it was when we wrote out the general model without making the specific assumptions, it became so intractable because of that specific issue. So it's something we can think about a little bit more for the next version. And it's useful to think about the Calvo extension as well. So I'm happy to take questions. Do I call? I call. 4 to 5 minutes then. Okay. Hélène, and then I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. Yeah.
Sorry, so very interesting. So I just have a question. So you said when there is a transition to another hegemon, it may come in the case of a war if the current hegemon loses. So is it a prediction of a model that essentially you could go from one hegemon 1 to hegemon 2 only in the case where hegemon 1 loses? And the case of course, the UK and the US is, it was transition among allies there. So just right. What does the model have to say about this in kind of more generally?
Yeah. I'll just very quickly, it all depends on what you assume about what happens in the aftermath of war in terms of how much military capital gets destroyed. So you can have it go whichever way you want, depending on those assumptions, and we just give an example based on what would happen. We think about it as not necessarily two countries who are fighting each other, but it's more like in a general world with end countries, it's who is going to be more likely to dominate and repay. So it's about that, its ability to repay after the war ends. And we connect that to whoever it doesn't get all of their assets and economy destroyed in the process. So it could be two allies. But yeah, it's possible. It is possible in the model to actually still win the war, but because your military capital has been destroyed, that you still have a hegemonic transition, and that would occur in particular if the only reason you were dominating globally was not because of your technological capacity or something like that, just purely because of hysteresis. So hysteresis, like if the US, say, was dominating because of history, its technology stinks, its navy is not properly operating, but it's just hysteresis. Well, then you can immediately transition to another one, even if you win the war because of so much military capital has been destroyed in the process. Yes.
I was Joanna Bryson at Heritage School. I was really interested in this case where you could switch to a weaker partner, because you didn't mention the case of the Soviet Union in the Cold War, where of course there wasn't a transition in the end, but people believed in expending resources as if there could have been, and it was because of one of the things you mentioned, this enormous investment in nuclear, in particular by Russia, as they are currently investing enormously in disinformation and so just single technologies that they try to play out their hand with. So I just wondered if you could say anything about the current Russian Federation and the previous Soviet Union.
I would have to, I don't know enough about the Soviet debt markets to tell you if there's anything like that. I will say one thing that we have, so according to some of Ken's research, Nazi Germany was the safe asset for like a 3-year window. And that would be consistent with our model because that actually followed their massive military buildup. So that's what I could say about that. I haven't thought about the Soviet Union because as far as I can tell, it wasn't really an international debt market for their securities, nor were they really tied into the global trading or financial system. So one thing I will say about military buildup is that one implication of the model is that if you can actually reduce your interest rates by building up your military if the military buildup means that the safety of your asset is enhanced because you're more likely to dominate in the event of a calamity. Yes.
I think we have time for one final question, yeah.
Thanks, great paper. I wonder here if there was a third country, you would prefer basically to stay out of the war, and in this case, it would be that country which would have the privilege. So I wonder if this isn't more about the differential of capacity of borrowing across hegemon candidates rather than exorbitant privilege worldwide, including with respect to allies.
So in the model, war is something that's imposed on you exogenously. You don't have the option to go in or stay or whatever. So there's so I can only hypothesize as to what happens when that becomes a decision, and I can only hypothesize as to what happens if that decision involves a third party, okay? What is true is that the privilege is tied into, it's true, the privilege is tied into being able to repay at the end. So if a country can stay out of it and actually repay at the end, then you're absolutely right. That would be the optimal situation. But the implicit assumption is that a country that is large enough to absorb so much debt, to absorb so much investment, cannot possibly stay out of a geopolitical conflict. So given that fact, it will inevitably be able to issue its securities at a premium, So Switzerland it doesn't fit here because it would get inevitably involved at some point in the conflict, not to mention other things that others have brought out about Switzerland, like its debt capacity and so on.
Thank you very much, Pierre and Fernando. Next up is Siwan Yang from the IMF with the paper. Next up is Siwan Yang, followed by a discussion by Saskia Meuchelberg.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, organizers, for inviting me to present this paper. Sorry, my voice is not very clear. I have a tough past for a few days. So this is the paper on dominant currency paradigm with input-output linkages. This paper has been written for a while ago when I was in the market. And that was like during the period of the high dollar appreciation. So I just want to try to understand how this can affect to the global trade. And since I'm in IMF, standard disclaimer applies. Let me start to you by motivating that to understand the effect on the global trade of dollar appreciation, we first need to understand like what the currencies are used in the trade. So we call them as invoicing currency. So in global trade, if you follow the literature in the international macro, there starts from the Munder-Fleming model, which assumes the producer currency pricing called PCP. And there's early 2000, there's a concept from the income pass-through. There is local currency pricing called LCP. And recently, from the customer level data become available, it shows that countries use mostly the US dollar or the European, the euro as a dominant currency, so that's called the DCP, dominant currency pricing. And each pricing paradigm has different implication on the exchange rate pass-through to prices and quantities. And on the other hand, as you know, the global value chain rises from the early 2010, and countries engage more on the global input-output linkages. And since the marginal cost in one country is linked to the marginal cost in another one, incorporating this IO linkage can change the exchange rate pass-through mechanism as well. So to having these two concepts together, how the US dollar appreciation affects the global trade under exogenous invoicing currency and input-output linkages. And there's a second part of the paper that I am interested is motivated by some questions in the literature that the global trade is close to DCP. So what I mean by the global trade is close to DCP is that expenditure switching happen only on the import side when the home currency depreciates. And the data reveals that the US dollar's dominance in global trade, and the empirical the paper by Gita Gopinath and co-author, they show that they have a horse race regression on the import price, regress on the dollar exchange rate for the importing countries, and the bilateral exchange rates to understand like which exchange rate gonna more explain the import price. And it shows that the dollar exchange rate dominates the bilateral exchange rate, so it shows that the global trade can be close to DCP. But there is an opposite view in some economists that the global trade expenditure switching mechanism is close to LCP. What I mean by LCP is expenditure switching is absent both on the import and export side. So to be specific, I'll give you an example. When you go to the supermarket, when you're living in like small country, then most of the country goes to the supermarket, those prices are denominated into the local currency. So the DCP border price might be insignificant. So you might understand in terms of the expenditure switching mechanism, is the world trade closer to the LCP model or the DCP model? So understand that we need some quantitative model to run some counterfactuals. So in the first part of my presentation, I'll show you some theory. This is a basic, like, super simple two-country model to understand like how the global trade responds to dollar appreciation by incorporating both invoicing currency and input-output linkages. And there should be some direct exposure on the dollar through the dollar invoicing. So that's kind of obvious. Standard expenditure switching mechanism holds, but there's an indirect exposure through the input-output linkages. So I want to stress out there might be a second-order effect. And in the quantitative part, it might be an obvious result, but in the quantitative, the global trade lies in between the DCP model and the LCP model. And quantitatively, it lies to be a model with half DCP and half LCP for both final good and intermediate good trades. And since this is about the geoeconomic conference, I also wanted to understand the role of the IO linkages in the global trade. So it can amplify the effect of the dollar appreciation by 0.3% to 0.6% per 1% dollar appreciation, depending on how I reorder the IO matrix. So without further ado, let me go into the baseline model. So this is a two-country model, home and foreign, and I consider US as a third country, which is taken as exogenous, which only conducts the US monetary policy. Like there's like some US money supply M with the superstar dollar. If the dollar, if the money supply in dollar goes up, that means that it's expansionary monetary policy from the US, and if the M dollar goes down, that's the contractionary US monetary policy that may appreciate the dollar, depending on some model assumptions. And the households, the utilities are log linear, and you can think about some Cobb-Douglas demand structure between domestic and foreign final goods. So home consumer, I, buys the home good and foreign goods with the home bias moments gamma and with the foreign openness gamma. And there's a cash in advance constraint to simplify the analysis. And producer has a similar demand structure, also Cobb-Douglas, by combining domestic and foreign inputs and use the value added that produce the goods and sells to domestic and foreign. So the key parameter here is the foreign intermediate input share. So alpha is the labor share for home producer, and phi is the foreign input share. So multiply with 1 minus alpha times phi is the foreign intermediate input share of the home country, and with the superscript star, that is the intermediate input share for foreign producer. And since I am interested in the short-term implication, I introduced the Kabul sticky price in the static manner. So that means that the domestic prices are only invoiced in the own currency, but international price, there are like 3 different types of firm: PCP firms, LCP firms, and DCP firms. They invoice their price in a different currency, like producer currency, local currency, and dominant currency. And since I am interested only on the dollar appreciation scenario, let me focus on the DCP firms that there's like a exogenous dollar invoicing share with the subscript D, stands for DCP. And if the home producer sells to foreign final goods, that's the C with the superscript C. And if the foreign producer sells to the home consumer, that's a C star. And if the home producer sells the foreign producer as a foreign intermediate input, that's going to be a superscript X. And the other way around, foreign to home, that's a X star. So there are 4 different DCP invoicing share play around in the theoretical model. And I can come up with some dollar exposure of consumer and producer in each country, right? Like I color code the gamma and alpha phi. I'm not sure we keep moving. Sorry about that. But if I multiply those homes exposure with the dollar invoicing share, I can calculate the home consumers, how much they expose to the dollar by gamma, which is the trade openness for that consumer, multiplied by the dollar invoicing share of the foreign producer. And then I can calculate the rest of the dollar exposure of each player in this economy. And then I can use these measures to come up with this property that when the prices are fully sticky, for another simplicity, I can calculate the change in the global trade value in response to the US monetary tightening. So you can see like this M dollar stands for the money supply in the US. That means that the money supply goes down. That's constructionary monetary policy. We expect the dollar appreciates, which means that global trade going down in the standard model. That means that these derivative is necessary to be positive. And I can walk you through which terms are linking to which mechanism I have in mind. So first, in the curly bracket, I can think about the first round effect that if the dollar appreciates, then DCP, in the perspective of the DCP firms, their marginal cost in unit of dollar goes down, right? Like if the marginal cost in their own currency stay even though stay constant, the marginal cost in unit of dollar goes down from the dollar appreciation. That means that the price are constant, marginal cost goes down. That means that markup goes up. So markup goes up, leads to DCP firms to cut their demand. So that affects to the home consumer, home producer, to the extent to their dollar exposure. So these 4 measures, what I mentioned in the previous table, home consumer decrease their demand by their dollar exposure, home producer decrease their dollar exposure, decrease their demand by their dollar exposure, and the same for the foreign consumer and producer. So that's like a standard expenditure switching mechanism. So that's the mechanical effect of the dollar appreciation affecting to each player in this economy. But with the presence of the input-output linkage, there's a second round effect. So what happens is that from the first round effect, the markup goes up. That means that the marginal cost goes up. But since, again, the price is sticky, the fully sticky, that means that the marginal cost up should be offset by the markup decrease. So that's a unique mechanism with the presence of the IO linkages. That means that this marginal cost increase is universal for all consumer and producer, because like in the perspective of producer, the marginal cost increase should be a reduction in markup for all buyers in this economy, so that the home output increase by this amount, and the foreign output increased by this amount. So, and 2 effect is working on the opposite direction. If you see the sign, once again, so if I go back to this original equation, and if I set the economy to be symmetric, so alpha is equal to alpha star, phi is equal to phi star, y bar is equal to y bar star, and then if I assume that all final good trade are in local currency, which means that C with superscript, theta with superscript C is 0, and all intermediate good trades are in dollar, which means that theta with the superscript X or X star is equal to 1. That means that I can show that this whole effect is going to be 0, right? So even though the dollar appreciates, the effect on the global trade is muted. So from this second round effect, which has a positive implication on the global trade. And obviously there's an IO linkage amplification, and this phi, each component of phi is the Leontief inverse element of the IO matrix. So, in the paper, there's a more substantive discussion about the more descriptive example, but from the interest of time, I can move on to the quantitative analysis, which is going to be more, I'm sorry, this slide is keep moving. I think I will not touch it. Okay, sorry. So I can think about the quantitative model, where there's, in the baseline model, I assume there's a 2 country, and I exclude the US as exogenous one. But in the quantitative model, I extend the model to multi-country, and I include the US explicitly. And utilities now CRRA, and sticky price now is a dynamic Calvo. And for the demand structure, to incorporate the strategic complementarity in the exchange rate pass-through, I include the Kimball demand with Klenow-Willis specification, and trade linkage and invoicing currency are both matrix, because like the trade are bilateral from country I to country J for the final good trade, intermediate good trade, and there's an invoicing currency should also be bilateral from country J to country I. So I need to calibrate it from the data, and for the exogenous shock to endogenize the dollar appreciation, I can think about the 2 different types of shock: U.S. monetary policy shock and shock to the UIP deviation. So this is a baseline. This is a very simple model extension of the Gita Gopinath's dominant currency paradigm AER with a multi-country setup. And from the household problem, we can come up with the UIP condition by playing around with 2 Euler condition Euler equation from the dollar bond and domestic bond. And this C is the deviation, UIP deviation, which comes from the convenience yield and the dollar bond. And production function, we have the productivity shock and the monetary policy. To close the model, it follows Taylor rule with epsilon monetary policy shock of country J. And to calibrate, I have to know what is the home bias of country J selling to country I, and IO linkage from country J to country I. So I use the WIOD and pick 12 countries out of 43 in the WIOD T table, ordered by size of GNE, and put the rest of 32 countries in the rest of the world. And I also need to know what is the bilateral invoicing share from country J to country I in currency K, especially when the K is dollar. And there is a nice data source by Amenables and co-author in the JIE, recently published in JIE, and they have like more than 100 countries export and invoicing share in dollar, euro, and the other third countries. But notice that those data is all available in country level, not in DYAD, in the country pair. So I need to make some identifying assumption where the dollar invoicing shares are identical across importers, or dollar invoicing shares are identical across exporters, so I can use either import invoicing shares and export invoicing shares to see the robustness check. And for other parameters, I use the standard value in the literature, and I match some empirical moment to calibrate the shocks, and I successfully match the moment from the data. So this is the main table of the paper, so I will take some time to explain what this means. So, so we have the calibrated I/O linkages, and we have this calibrated invoicing shares. And I want to answer once again, if I tweak this invoicing share to be the case that this these invoicing shares are purely LCP or DCP, so that I can understand like how much expenditure switching happens on their full LCP model or full DCP model, and somewhere in between from our calibration. So in the table, you see there's a two column. I can use the US monetary policy shock that such that those shocks are normalized and the dollar appreciates by 1% against every other currencies. So this is a universal dollar appreciation. And I can also use the UIP shock. This is the cumulative UIP deviation for each country such that dollar appreciation by 1% against all other countries. So these two shocks are different versions of the shock, which makes the dollar universally appreciate 1%. And using that, I see the how much the global trade change in percentage. And for both calibration, I see there's a magnitude quantitatively similar. So I see like in both calibration, is robustly in the ballpark. And so, for example, in response to US monetary policy shock that appreciates our dollar by 1%, the global trade decreased by 0.56%. And I can now start changing my invoicing shares by full LCP or full DCP, so that you can see in the third row and the sixth row. So that is very far away from the calibration number. I mean, the number from the calibrated model I have. So I can start changing the invoicing share a little differently. So conventionally, we can expect that all final goods are LCP and all intermediate goods are DCP. So if I use that, those numbers are not very enough to explain the numbers from the calibrated model. So if I change the final good trade, intermediate good trade to be both LCP, half LCP and half DCP, then I can successfully match those numbers from the calibrated model, so that, if some economists say that if I want to match the expenditure switching mechanism from the data using my two-country model, then I can say, like, if you calibrate your model invoicing share to be half LCP and half DCP for both final and intermediate goods trade, then you might be able to match the data. The data is expenditure switching pattern. So I have these two different calibrate I/O linkages and calibrate invoicing shares. And if I fix the latter one, and what if I fix change the I/O linkages and see what happens? To be the case that I/O linkages are highly correlated with the dollar invoicing share matrix, then I can amplify those effects by 0.3 to 0.6%, depending on which shocks I use. So there should be some quantitative significance on the I/O linkages role on the global trade. So I can quickly summarize. So dollar appreciation, effect of dollar appreciation on global trade, depending on both invoicing currency and input-output linkages through their interaction. And there's a direct effect and their indirect effect to understand the mechanism in detail. And quantitatively, expenditure switching mechanism of the world trade is close to half LCP and half DCP model for both final good and intermediate good trade. And I can come up with some policy recommendation if I have more time. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Siwan, and thanks a lot to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present this paper. Should my discussion slides just... Okay, perfect, here we go. So let's see if I'm more lucky with this than you were. Apparently not. Oh, what did I do now? I'm sorry. What did I do? No, it's fine. Thanks. Okay. So the research question addressed by this paper is how do input-output linkages affect the role of dominant currency pricing in global trade? What Siwan does is he introduces input-output linkages into two models in his paper with exogenous invoicing currency choice. And his main findings are that trade responses to an appreciation of the US dollar depend on the interaction between the use of the US dollar as an invoicing currency and the use of foreign intermediate inputs. So he calibrates a model and the results of this calibrated model suggest that the global trade response to dollar appreciation lies in between a full DCP and a full LCP scenario, as he very well explained. So let me start out by showing you this graph by Emin Boss and co-authors. This is also the source of data that Siwan uses for his paper. And what you can see here is on the left-hand side, global trade broken down by invoicing currency. What becomes apparent, the green part is the US dollar, which makes up around 40% of global trade is invoiced in US dollar. And then we have another around 40% invoiced in euros, and the rest are other currencies. This is contrasted on the right-hand side with a breakdown of global trade by countries. And here you can see that transactions that involve the United States, again the green part, only make up around 10% of global trade. For the euro, this is euro area versus euro invoiced trade, the difference is not as stark. So the US dollar really plays a dominant role in global trade. This is also what research that is out there has already shown. So the US dollar is a major driver of global trade and the dominant currency pricing. And I just, to bring everybody to the same page, again, outlined the different pricing paradigms, DCP, PCP, and LCP, as Siwan already did. If we assume that the US dollar appreciates under sticky prices, under dominant currency pricing, we would see that imports drop as they become more expensive for non-US countries. We wouldn't see a significant increase in exports, and global trade would fall. So expenditure switching in this case only goes through the import side. When we look at the producer currency pricing, we have the same mechanisms. Imports fall, but at the same time, exports increase as competitiveness of non-US countries increase. And in addition, we have that imports of intermediate inputs increase because exports rise. Under LCP, exports and imports don't respond. The expenditure switching channel is basically switched off, and we have no sizable impact on global trade. So this is what we know from the literature. What does Siwan do now? How does he contribute? He develops a framework to investigate the relationship between invoicing currencies and IO linkages. So, of course, this is highly relevant for exchange rate pass-through, for international spillovers, and for the conduct of monetary policy, and also, of course, from a geoeconomic perspective, whatever that means, geoeconomics. We heard that discussion today in the policy panels, but it is a very relevant topic. And he introduces a new mechanism into this sphere. So there are three different mechanisms, basically, how global trade responds to a US dollar appreciation in the paper. The first round is a negative effect due to the standard expenditure switching channel that I just explained. The second effect is a second round positive effect due to markup adjustments. So foreign intermediate goods are more expensive in local currency terms when the dollar appreciates, marginal costs increase, markups decrease when prices are sticky, and we see that output and global trade value increase. And these two effects in the model are amplified as well by the IO linkages. So one thing when I read the paper, one question that for me arose was your choice of models and, your choice of models and your way of modeling it. Now it's happening the same to me. Wait a second. I didn't press anything. So you start out with a baseline model. You have a two-country open economy model based on Fareed and co-authors, but without dynamics, to elaborate on your different channels. And then you have a quantitative model, which is based on Gopinath and co-authors, which is a multi-country large open economy model with dynamics. And you also include, based on your baseline model, the I/O linkages here. In some of the assumptions that you took between the two models, I wasn't sure why you took this two-step approach. So would it be possible also to just consider a unified framework? You started with a simple model, and then you actually extended to a multi-country setup, and you take that model to the data instead of having two separate frameworks. My second comment regards the calibration of your invoicing shares, since this is also a central part of your work. You take the data on invoicing currency from Boss and co-authors, and this data is only available for a large set of countries at the country level. Now, what you do is you calibrate the US dollar invoicing shares in bilateral trade by taking some assumptions. And these assumptions, these simplifying assumptions are simply necessary because you don't have data on bilateral invoicing shares. So you assume that identical invoicing shares are identical across either importers or exporters, and you have two different calibrations. So far, so good. What you also assume is that invoicing shares are the same for intermediate and final goods. And here, because this is also a central part of your paper, I was thinking a little bit more about that. So typically, it's the case that commodities are invoiced in US dollars, which also makes up quite a large share of global trade. I have here the same graph that I showed before on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, Boss and co-authors, they assume that commodities are fully invoiced in US dollars, what is typically the case. And you see that this makes up almost half of this bulk of dollar invoice trade. So this is the one thing, and then there's also some empirical evidence for heterogeneity in invoicing choice across products. So in the work of Amiti and co-authors, for example, they show that product destination fixed effects actually explain quite a large share of the variation in the choice of invoicing currency. And at the same time, there's also a novel study by Chaudhry, and what she does is she looks into the invoicing choice of French firms that trade with China, and she finds evidence that French exporters are more likely to invoice trade with China in renminbi if it's a more downstream product. So there is some heterogeneity across products. And I was wondering if you can do something about that. You work at the IMF, I'm sure they have great data. Maybe it's even possible to pick 1-2 countries where you check whether it's a reasonable assumption, or at least discuss and see if you can find some additional evidence in the literature on that. Finally, this is your main result. You also presented that just now in detail. When I look at this, this is very aggregated at the level of global trade. And I wonder here, what is behind these results? So you spend a lot of time in the paper explaining the different mechanisms, and I think it would be great if you can come up with a decomposition of the results in this table. So what is the relative importance of the expenditure switching channel? What is the relative importance of the markup adjustment? You talk about the I/O amplification effects, but I think it would be great if you can disentangle the effects a little bit more. Also, in terms of what is the volume and price effect, and how do the different shares in intermediate and final goods play into that, and also what are the distributional consequences of all of this. So I think it would be great to also have these breakdowns by countries that you have in your model. Lastly, I'll be very brief. Okay, time is out. Maybe we can discuss this. You assume exogeneity of invoicing currency choice, and I think this would rather be an extension of your framework, but I have still spent some time thinking about the role of I/O linkages and the markup adjustment, and how they actually impact the choice of invoicing currency. And maybe this is something that you can also explore in future research. Thank you.
We're running slightly low on time, so I would suggest maybe to collect 2 or 3 questions, and then you can, in the end, respond to the question and respond to Saskia in one final go. So please, let's open it up. Any questions?
I can start.
If not, you can just start and react to Saskia in the meantime.
Yeah, so I think like these all comments are very relevant, and I appreciate you come up with more of a slide-like facts with what people think in the literature, like how the expenditure switching mechanism happens in the PCP, LCP, and DCP. So that makes easier to which type of mechanism I have in mind. So that's a really good speech. And model choice. So in the first part, in the theoretical model, and the second part, in the quantitative model, I used a different approach for the specific reason, because the, remember I mentioned about the cash in advance constraint in the household? So if I have a cash in advance, and if I also have the perfect risk sharing, then I can come up with some simple equation that the bilateral exchange rate is simply just the money supply ratio between home and foreign. So I really needed that equality to make the analysis become more simpler. Otherwise, like if the bilateral exchange rate depends on some other factors, then makes like a US dollar appreciation become not very universal against the home and foreign currency. So I need to make an assumption, so that's why I choose the static model to simplify analysis, but I understand that we might need to have some unified framework to think about. So that was a great point. And calibration of the invoicing currency. So this is something I really want to push this paper forward. And I actually talked with some people at the fund about this availability. And I was heard that they are recently revising the invoicing currency data up to the more recent with a more extensive data set. And the main disadvantage of this data set is the lack of the Chinese export and import. For some reason. And I can make some assumptions about the China's export and import based on some research happening in the fund is using some online platform data in the Chinese export firm to understand about the invoicing currency choices in China. So I might want to rely on that micro data set to calibrate my model better. And yeah, the thing about the final good trade invoicing share equal to intermediate good invoicing share the same. So I know that's like a weird assumption. So I try to do some other analysis for the robustness check to make sure that the table 1 that you see is consistent. And it was somehow consistent if I use the different ways of identifying assumption. But yeah, it really depends on the data's availability. But I think I need to work more on that. And lastly, about connection to my baseline model to the quantitative result, I think I totally get your point. So I am willing to work on that as well. So that all points becomes very relevant. So thank you so much for your discussion.
Given that we're way low on time now, unless there are any pressing questions from the audience, I would suggest we thank the presenters and discussants again, and then move the Q&A to the 10-minute coffee break that's awaiting us before we, reconvene for the final session at 4:50. So thank you all again very, very much.
Thank you.
Sebastian Horn.
Ich bin mir ganz sicher, wieso es.
Bei manchen haben sich dann immer so gesagt,
Genau.
aufgedrückt und dann.
Genau, ich bin nicht ganz sicher. Also es ist wirklich, ich weiß, wir wissen ja, wenn Welcome back. Welcome to the conference final session. It's Friday afternoon, but we have two exciting papers on wars and military buildups. Our first speaker is Johannes Marzian from the Kiel Institute, followed by a discussion by Gernot Müller from Tübingen. Johannes, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Johannes Marzian. I'm a PhD student at the Kiel Institute, and I'm excited to present joint ongoing research at this conference. So it's joined with Jonathan Federle and Christoph Trebesch. And let us jump into the topic. So the last couple of years have seen intensive spending increases in military spending around the world, but in particular in Europe. And with these spending increases, there is also a question coming around, namely how to finance them. And so with this question, there are also difficult trade-offs coming around, namely how to finance them. And one of these trade-offs is the classic guns versus butter trade-off. And the idea behind this guns versus butter trade-off is that you finance increases in military spending via cuts in social expenditures, such as health expenditures, labor affairs, educational affairs. Otherwise, you can also finance military spending increases via higher taxes and or via deficits. And of course, they also come with trade-offs. And what we recognize is that the question of how to finance military increases is actually a very old question. So it goes back to Keynes and to Smith, and it has motivated also classic theory. However, what we recognize as well is that there is little empiric systematic evidence. And so now we jump to the next slide, it's fine. So we want to contribute to this debate and so to this question. And the first contribution we make with this project is the Global Budgets database, or the Global Budgets project. It currently covers 20 countries and runs back 150 years in time. And it's actually the first long-run data set on disaggregated department-level government spending data. So what does it mean? It means you have the expenditures at the level of central government departments, the Foreign Affairs Department, the Defense Department, Interior Department. And we currently, as I said, stand at 20 countries. It's not just the classic European countries, but it also includes China, Russia, India, Turkey, Argentina, and we will expand this database for further countries. The second contribution we make with this project is that we identify military spending booms in peacetime and in war. First, via a quantitative approach, and second, also via a narrative approach. The third contribution we make is that we trace how these spending booms are actually financed. So is there evidence for social cuts, for debt finance, or for tax increases? And the key results we find is that there is little evidence for social cuts, so it seems to be that it's more a story of guns and butter compared to guns versus butter. And tax financing is also very rare. It's mainly a story of the First and the Second World War and specific cases such as the Korean War with the US involved. The typical pattern we see is that military spending booms and wars are financed via debt and deficits. Let me come to our first contribution, the Global Budgets project. Working with government spending data is actually a difficult task, since the data is scattered around across different sources. So you need to go to the IMF, OECD, World Bank, Eurostat, so different sources. And an issue is that the data is often noisy. So what does it mean? There is missing data. You have issues with inconsistencies due to definitions, changes in the definitions. And if you want to go back in time to look at long-run time series historical data, it's getting more and more difficult because there's only good coverage for military expenditures with the Correlates of War project or Linder's seminal work on social spending. However, this is also often restricted to every 5 to 10 years. So if you want to run regressions, it's getting difficult. And if you want to look beyond the standard cases of, or the standard categories of government expenditures, it will be very scarce to get data on, for example, foreign affairs spending or on administrative spending. We solved these issues with the Global Budgets project. So, as I said, it's the first disaggregated department-level long-run data set. Depending on the country, it's up to 100 spending purposes per year. And a unique characteristic of this project is that we only rely on primary sources. So we digged into the archives, we searched for budget accounts. If we do not find accounts, we went for budget laws. If there are the laws, we also searched for supplements to get the spending right, special accounts, trust accounts as well. And so we cross-validate our sources if there's other data available, and the final data set currently stands at 20 countries, back to 1870s, and exactly. If you want to get an idea of how our data look like, this is an excerpt from the US budget from 1913. And what you can see here on the left side is a summary table of the different departments at this time, and you can see there's the legislative branch, there's the War Department, Navy Department, but also interest expenditures, and this one looks good. We had difficulties with other countries, so changing number system in the case of India, exchange rates, and so on. So this is the idle case we have for the data, but we had also some difficulties getting specific countries right. Let me now come to our second contribution, namely the identification of military spending booms. As I said, we start with a quantitative identification and then continue with a narrative approach. For the quantitative identification, we actually rely on the credit booms literature. So there's an influential literature which identifies credit booms by means of credit growth and % of GDP. And however, even if the literature is large, there is no consensus on defining a boom. And so, for example, there's this Mendoza-Terrones paper, and they rely on HP filter, but they are not well suited for our case since they are forward-looking, so they might have difficulties to get booms at the start and the end of the time series right. And so what we do is to rely on a more agnostic definition, namely the one by Gorton and Ordonez. And it basically works as follows. So we focus on military spending to GDP, take 2-year averages for moving averages for each country, and then define the start of a boom as 2 consecutive years with spending growth larger than 3.4%, which is simply half a sample standard deviation across all military growth rates, military spending to GDP growth rates. The end of a boom is given by 2 consecutive years of negative spending growth. And as you can see, you might have the case that there's a decline in GDP, but military spending stays constant, so which might kick military spending to GDP then, and spuriously identify a boom. So to get rid of these booms, of the spurious booms, we cross-check our identified periods with a narrative approach. So we again went to the archives, looked for books, news, parliamentary papers, and speeches to verify the timing and the context of our booms. Let me show you the first results. What you can see here is military spending to GDP for the United States, 150 years. And you can see the gray shaded areas, which are 11 identified booms. If we then continue with the narrative approach, you can see that the periods are getting more dense. So we get rid of boom periods which are actually not a boom. And we start to first identify 6 wars. Of the 11 military spending booms, 6 are due to wars, such as the World Wars, but also war in Korea, US-Spanish War. But what we can also see is that there are 5 other booms. And 3 of them coming from Navy modernization programs, such as the steel cruisers program around the 1890s, the destroyer program, a Navy build-up in the 1930s, but also the introduction of the Veterans Administration in the early 90s with Hoover. And of course, we can also see the Reagan build-up in the 1980s. If you're interested in the overall statistics, outside the 2 world wars, we identify 108 military spending booms in our sample. If you split the sample pre-World War II and post-World War II, you can see that the length of the boom and also the size of the booms are very identical, with the booms post-World War II being a little larger, but also a fewer in their number. Let me now come to our third contribution, how military spending booms are actually financed. So we will proceed in 2 steps. First, we will provide you big picture evidence, so we will look at long-run time series, and then we will look at the full sample of the booms with panel OLS and local projections. For the financing options, we rely on different outcome variables. For example, social spending, which comes from our data set. It's the sum of labor, health, and educational affairs spending. Other spending, which is simply total spending minus social and military expenditures. Tax revenues, which are taken from the Anderson-Brembor database, and the top income tax and inheritance tax rates from the Genovese, Chevy, and Stezevich project, the data on debt to GDP, primary balance, and the GDP numbers are taken from standard, from classical sources such as the Reinhard Rogoff database, IMF data, and the JST dataset, as well as Tradehist. Let us first focus on social spending. So what you can see here is a long-run graph of average social spending in percent of GDP. So the graph shows you social spending in percent of GDP averaged across the 20 countries in our sample. The same for military spending. So once again, military spending to GDP for every country averaged across the countries. You can see basically the rise of the welfare state. But what you can also see, which is important for us, that during the World Wars, there seems to be a small decline in social spending to GDP. And the question is if it was also due to decreasing GDP. So we also look at the real numbers. So you can see the plot of social expenditures for World War I on the left side, World War II on the right side, real social expenditures for the belligerents and for the non-belligerents. And what you can see in both World Wars, there was like slight decline in social expenditures for the belligerents, but also at the same time, it recovered again. So from looking at these numbers, it seems that there is no obvious guns versus butter trade-off. Yeah? We focus on the 2 World Wars because they are most visible for all the countries in our sample if you look at the time series evidence. The next graph I would like to show you is tax revenues, once again, in percent of GDP, averaged across the 20 countries in our sample. You can see that the function or the time series of tax revenues behaves differently, so it looks more like a stepwise function, with the steps being the kicks in the World War, right? So this is also known as the famous ratchet effect from Weizmann and Peacock. And a related question, of course, is how was the distribution kind of the increase in the tax revenues? So basically, did the wealthy also pay their fair share? And so it's difficult to get tax data for the entire population, but what we can see is, or what we take is the top marginal income and inheritance tax rates from the Chevy, Genovese, and Stezevich project. And it's the statutory tax rate, but what you can see is that there are strong increases in the top marginal income and inheritance tax rate during and right after the World Wars. And The argument which the authors provide for this graph is that during the wars, the politicians had a compensatory argument, namely if the ordinary people sent their lives to war, the rich should not benefit from the war, and they should also fairly contribute to the war, namely by higher taxes. The last graph for a long time series, or as a long time series, I would like to show you is the debt to GDP ratio, same structure again. So debt to GDP averaged across the 20 countries, and you can see that the time series behaves differently than for the tax revenues and for the social spending. And especially you can see that during the world wars there are substantial kicks again, and the magnitude is way different compared to the tax revenues. You can see again, same structure as before, belligerents, non-belligerents, World War I, World War II. And so bottom line from these graphs is that it seems to be, with the extreme events of the World War, there's less evidence, or just a little evidence, for cuts in social expenditures. Tax revenues seem to play a role during the World Wars, but debt seemed to play an even stronger role. And if we now move away from just looking at the two world wars as extreme events which are visible across all the countries, and continue with the 100, or with the full sample of military spending booms, we can see here the results for panel regressions. So what we did is to run fixed effects panel regressions with country or with our standard errors clustered at the year level. And as outcome variables, you can see the growth in social expenditures, other expenditures, tax revenue, debt, and the primary balance to reassure the debt. You can see that during years of military boom, there was a significant increase in the social spending growth rate, as well as in the other spending growth rate. Tax revenues increased as well, but not as strong as the debt growth. And if we run different subsamples, such as excluding the world wars, war booms, peacetime booms, post-1945 booms, you can see that the results are robust. What is interesting is if you exclude the world wars, the tax revenues become insignificant, but this is also in line with the average evidence, because if you remember this graph, it looked more like a stepwise function, and debt becomes also a little more insignificant, or becomes a little less significant, but this has also to do with time delays. But overall, the results confirm the full sample. So finally, we also look at local projections. So we regress the long difference on spending shocks, on military spending shocks. And what you can see here is that social expenditures over time, also after the shock happens, do not change significantly. They increase, but it's not that you can see from this graph another evidence, or you can see that there is no strong evidence for a guns versus butter trade-off. Again, nearly done. The last, or the slide, this slide shows you that the reaction in debt is way stronger than the tax revenue reaction, and this confirms what we have also seen in the long time series evidence, as well as in the panel regressions. So let me conclude. What are the main takeaways? The main takeaways are that more wars and military booms are typically financed via debt and deficits. Tax increases are a rare event. It's mostly a story of the world wars or specific wars. Social cuts are, at least if you look at average evidence, there's little evidence for social cuts. So the idea, the widespread idea of having guns versus butter to finance military spending increases seems to be more a story of guns and butter. And as next steps, We want to calculate the budgetary costs of war, including spending on soldier pensions, medical care, identifying arms races using budgets. And of course, we want to study economic effects, multiplier of military finance alternatives. And yeah, thank you for your attention. It was a pleasure.
Should be switched on once you start speaking.
Okay, great. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to discuss this very interesting paper. So let me just jump right in. Something happening. Okay, push harder. Okay, so here's the question once more: how to finance military buildups? Guns, that is, and the hypothesis is possibly it's financed through cuts in social spending, say butter. What the authors do, they make this tremendous data effort. Johannes was very explicit about this. They set up this unique data set for 20 years, 150 years of data, very impressive data work. Then they go on identifying this 108 military spending booms. Median duration of these booms is 4 years, and they go up by about 1 percentage point. So my understanding is this is a terrific effort, the first systematic multi-country study of the issue. The main result, in some sense, is not surprising. The authors find, across various angles that there's no social spending cuts during these military build-up episodes. Not surprising in the sense that this is what economic theory a la Barrow would suggest. You fund these temporary increases through issuing higher debt. Moritz has always calling for more debt to fund the German military expansion right now. So it's a natural thing, a plausible result based on this data. So that's my assessment here. Important paper. It tackles the question of the day. Big data effort and so forth. So I don't have anything to say on the data, to be honest. So I'm concerned here with external validity. Do these lessons from the past really apply in the current context? That's the question I want to tackle. Before I go there, just as a reminder, I think this graph was maybe not even in the presentation. That's just one different angle which shows you that during these military episodes, you don't see any cuts in social spending. Instead, debt goes up. So it's all debt financed. This is yet another picture of this. I came across this chart when I looked up these earlier papers, which also struck me as very fitting here. This is from Barrow's study of the UK, and here's this very stunning graph where you see here changes in military spending move 1 for 1 with the deficit. So it's really all deficit finance. Oops, we moved too fast. Okay, so now here's the point I want to make. So I got excited about this gun versus butter discussion when I saw this graph, which Johannes and Christoph put up for the Munich Security Conference, and Johannes showed it again. And if you think about it, this graph tells a different story, right? So that graph suggests that there is a trade-off. So in particular here, this episode, since the 1960s, military spending comes down big time. It comes down persistently. And at the same time, social spending goes up. And I think that graph is very powerful and makes you think about a possible trade-off. So for me, the question is really, how do we square this correlation with the causal evidence which you put forward in the paper, which points to an opposite direction? So let me be explicit about this. So the causal evidence suggests that these military booms do not trigger social cuts, while this correlation suggests, is at least consistent with the notion that as military spending comes down, you can increase social spending. Of course, this is just a correlation, could be pure coincidence, which would be a bit boring. So let's try a little bit harder. And for this purpose, let me play with a very simple model. Let's call it butter model, because what this model tries to do, it tries to model the optimal choice of a benevolent government of social expenditure, yeah, given given military expenditure. So my thinking here is, okay, let's assume this benevolent government knows exactly the right level of military spending, and it chooses that right level of military spending, which is a big if, but okay, I assume that here. I take tax revenues as constant, it's also a heroic assumption, and I assume some initial level of debt. And then what that government does, it just chooses the right amount of butter in each period, GS, yeah, given that sequence budget constraint. Then I assume quadratic utility. I assume that the discount rate is equal to 1 over 1 plus r as usual. And then we have that simple Euler equation, which kind of implies this perfect butter smoothing, if you want. Yeah. So, of course, you know where this comes from. It's just relabeling our standard textbook consumption model. But then the nice thing about this is we get a social spending function. So this gives us the optimal level of social spending in a period as a function. So this is a solution of the model, literally, given taxes, given initial debt, and then importantly, given the entire expected sequence of future military spending, which is exogenously given. So that's the solution of the model. To make it more tractable, let me make one more assumption. Let's do the usual trick. Let's say military spending follows an AR1 process. So there is some level GM, some permanent level of military expenditure, from which we may deviate with some persistence rho, okay? Now then we can look at two limiting cases. So the one case is when the increase in military spending is purely transitory, when rho is equal to 0, and then I get this expression for the optimal level of butter in period t, yeah? It is R divided by 1 plus R times GM minus GM. So GMT deviating, the deviation of military spending from the average level. So let's say today military spending is high. How do I respond optimally with my butter, with my social spending? And the answer is I hardly respond at all because it's scaled here with R divided by 1 over R, with the annuity value. Yeah? So there's no spending cut in this case if it's transitory. Things are, of course, very different if we look at permanent changes in military spending. So that's the second limiting case. See here, same expression, but it scales with a 1 here. So in this case, deviations of military spending from the permanent level feed in 1 for 1 into social spending cuts, for instance. Yeah? So this graph illustrates this. So red is military spending. So here is the transitory case. Military spending goes up, and then it goes down next period. How do we respond optimally in our butter model? Well, we issue debt. Black line is debt, and we sit on this debt forever, and so we cut social spending only by a tiny amount. Yeah, that's the annuity value, again, to fund the interest expenditure on these debts. Yeah? This is the other limiting case, where the increase in government spending is permanent. Now there's no debt issued. Here's the increase in military spending, permanent. No debt is issued, and then social spending is cut 1 for 1. So it's a completely different world, yeah? Depending on persistence. And that's interesting because then we can go back to this graph. And what I did here, I really pushed my little butter model quite a bit because I said, okay, let's give this butter model the blue line, which is actual military expenditure, feed it into the model and ask the model what the optimal level of social spending is, assuming that at each point in time, the policymaker here assumes that the current deviation, yeah, from average military spending is more or less persistent. Importantly, in that gray area, which is World War II and Korea, I assume a moderate persistence of 0.9, and then after Korea, I say, from now on, our policymaker conceives as these changes in military spending as permanent because we reap this peace dividend. We are in a new regime, and from now on, you know, spending is permanently lower relative to this average value which we have in the model, okay? So I feed that blue line into the model, yeah? And then I ask the model to predict what the optimal social spending is, and that's the red dotted line. And then you see, indeed, in response to this military buildup during the war, there is this, the model predicts a moderate decline in social spending. Johannes talked about this. It a little bit over-predicts what's in the data. That's the data line here, the orange line, yeah? But then importantly, here, when we feed in these military spending cuts into the model, then the model correctly predicts this increase in social spending, and actually, I would say 2/3 of the expansion of the welfare state is actually predicted by this. Why? Because importantly, here our policymaker thinks, okay, this is gonna last, yeah? And then the implication is quite different, yeah? So in this case, the Butter model can account for two pieces of evidence, yeah? It can account for the, say, causal evidence under the assumption that this is temporary. It's all debt financed, of course, yeah? That's what you emphasize. But I would also see, you know, to reconcile it with that nice gun versus butter chart, the model just needs to assume that these cuts in military spending were perceived to be permanent. And I think that's very important if we turn to today, yeah? Because when we ask, okay, is this historical experience relevant for today, in which way? Then I think if we take that model serious, then we also have to contemplate the possibility that these increase in military capacity, which we are contemplating today, are likely to be permanent. After all, that was the recurrent theme in the panel discussions, that, you know, this is a new world we live in, so this military buildup is maybe not a one-time thing, it's likely permanent. And then if you ask the model what's gonna happen then, the prediction is social expenditure has to be cut. So the trade-off is back. Thanks.
Let me first start. Gernot, thanks a lot, also in the name of Jonathan and Christoph. So Gernot was asked to do this without a paper, so based on an extensive slide set, and thank you for giving us such a great feedback. So when going through your comments, we realized how cool this idea is, because we were just focusing on short-term events. So there are increases in military spending, and is there a cut in butter, in social expenditures, but we were not thinking about this long-term transition. And I mean, you nailed it. It's super important for today, because if you look at the events of the German Sondervermögen or special accounts, it was debt finance, but they expected probably that this event is a short-term event. But now also, if you want to have substantial increases over a longer time in the military budget, in the German case, you would need to implement it in the budget. So not outside the budget with special accounts, but in the budget. And this is something where we could learn a lot from your model. And we like it a lot, because it's also, if you think about this, you can see the decrease after the Second World War, the regime shift, yeah, so that they were expecting, okay, the war is over and a decline, and now maybe there's a second regime shift, but getting the Cold War experience the other way around. So yeah, thank you again in the name also of Jonathan and Christoph. Thanks for your feedback.
There's also time for questions from the floor. We have a microphone. I'll just give you mine to get you started.
Thanks a lot, and great paper and great discussion, right? Can I just suggest maybe something in between just doing pure theory and the data, right? Can you just empirically estimate first the persistence of these fiscal shocks, right? Whether it's closer to 0, closer to 1, and I mean, it can change, obviously. Maybe it's different for during the First and Second World War than for other wars. And second, I guess you can estimate just the pass-through of these shocks in discounted sum of future spendings on butter and in taxes, right, as well, also net present value, right? So then it will be, you don't need to make kind of assumptions whether the government behaves optimally or not. You can just estimate these things from the data, but at the same time capture this intertemporal thing, because in the end, right, I mean, there is a trade-off. I mean, whether you behave rationally or not, the budget constraint is there, so you need to satisfy it.
Thank you.
Shall we take a few questions? I think.
Yeah, thank you so much. Exciting data. I'm also very excited to maybe work with it at some point. So first of all, I was a bit not very, but concerned about like the boom word. Like for me, it's not really like I was confused. So maybe like, is it, first I thought like maybe waves between like the kind of trigger other countries to also jump into. So I would carefully think about the wording. Maybe it's like just spikes or peaks. Also by like, when you were saying you take like this measure of 3.4% to define a boom, but then you went into one single country case. So like, what's the comparison to really define, and do you really need to define it actually? I'm not really like sure about that. And then a bit related to this, so just in your empirical analysis, you could just interact it with different regime periods, and then you might find simply different results already, like bringing together also Gernot's comments.
Oh, thank you. I mean, this is obviously great. I was just thinking about, and with Gernot's discussion also in mind, I guess in most real-world situations you have not a really good visibility what part is permanent and what part is transitory. So I guess that would be something to think about. I found the Barrow evidence also quite striking. That Gernot showed, sort of that historical connection between short-term debt financing and wars. So I don't know. I think these are very productive ways to explore. Also, if you motivate this by policy questions. So yeah, I guess you want to smooth transitory and adjust to permanent shocks, but like it's easier said than done to like distinguish the two mostly.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting. I was wondering if there's a difference between the winners and the losers in the First and Second World War, so as you have the data also.
For the empirical analysis with panel OLS, we did not go into this one yet. So yeah, it's interesting. We will dive into this. So thank you for the comment. But at the moment, I can just guesstimate, and yeah. So this will be up definitely for future work. Yeah. And your comment, Sarah, we also did not look at different political regimes yet, so it's more currently focused, the paper is currently focused on fiscal policy, so this is also a reason why we, maybe some other questions would have been, what about the printing press? So this is a fiscal policy paper at this moment, so, but for future work, there's definitely the case. And also your point, very well taken, with the booms. So do we need a narrative identification? Why not just working from the data? We believe that we can learn a lot. And so far as we have seen, there is no kind of identification of boom periods. There's no boom atlas. So what are the reasons? So of course there's this wonderful work by Rey on the US, but if you go beyond the US and you want to learn, okay, what types of booms happen, then we need to do this. And of course maybe the reaction also coming to this, what happens with winners and losers of the war. So this would be a wonderful angle to look at different booms, how different booms are also financed. So is there a different aspect if you then go for multipliers later on potentially. So yeah, there's lots to do, and I really appreciate your comments, and thank you again.
Wonderful, thank you both. And we have now a presentation by Jonathan Federle from the Kiel Institute, followed by a discussion by Sarah Langlotz from the University of Göttingen.
So, hello everyone, and thank you so much for having me here. I'm Jonathan, and I'm very excited to present to you today a new paper which is called Who Wins Wars, and which is joint work with Moritz and Dominic. All right, so the determinants of war outcomes are, of course, a central question for economists, political scientists, and historians alike. And because it is such a central question, it is one that has been explored extensively. And one aspect that has gained significant traction in this regard is how money and economic power shapes war outcomes. And while there are several studies that examine these issues, it appears that the causal effect that money has on who wins wars is notoriously difficult to assess, simply for military expenditures being an endogenous choice variable that depends on numerous unobservable confounders. Against this background, we conduct an analysis, a systematic analysis of more than 700 militarized interstate disputes, where we exploit exogenous commodity price changes to elicit the causal impact that money has on who wins wars. And our finding is basically that money wins wars. So our key result is that a 10% windfall gain relative to GDP leads to an increase in winning war of some 3%. As for the channel, we find that as export revenues appreciate, so do government revenues, and in turn, the government's ability to mobilize the resources to win the war. So, and to illustrate to you why this is such an important issue, I brought to you a case study of the Chadian Libyan wars. And what this slide shows you is basically on the red line, the year-on-year returns on oil prices. And what's so special about these wars, they're shown in the two green shaded areas. So the left one is the first war between Chad and Libya, which was won by Libya, and the second one on the right shows the second war between Libya and Chad, which was lost by Libya. And what's so special about these wars is that Libya is a major oil exporter, but at the same time, those war episodes coincided with major events that disrupted global oil prices. So we had in 1979 the Iranian Revolution, which drove up oil prices by some 35% and by another 45% in 1980. And in the second war period in 1986, we had Saudi Arabia, which was basically free-riding the OPEC and oversupplying the market with oil beyond the self-set limits of the OPEC, leading to a substantial drawdown in oil prices. So now you may ask yourself, did the oil price changes here indeed affect the war, or were they just like doing nothing to Libya's capability of financing the war? And we consulted historical accounts on this, and we found yes. So we found some narrative explicitly stating that the oil revenues generated due to the Iranian Revolution were indeed used by the Libyan government to sustain military expenditures. And when we look to the second period, we even find more evidence that we're directly attributing the drawdown in oil prices to the inability of Libya to pay in hard currency for Soviet arm purchases. And of course, we went into other cases and we found this is not an exception. There's many other cases where commodity prices and global price changes led to countries being unable or being able to finance war. And against this background, we conducted a systematic analysis. Of course, we are not the first one to look in the issues of how commodity prices affect the geoeconomic landscape. So in particular, there's also some work that looks into how commodity price fluctuations affect government revenues, and more specifically, the course and incidence of civil war. However, to the best of our knowledge, there's nothing that looks into interstate war outcomes. What's also a related strand of literature is one that looks into the association of economic power and interstate war outcomes, and it has been established a number of so-called indices of power. So for example, the Correlates of War project has an index of power that measures like steel production. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on, I didn't press anything. Sorry. So the Correlates of War project has measures of power that essentially include steel production, industrial production, GDP, and so on. And a number of studies use these measures of power to elicit like the correlation between economic strength and winning wars. And also there's a famous study, seminal work by Jen Aioli and Vogt, who look into tax revenues and state capacity and how this is associated with war outcomes. So, but as I said, the issue is that most of these measures depend endogenously on choice variables, and this is precisely what we want to fix in our analysis. And that's how we do it. So we essentially look at wars between 1977 and 2013. We have 3 different types of data. So we have trade data, which we source from Comtrade and the Harvard Atlas of Economic Complexity. We have macroeconomic variables, which we source from the usual sources. And at the very heart of our analysis, we have data on militarized interstate disputes from the Correlates of War project. And pretty conveniently, I'm struggling with the clicker. So pretty conveniently for us, the conflict outcomes are already coded by the Correlates of War project. And not only that, we also know the dyadic wars that took place over time. So we know all the opponent pairs that have fought against each other in each war, and we know the outcomes within these opponent pairs. And in particular, these outcomes are defined based on extensive narratives. So we define the winner of a war or a conflict as the country that achieved a favorable change following either military actions or in exchange for stopping military threats and attacks. And in turn, we define a draw as those conflicts where the outcome does not favor either side in the conflict, or where both countries agree to make concessions in roughly equal parts. And this is the distribution of the conflicts as it looks like in our sample. As you can see, the conflicts are roughly uniformly distributed over time, with some clustering in the mid-80s, mid-90s, and early 2000s. And what's worth mentioning here is that not all the conflicts in our sample are full-blown wars, right? So simply, it has become the convention in the economic literature on wars in the recent period to look at those militarized interstate disputes, which also comprise episodes short of war, simply for the reason that there's not been many wars ongoing in the recent decades, and so a meaningful empirical analysis would be infeasible. However, what we also show in our results is that it appears that once we restrict our sample towards the more severe episodes, the role of money even increases. So the more severe the war is, the more essential it is that you have money to mobilize the resources to win the war. But to show you now how we calculate our measure of windfalls, I would like to introduce a few specific variables. And we start with a set of conflict-specific variables. Namely, we assume that we have uppercase D dyadic conflicts, which are characterized essentially by three different properties. So we have the war start year T, the duration of the war L in years, and a pair of opponent countries in each war, which we conveniently abbreviate as A or B. And then we have a set of trade-specific variables. So we have C, which is a set of different commodities. Think of oil, gas, whatever. And each of that is traded at a certain price P in year T. And we have X, A, which is essentially denotes opponent A's value of net exports of commodity C in year T. And equipped with these variables, we can define the absolute windfall gains that countries incurred over the course of the war. And we define it like this. So we define our windfall measure such that it denotes the cumulative appreciation of the conflict parties' pre-conflict net exports due to price changes incurred during conflict D. And that's how we define it. So we have delta V for opponent A, and we take the sum over all years in which the conflict is ongoing, over all commodities, and then in each conflict period, we look at the returns on the specific commodities relative to the pre-conflict period, and we multiply that with the pre-conflict net exports of this specific commodity by the opponent. And in this way, we essentially have an absolute windfall gain measure. However, while this windfall gain measure has a pretty intuitive interpretation, it does not have a very meaningful interpretation, simply because we think of relative wealth effects playing a role here. Think about the Vietnam War, where certainly a $10 billion gain for Vietnam would have made a whole other difference than a $10 billion gain for the US. And therefore, we define our final windfall gain measure in relative terms, and we define W as being equal to the absolute windfall gains for A over the pre-conflict GDP of opponent A, minus the absolute windfall gain for opponent B over the pre-conflict GDP of opponent B. And in this way, our final windfall gain measure also has a very intuitive interpretation. Namely, it would, for example, equal 0.01 if the value changes of net exports of party A relative to its GDP are 1 percentage point larger than those of country B. And equipped with this measure, we can take a first glimpse at a descriptive statistic already hinting at our result, where we just look at the average relative value gains across winners and losers. So what you can see here on the left is the average windfall gain for party A in case of a draw. And we can see that this is negligibly different from zero, right? So this is very close to zero. However, in the case that party A wins, so in the case that a country wins, its windfall gains are more than 8 percentage points larger than those of its opponent. And this is also statistically significant. But to establish this result now in a more empirically rigorous framework, I would like to introduce the following point of departure for our baseline analysis. Namely, we introduce a simple set of ordinary least squares regressions where we relate the war outcome Q between a war that takes place between opponent pair O and starts in year T, to our windfall gain measures, a set of controls, as well as opponent pair and war start year fixed effects. And we define the war outcome as an interval variable, which takes on the value of 1 if opponent A won, 0 if the war ended in a draw, and -1 if opponent A lost. And our controls comprise log difference in the opponent's pre-conflict population as well as in the opponent's pre-conflict GDP. And to not double count the observations in our sample, we basically only include those diets where the ISO code of country A appears alphabetically before the ISO code of country B, simply because you could resemble the Russian invasion of Ukraine as either Russia versus Ukraine or Ukraine versus Russia, and just not to synthetically deflate our standard errors by means of including duplicate observations, we throw them out quasi-randomly. However, since all the variables in our sample are specified in differences between the opponents, the exact procedure doesn't make any difference econometrically speaking. And this is how it looks like. And this table shows you the relation of conflict outcomes and windfall gains for a set of progressively more demanding specifications. And I would like to shed some light on the very rightmost column where we include our control variables, year fixed effect, as well as opponent pair fixed effects. And here we can learn that holding the windfalls of opponent B constant, an increase in the windfalls for party A relative to its GDP by 10 percentage points increases its chances of falling into the next better outcome category by some 3%. That is, ending up in a draw instead of losing, or ending up winning instead of ending up in a draw. And of course, we did a whole lot of stuff to substantiate our resources across numerous specifications. So most importantly, one concern would be that global commodity prices would be driven by the wars themselves. So there's a theoretical argument that goes against this, because simply the adverse supply shock originating from wars would be more likely to originate from the losing country, which experiences material destruction on its own soil, so to say, and therefore it would bias our measure against our hypothesis, simply because the windfall gain measure would then be positively correlated with losing the war. But to provide like an empirically more robust test to this, we also consider a specification where we exclude dominant suppliers of dominant products which are exported by dominant suppliers in our windfall gain measure. We also conduct an ordered logit in order to provide a better account for the interval nature of our data, and a whole lot of other specifications. Most importantly, we also arrive at the same conclusions if we drop entire conflict diets, countries, and product groups one at a time. So this is not entirely an oil or gas story. Even if we remove all the product observations that are pertaining to oil, we arrive at the same conclusions. As for the mechanism, I promised you we are looking into this. So we have looked first at the unconditional effects that those windfall gains have on the economy. So we were interested, what do these windfall gains do to the economy? And we are not looking at times of war anymore, but we are looking at year-on-year windfalls over the pre-conflict GDP. And essentially, we relate a set of macroeconomic variables relative to GDP to signed shocks of these windfalls. And this is how it looks like. So we find that in response to windfall shocks, military expenditures increase significantly, as well as government revenues and external debt. So in response, for example, to a 1 percentage point windfall relative to GDP, military expenditures would increase by 0.05 percentage points on average. However, what would be a little more interesting here is also to zoom into times of peace and conflict. And we do this by further letting the coefficient of those windfall gains vary between conflict and peace, simply by defining a conflict dummy that is 1 in the years in which a conflict is ongoing and 0 in the other years. And I visualized the coefficients for the response of military expenditures here. And what you can see is that in a response, so these bars give you the response to a 1 percentage point windfall gain relative to GDP in peace times and in conflict times of military expenditures. So we can see that here, this one, on the very left, there's basically no reaction of military expenditures to windfall gains in times of peace if they are negative. But in response to positive windfall gains, we see a significant increase in military expenditures in times of peace. However, These dynamics change entirely once we look to conflict times, where the response to positive windfalls is almost 5 times higher than in times of conflict, which makes sense. If you are in conflict and you get a windfall, then you of course put some of it into military expenditures, and more than in times of peace. And somewhat unintuitively, we also see a larger sensitivity to negative windfalls in times of conflict. And we think about this a little bit in the direction of the budget constraint already be binding. So you are already at the maximum of what you can afford to pay for military expenditures if you are in times of conflict. And if you then additionally incur a negative windfall gain, so your export revenues decrease, then you are basically forced to cut back. Let me conclude. So what have we shown? Global commodity prices significantly shape war outcomes via government revenues, which in turn feed into military expenditures. So we conclude that money wins wars. There's several implications associated with this. So first of all, sanctions, if employed correctly, and we have learned throughout this conference that this is not necessarily an easy thing to do, may directly impair the military capacity of countries. Second, dominant suppliers may deliberately shape the geoeconomic landscape even without being formally involved in a war. Think about a Saudi Arabia example on the first slide, where Saudi Arabia involuntarily changed the war between Libya and Chad simply by oversupplying, by flooding the market with oil and thereby deteriorating Libya's oil revenues. And third, the study corroborates recent findings recent studies who argue that Russia's ongoing war efforts are significantly underpinned by the exports in oil. As for the outlook, we have thought about looking at the political economy of windfalls, as well as across regimes, whether there's heterogeneous effects. But I'm very much looking forward to your comments, since this is also very much ongoing work, and also to the discussion, of course. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. I was very pleased that I was assigned this paper as a discussant. I think the organizers did a very good job. Sorry, I forgot the micro. The organizers did a very good job in assigning discussants. So thank you for this, and thank you for inviting me to this fascinating conference. So, first of all, thank you again for this presentation. Okay, now I have to get along with this thing. It's really how hard do you have to pressure? Okay. So first of all, I really, really enjoyed reading the paper. I think a lot of the people in the conflict research field would have hoped for somebody doing this job, and you guys now did this job, and I think in a very clever way. So I will not summarize the paper. I know I'm the last one, and everybody wants to go for dinner or back home. I just going to jump in right away to the comments. So from the strengths, I think you definitely fill a very relevant research gap. So indeed, as you are writing in your paper, you think that you are that there's no paper that has doing this job yet. That's also, to my understanding of the literature, I don't know of any paper doing an empirical analysis of how is the chances of winning wars depending on some exogenous shock of income. So this is great. I think it's very straightforward how you you guide the reader very well through the full paper. It's easy to read. The empirical model and approach is very straightforward, and I'm very convinced by your robustness checks and also by your finding. I also like that you do a lot with the. It's too what am I doing? It's a bit annoying, right? I'm too close. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, thank you for that. I like the examples, and I think you do a very great job here. For the Libya and Chad case at the beginning, I was first of all thinking, okay, but Chad is also a net exporter of oil, so I would like to know right from the beginning, the drastic, a difference in how much they gain from oil prices. So this would be nice to have at the beginning. You have it later in your paper. On the weaknesses, I think the title is very catchy, so that's actually a plus. But it also suggests that you are doing a lot, and it's not that you are considering all wars, right? You could look at a very specific type of war, and I will show you just one slide what I mean with that. It's also that the relative windfall gains are one factor, and we all know that there's much more that defines who's winning the war. So I just think it's a lot, but it's also like different tastes for titles, so feel free to stick with it. The time period is, of course, a restriction, and yeah, you have, I think, easy ways to get around this because there's conflict data available, which can also classify whether countries are in an interstate war, which like go until 2022. So you could easily extend it by about 10 years. And like a big question I'm having is knowing who wins the war is still like leaving open at what costs. And I think this is very important. So not only the number of deaths, or I didn't do anything, okay, now I get everybody who's saying stuff is happening. Not only the number of battle-related deaths, but also like in terms of destruction or like the duration of the war. So maybe it's like leading to some like just like a longer war, which at the end might not really be something good. Getting into what I mean with which type of conflict you are looking at. So here you have a map from the UCDP PRIO data set, which also classifies wars into intrastate, interstate, and internationalized intrastate. And you're focusing on the dark blue one, which in your time period is, of course, like making up only very, very small shares of the overall conflicts. So this is something I think you just can be open with. It's totally fine to focus on these type of wars, but I think it's nice to state this from the beginning to make this clear. Something where I first thought this helps you, but I'm not really sure anymore, actually. Again, like the black lines signal the time period you are covering. And again, like the dark blue, this is not my color, like my maps, but the dark blue is the interstate, so what you are focusing on. And you see that like the first 10 years, which you're considering, there is like a considerable share of the overall deaths caused by war, which are being due because of interstate wars. But then like the second part, or like even like 2/3 of your sample period have basically, like this is very little. So this kind of just stresses to extend the data with another data set so that you can have like the increasing share caused by interstate wars in the recent years, which would be good to have it in your data, I think. Okay, coming to some notes on the identification. Like this relative windfall gain, I think this is a super cool idea. So there you've stated that there's a lot of literature looking into like commodity price shocks, how this affects conflict outcomes. And there with conflict outcomes, you meant like number of battle-related deaths, how many people are dying, right? And you are doing something else. You're saying now, okay, who's winning? So it's not about who's dying. But the cool thing is that you're doing this in a relative way. And I think this is really smart, and I actually don't know why nobody else has done it so far. So this is something very cool. I was, however, like a bit like thinking about what do you assume, like because you have different, like it can happen that you have one country A, which is in multiple disputes with like lots of countries B. Yeah, you call them B, so like there are many Bs now. And you somehow assume some like symmetry between like a windfall gain that A might get, and it could be by coincidence that A might be in war with like or disputes with a group of countries which resemble themselves, which might not get like favored in some windfall gains, and then you assume a bit like that there would be the same effect from A to every B, but maybe for a specific A, one specific B is the very important one. So maybe you can classify like by some, I don't know like how, but maybe you can do like some other analysis where you just focus on one pair actually truly, where you know that this is really the relevant partner. So it doesn't like, it's not doing anything bad to your actual, like to your current study, but I think this would be helpful to have as an additional one. Conflicts are very state dependent, and wars too. So I think taking like T-1 as a measure for like pre-conflict is not enough. I would definitely suggest that you go further in your pre-variables, whatever you have, like because like it's getting into a lot of your model, right? So here I would do a bit more. Then you define a significant market power because of like this reverse causality issue in a way that the export share should not be more than 10%. So basically, yeah, I think you explained as well, so I don't have to do it in the interest of time. But just to define like the significant market power, I don't know where the 10% is coming from the literature that's doing something similar, and actually very often even doing something at the subnational level, so not even having the same problem as you have, but somehow still related, and they use like 1%. So they are much stricter in who could be like basically biasing the result because of some reversed, yeah, thank you, causality. The price taker example, well taken, but I think like it comes with a strong assumption. So you are saying basically it's more likely that the losing side will also have more like production losses because of distraction. It can be the case, but I don't know, right? So like without knowing, I think I wouldn't even bring this claim. Like a referee could simply say, well, show it to me, right? You can, like there's distraction data of wars from satellite images. You might even like, I don't know whether I would do this, arguing in this way. This is basically just showing you from a study of mine that wars are like persistent, and in this case, like here I was looking at developing countries, but still helpful probably for the overall picture over a long time period, which is similar to yours, that there was no single case where a country at peace switched to like a full-fledged war within a year. Usually there's something like in between, like some smaller scale conflict and some other violence. That's just like, again, to my comment, don't take T-1, but do some longer predetermined periods. Okay, I'm running out of time. Some open questions. So I already said, like, the very important thing I think you at least want to discuss, you cannot do everything in this paper, of course, but at what cost do they win? I think this is important. I was also questioning, so do you expect the same kind of effect if it would be like a windfall gain caused by development aid or official, like other official flows? Different people might benefit from it, so you, I think, always have to think about this. I was also wondering about the timing of the effect that you're assuming. Like first generally, but then also related to specific commodities. So we know from the literature that different commodities have different effects of like the war or wars in general. So it's also likely that in different points in times, different populations or different shares of the society will benefit from commodity price shocks. So just urging you to do something in the heterogeneity analysis on these different commodities, but also thinking carefully about the timing of the effect. And then just a case like, because you were assuming somehow some symmetry between the effect that this is the same for switching from losing to draw and from draw to like winning, which might not necessarily be the case. Some suggestions. So I would like really suggest to use another data set, for instance, the UCDP one. I would also think about just taking, like, they have the replication data, and it should probably be the same period. The Berman and Coutinier paper, they have another external income shock, and then you can just plug this into your model and see whether you would have the same. They are actually exploiting banking crisis and trading partners. You would have to think about the relative windfall game, but I think there would be ways to do so. I like that you are discussing the mechanisms and the state capacity channel, but it's on another level of your analysis, right? Like, so like you're doing your analysis at dispute level, but the state capacity one is at the country level. So maybe there's some smart way, and maybe we can discuss also to bring this to the same level. I'm not always sure whether it's always about the share of GDP or not. I know that you bring this one example, but again, at the end, if you just need like 1,000 troops, then you don't need it in a relative mean to the GDP. So it doesn't cost you a lot to do it in the same way without the share of the GDP. I would also suggest benchmarking the effect, because we all know that reasons to start wars or to continue wars are very multifaceted. So like maybe there's like a way to come up with something here. Doing more heterogeneity, I think something you already mentioned, and I don't have to go into this again. And I think the placebo thing, you do something, but I think it's not super clear from how you describe it. But happy to discuss this. I think I'm like, I don't know. Just like to give like an idea of like what like typically is also like discussed in the literature of what are the reasons why wars occur. And I think something of this like unchecked leaders or like the misperceptions of like conflicts arise because you don't know how well the other like your opponent is basically doing. Something like some of these thoughts I think would help you, because then you really speak directly to the literature that is working on that topic. I have more stuff, but I think we can discuss, and I will send you my slides. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for this comprehensive discussion. So there's very many points that we would love to address, and I think many of them can be addressed. So this is a very, very helpful discussion. as for your part, like the windfall gains for Chad, for Libya in the war of Chad were, I think, more than 100 percentage points of its own GDP. So maybe I should have mentioned that in the presentation. For the other thing, I think we should definitely extend the sample to a larger period. We can definitely look at other shocks as well to probably substantiate our findings. And yeah, I can't even repeat all the comments that you made, but it would be very nice if you could send over the slides. So thank you very much for this. Is there any questions from the audience?
Yeah, so great paper, great presentation, also super clear. I was just thinking about the way you construct this windfall gain thing. And to me, the mechanism that you sketch is really what you want to have is a measure of relative export revenues in, and this is the point here, local currency, because that's what you need to kind of pay your people. But I think, you, at least from what I could tell, is on the price side, you have the dollar price, right? But to me, okay, if you want to import stuff, the dollar price might matter, but in the end, if it's about government revenues, these are usually reported in local currency. So I wonder if you could just deflate the price by the relative local currency, just to see whether something is going on there. Because, and the second point, also coming back to the T-1 question, again, it's about revenues, and you kind of, by conditioning on T-1, you're kind of assuming that the quantity that people or that countries sell stays the same when the price goes up. But there may be some commodities where there's actually some huge price or bigger price elasticity, and then that might be kind of absorbed in by conditioning by T-1.
I ask the second question. So great presentation. I would follow up on Sarah's point in the end, because that was bothering me all the time. So you say money wins wars, but then the numbers you put forward is like you get this 10% percentage points windfall gain of GDP, which increases the probability by 3%. So that seems super tiny. So I wonder what's going on. I would conclude money is not making much of a difference. But that brings up the issue of the benchmark. So if you tell me that all the other factors we could possibly conceive of, they do nothing to changing the odds of winning a war, then okay, that's a deal breaker apparently. So, and as a follow-up consideration, I was wondering how you really account for in computing these windfalls, how you account for the possibility that, you know, if you're fighting these wars, maybe you're not Russia, you cannot keep on selling your resources. Is that an issue? Or when you compute this, I suppose you look at the exports and at the price changes, but do we really know how much of these windfall ends up in the government's coffers?
Okay, maybe I will start responding to those two questions. So to the first question of you, Ben, I think we also thought a little bit about those windfall gains having an impact on the country's ability to pay in hard currency for arms imports. So this would be one way to think about it. So the Libya case, where they indeed get foreign currency inflow, and thereby are able to pay the Soviet Union for arms. The second one, yeah, perhaps we should do a robustness test on this, on how production levels are themselves affected by wars being fought. This may be one. We did it in a very early version. It already also worked in the same way. The issue was that we were a little bit scared that the varying production levels endogenously feed into our windfall gain measure, which we did not want to have, and therefore we basically multiplied with the pre-conflict level. As to Gernot, so yeah, actually the windfall gains are surprisingly large across the sample, so possibly also because the wars in the sample are for parts going over years, and therefore windfall gains may accumulate for one party. So I think a 1 standard deviation windfall gain is above 10 percentage points of GDP across the wars. So it's not that small, even though that number sounds very, very large. And as per your second question regarding the ability of countries to indeed then sell these products, I think it feeds a little bit also to Ben's question as to how export revenues have changed over the course of the war. In a very early version we had this in there, but we removed it eventually because we did not want to have this endogeneity, but probably, perhaps, we should include it again as a robustness test.
Are there any other questions? If not, I would like to, thank again Jonathan, Sarah, for the wonderful presentations and discussion.
Thanks so much.
And over to Moritz.
Thank you. Let me go up here. I know we're all tired after a fantastic day. Maybe just keep this, it's easier. No, we might need Paulina again for emergency help. So I want to, this is the moment when you've seen the wonderful movie and in the cinema, it's dark and then it says the end and then comes the, come the credits, and the credits are incredibly important. So this has been a fantastic movie, so you really want to sit and enjoy all these fantastic, see these great people, all these names who have contributed to a wonderful and stimulating experience. I have a list. I opened a new note on my iPhone that says paper ideas, and I have 4 now. That's not bad for 2 days of a conference. So first, thank you to all of you for making this such a wonderful conference and enriching it. That is really the very proud to have this the second year in a row in Berlin and the first one in Kiel, and bringing together really a fantastic group of people. That's to you. I want to thank our partners, and I want to thank, start with CEPR and Recipe, Dominic Rona, but especially Tessa, the CEO of CEPR, Beatrice, Veda, the president, and Despina, is she actually here? For helping us to, she's not here, that's a pity, because I wanted to thank her for helping us to organize, and she's managed the speakers, and it's a very professional, very nice cooperation with CEPR. I also want to say thank you to Daniel Gross and Bocconi. Is Daniel around for, no, I've seen him earlier, but maybe he's just coming back. So Daniel and Sciences Po, obviously the colleagues who've made this possible at Sciences Po. Let me then come to a collective big thank you to the Economics Minister for Economics and Climate Action, to get it correct. So of course, Minister Habeck, State Secretary Brandner, Elga Barth, Stefan Profit, but first and foremost, Monika Kerikes, who will get a big applause in a second, but she gets this collectively for a big team at the ministry who worked on this. So there is Sebastian Weins at the International and Economic and Monetary Issues Division. There's Clarissa Schulze-Barr. There's Martin Lutz in the Trade Policy Division. There was David Wilkins and Philip Jonitz from the Economic Security Team. Heitem Trabelsi in the Events and Protocol Team. Daniel Greve in the Communications and Press Team. And Christian Schweiger and the technical team, and I think, except for whatever the will of this little device here, this has really been a very extremely smooth conference. So, Frau Kerikes, if I can ask you to come on stage so we can say properly, thank you. I've thanked the Fördergesellschaft of our society, friends, regular Herr Grenz, also to you again, a big applause for helping us make this possible. Which, last but not least, brings me to our own team in Kiel that has worked at the Institute, that worked very hard at making this possible, the 3rd year in a row, and there's a very special thank you going to Elisabeth Radke, who headed our communications,
to Tanja Hagelberg in the event management, to Katrin Kupke, who helped with everything, including program management, Martin Poske as well, who helped support the event management, Melanie Radike with press and communications, Matthias Rauch with the press side, Guido Bartsch was, as always, on site and fixing things tremendously, Heiko Wagner, same, Sandra Martini was helping us with the on-site and with all kinds of organizational issues. Lisa Neumann, I don't know if Lisa's still here, but thank you, Lisa, for also stepping in. She had a busy week starting with our business cycle forum and was still here today. Rosanna Rolke as well, Tim Meyer, who was important here, played an important role, both setting this up, inviting people, spreading the network and being on the ground. Moritz Geppert, thank you so much, Moritz, for doing this. Georg Grösel, Kevin Klein, Olivier Godard, who runs our runs our advanced studies program, Jürgen Steen, who was very helpful with the Harms Prize, and Johannes Binder, obviously, who was a great asset to have in everything that regarded this. But then there's one person who was the lead manager, the head of our Berlin office, and where is Elisabeth Schröder? Please come, Elisabeth. So this is to everyone at the Kiel Institute, obviously. Obviously, this gives a big round of applause for everyone at the Kiel Institute, and Elisabeth is taking us collectively. So that's it. We are really at the end. We're looking forward to the next Geoeconomic conference next year. Until then, wishing you all the best, lots of great research, and thanks again for coming. Thank you. Bye-bye.